Okay. Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. Welcome to Universal Peace Television. Well, one of the things you all must know is that they're blocking my camera. That's one thing. So I can show you my camera via web contacam, a program that I use that has the fastest way to turn on your camera, basically. It is the fastest way. With other applications, sometimes it takes a couple of seconds before it starts recording. So with this program, it's freeware. You can do that much faster than most applications. But one of the things we all should know is that cancer cell phone radiation causes not only cancer but also lumping red blood cells and DNA damage. So that's something to avoid by putting aluminum foil on the device, on the source, as close to the antenna as possible. And you can measure it, but most people don't have such a measuring instrument because it's like more than, at least the cheapest one at the moment is 125, but they used to be 350, these good quality HF measuring devices. So these are not pictures I made myself, it's online, animated GIF images, and well, usually they're from YouTube videos, and everybody can see them, and yeah, so it's animated GIF. There are programs for that as well, to make your own animated GIF images from movies and to combine pictures into creating video. But that's not what everyone needs to know per se. I've made a collection of data, and well, one thing is your life is the most important thing. Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Recovery begins with non-compliance. Stay proactive rather than reactive. And perhaps there are other wise sayings that one can use. There are also sayings that are complete bullshit. For example, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. That's BS as well, of course. It can also make you weaker or die eventually. But the placebo effect is scientifically proven. That's a good point. So let's read all this stuff. It won't take that long. And there may be some very interesting information that makes you go, wow, I didn't know that. It's really good to know. Knowledge equals power. Here we go.
September 9, 2016, 2:05 at night. Illegal interference with evidence of planned mass genocide by NSA. Computer not restarting. The text file UP 2016. The return was erased after restarting the computer. This also happened with other text editors, Word and Kingsoft Office. Jihad usually makes a backup file when the computer is restarted without the article being saved. The article is 68 kilobytes, but all text is missing. This is done by Jews that want to murder 93% of the world's global population that work together with the Jesuits in control of the NSA, and they're with people's brainwaves, synthetic telepathy, directed energy. All my best work was erased by the pedo trolls that killed my mother, and it is very well possible they have erased themselves with their stupid illegal torture and tyranny, including the people they quote work unquote for. There was a power failure of some kind, possibly local. The lights went out as well. When my computer restarted, it was showing the BIOS startup screen all the time and not starting up. These NSA agents are trying to drive people to murder with their illegal directed energy weapon torture. They simply pretend it's legal and make up stories about people that have exposed their illegal depopulation and torture of innocent civilians, children and animals. I think this is not a coincidence because lots of things have happened. They have done and are doing the dental torture to the best of us humans. They are extremely malevolent terrorists that are trying to play people out against each other with their illegal torture and voice of God weapon to depopulate the earth. Please let me know if there is a way to get the written text back. It could be very important. They say it was too well written. Doctors are depopulators, people haters. Hospitals are in the top 10 of main causes of death twice. Prescription drugs, leading killer in the USA. Misdiagnosis, medical errors, a leading cause of death. Who said history is written by the victors? In 1532, the Italian diplomat and political theorist Niccolò Machiavelli wrote a political treatise, The Prince. It's located somewhere in the XVII, 18th chapter, Brooke on answers.yahoo.com. I did not find it in there. The quote is attributed to Churchill. Vexation, the state of being annoyed, frustrated, or worried. Vexation equals mind control equals brain control. I think history is written by the victors better than victors. It's certainly not written by the people that died and were tortured to death. Usually there are two parties or groups and respective allies in a war. History is written by the victors. The losers, well, the whole thing was their fault in the first place. Googleit.com. The perpetrators are cowards for doing their horrible directed energy weapon torture to me and others because it is clear no one can defend themselves against the NSA's satanic ritual abuse and people cannot unite nor form any threat to the people that control this technology. Without a Tesla plasma shield they can be killed instantly. These people enjoy torturing innocent children to death, eating infants as part of their initiation ritual and cut off penises of boys they hunt in the forest. They brain damaged everyone with their synthetic telepathy machine to depopulate practically everyone and make everyone that is not a Jesuit or Mason look like retards and play them out against each other. Everyone is controlled with torture and hypnosis by their neural network, which also controls what everyone thinks and it controls their emotions as well. Denying this truth will only make things worse and is not going to make people switch it off. Investing in a couple of submarines is not as bad as a world war over Iran. Donald Trump's Jewish family in Friends, Tablet Magazine, tabletmag.com. Trump has strongest Jewish ties of all GOP candidates, breaking, forward.com. In July 2009, after studying with Rabbi Eli Weinstock from the Modern Orthodox Rama School, Trump had an Orthodox conversion to Judaism and took the name Yale, EOL. Ivanka Marie Trump is the daughter of former model Ivana Trump and real estate developer Donald Trump. Wiki Ivanka Trump, Mac Miller Jewish? His father is Christian and his mother is Jewish. Miller was raised Jewish and had a bar mitzvah. Donald Trump's Jewish Kabal. Michael Aboud, Sephardic Jew, Communications Coordinator. Donald J. Trump for President. Paul Aircleaner, Ashkenazic Jew, Chairman, Supervisory Board, Deutsche Bank. Donald Trump's largest lender. Sheldon Adelson, Ashkenazic Jew, Endorser. Donald J. Trump for President. Elliot Brody, Ashkenazic Jew, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee. Michael Cohen, Ashkenazic Jew, Executive Vice President and Special Counsel. The Trump Organization. Gilbert Deser, Ashkenazic Jew, President, Trump Desert Development. Michael Deser, Ashkenazic Jew, Founder, Trump Desert Development. Louis Eisenberg, Ashkenazic Jew, Chairman, Trump Victory Committee. This is just a small part of the list on thezog.info/. Who controls Donald Trump? Mr. Trump controls himself first and foremost. Do not trust anything you read in the mainstream media. The real reason American Jews won't be voting for Trump, the Republican nominee's race-based nationalism, his anti-Semitic innuendos, his position on Israel and his attacks on Muslims and immigrants are all deeply offensive. But that's not what's panicking most U.S. Jews. Hearts.com, subscribe now to get the full story. Some of these fools might prefer a world war over Iran. Trump made clear the Luciferian Hillary voted for the war in which the Khan's son died. Hillary is the candidate of the war machine. HuffingtonPost.com. Hillary Clinton courts Henry Kissinger's endorsement even after meeting his victims. TheIntercept.com. Hillary Clinton Iraq War vote speech. YouTube. Bush admits there were no WMDs in Iraq. YouTube. Beyond treason, depleted uranium. US WMD Iraq War veterans died 2005. How can these skull and bones people support Donald Trump? Among the famous Trump supporters we find George P. Bush, Commissioner of the Texas General Land Office, nephew of 43rd President George W. Bush and grandson of 41st President George H. W. Bush. Marine Le Pen, French politician, MEP, and leader of the Nationalist Front National. 2011, Wiki list of Donald Trump presidential campaign endorsements. 2016, nothing is what it seems. Trust no one. I'm a live and let live type of guy. Fuck jihad, fuck all wars, universal peace now. Where do you think words come from? Somebody made them up. Don't tell them anything and try to find out all you can. How long would grass become if you let it grow? Does anybody know? Blast it. I teach it. Theory. The neural capacity of humans is too insufficient to do anything about it. It is defenseless against the neural network that controls its brainwave. Politically killed Hillary. Perhaps they did the torture to me because they think I'm a Jew lover. Even after everything the directed energy weapon tortures did to me and the list of 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth, I think not all Jews are involved in their illegal depopulation and that expelling all Jews would be wrong. Burk them and do not let them speak. Use the techniques we used to defeat the Nazis to defeat these Jews that want to depopulate the Earth. Do not listen to them. Listen to people that exposed controlled opposition, the real truth tellers, not the truthers and truths. Burk is meant in the sense of the Dutch word uitwidgen. It means by being silent about something to deny its existence. When using Google Translate on the translation of the Dutch word uitwidgen, it found Burk. So it's not meant in the sense of to murder, as by suffocation, so as to leave no or few marks of violence. I think it is not a proper translation of the Dutch word uitwidgen, so it's better to use be silent about them to deny their existence, not reacting to what they say and going your own way. Maybe you know a better translation of this Dutch word? Skype me. Skype name Prologic 999, Prologic and the number 999. Breaking, Zika outbreak epicenter in same area where GM mosquitoes were released in 2015. healthnutnews.com/ breaking-zika-outbreak-epicenter-area-GM-mosquitoes-release-2015, cause nuts are healthy. 21st century formula for population control, Bill Gates plus GMO mosquitoes, flying syringe, equals Zika, conclusion inline.com. They try to ridicule the truth, we ridicule their lies, and especially, expose them. Depopulation is a serious matter. So it's impossible to insult Muhammad, because Muhammad is dead. Not to use globalists like the controlled opposition people do nor kikes. Be original. Those who do not see are not necessarily Nazi nor Ashkenazi. They're hybrid insects, microelectric mechanical systems, high MEMS, are real, their GMO insects are real, their cancer chemtrails are real, their killer vaccines are real, and their democide and depopulation is real. Paris Jackson is Jewish. 3 months after Rowan Jackson's marriage, she gave birth to a son, Michael Joseph Jackson Jr., born February 13, 1997, who was subsequently known as Prince. The next year she gave birth to a daughter, Paris Michael Catherine Jackson, born April 3, 1998, according to the Jewish telegraphic agency RO, who is Jewish, sought the reversal in part because she feared the nanny and some of Jackson's siblings were exposing the children to teachings of the Nation of Islam. What happens to Michael Jackson's Jewish kids? BloggishJewishJournal.com. Paris looks like Einat Wealth, Gutjar's Israeli wife, especially on the picture on Ballin.com/ public/ Einat_Wolfen.jpg. Richard Gutjar, the Israeli link to the terrorism in Nice and Munich. So I can't know anything because they are scanning my brain unless I am broadcasting live online. The Thermae dust idolized by Dr. Jones and sort of beams prove beyond any reasonable doubt the WTC was demolished, and people lying about this should be arrested. Remember the Holocaust, ignorance is death. What happened to the planes if the WTC was demolished by holographic drones, when the passengers were offloaded and made to disappear, and the jet was taken away? Some even say airline workers saw the 757 after 9/11 with different markings, too. There were never any passengers to begin with, our names were made up. Quora.com. Jim, August 7, 2013, 11:52 and 53 seconds p.m. No one was on those planes. They were USA military Air Force planes. They were gray with no windows and had a pod underneath the plane. Your buddy got paid out, bro. Look at the footage that came back from the FBI. Why was the rubble burning for 2 weeks at 2800 degrees? Because the pod underneath the plane had white phosphorus in it and you can see the spark before impact. Your buddy may be gone or not, but you should yell at your fucking government and not the people seeking the truth. Investigate investigates. It's so cool. Today there are no chemtrails. There are clouds. The advantage. while the helicopter circles us. This theory's getting deep. Think they're spraying chemicals over the city while we sleep. Prince, Dreamer lyrics. Breaking, Trump just broke Hillary Clinton. Look what she will be forced to do from now on. The next news network, recommended for you new. Not even the people that did it know why. 9. Tent. He'll have fun. I fucking hate chemtrails. YouTube. Stop chemtrails. Build a howitzer. Part 1 of 2. YouTube. Doctors are serial killers, so watch out. Never go to a hospital. So what is Trump gonna do about these cancer chemtrails? Is Trump controlled opposition to make sure Hillary is voted into office? Or is it just the biased mainstream media that's trying to make him look bad? The chemtrails will prevail. Why is Dr. Ron Paul not running for president? Today is September 11, 2016, written November 9, 2016 by Europeans. 9/11/2016 written 11/9 by Europeans. Remember, it's 6 hours earlier in Florida and Washington than in Europe. September 11th attack remembered in New York City. Ceremony expected to include 6 moments of silence by Karine Ramey. September 11th, 2016 6:58 a.m. A ceremony in Lower Manhattan on Sunday commemorates the 15th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. The event at the National September 11th Memorial and Museum will include a reading of names of those killed in the 2001 and 1993 attacks. Readers of the 2,983 names include families of those who were killed in both attacks. According to the museum, this ceremony is expected to include 6. To read the full story, subscribe or sign in, WSJ.com. 6 moments of silence. I heard that number somewhere before. September 20th Autumnal Equinox, Midnight Host, Blood Ritual. Dismemberment of corpses, hands are removed from Hand of Glory rituals. Cannibalism usually occurs. 23 feast day and sexual orgies, with human sacrifice. TheForbiddenKnowledge.com /. Satanic_calendar.htm. Earth circumference 40,075 kilometers. Boeing 747 approximately 4 liters of cancer kerosene fuel every second. Free energy WS Technologies. You belong to the Quran. The hatred of Jews towards non-Jews before the Holocaust supposedly occurred is almost never talked about. Save by your trail, toxify the sky. Hi. So if Holocaust denial is illegal in your country, you know it happened for sure. Ms. Haverbeck made clear she will determine who is Jewish herself, that people do not have to tell her who is Jewish and who is not. She might not accept the ruling of the rabbis on this. The names given to Christians in the Talmud, names used by Jews for non-Jews, as in our languages Christians take their name from Christ, so in the language of the Talmud Christians are called Notzrim, from Jesus the Nazarene. But Christians are also called by the names used in the Talmud to designate all non-Jews, Avodah Zarah, Akum, Obhde Elilim, Minim, Nogrim, Edom, Emharetz, Goim, Aperkorsim, Kuthrim. And in the Talmud Yoredi, 158, 1, it says, the Akum who are not enemies of ours must not be killed directly, nevertheless they must not be saved from danger of death. For example, if you see one of them fall into the sea, do not pull him out unless he promises to give you money. Talmudamast.com / Chapter 14.htm Christians to be harmed indirectly unquote. Come. There is a video of Donald Trump and Michael Jackson walking together. Pay Donald. No evidence I bet, and the stuff supposedly found in Michael's apartment does not prove nor disprove he was a pedophile. It's meant like a joke. Like 911. Is Donald gonna do anything about the cancer chemtrails, and what is he gonna do about it? Michael Jackson and Prince were both Jehovah's Witnesses. Strange. High sticks. Thank you for your broadcast. If Hillary would create a world war over Iran, WND report, then I am for preventing her from becoming president, even if that takes going out there to vote or requesting a voting form to vote Trump. Having said that, do you know how to get these centipedes my father and me have in our body out?
So, where's my mic? I found the microphone. So 9/11 is a joke. 9/11, 9/11 because it's 9/10/11 in reality. Haha. So as we can see, this camera of the OBS latest version broadcaster is not working, though it was working in the previous broadcast. That's weird. Everything you must know, and there's more coming up. It's the truth, I swear, as we are. Okay.
Perhaps with magic? A person from Africa among the people that wrote me in emails they have these lithobias forficatus in their body as well wrote me that he thinks they are controlled with magic. This may be a type of hymems that is controllable somehow. Others wrote me with the same problem in reaction to my video and wrote they were misdiagnosed as well. Please help by catching one and finding the centipede's eigenfrequency aka mortal oscillatory rate frequency by catching it in a plastic pot. You may also be able to sell them, and then do a frequency sweep with the freeware program Visual Analyzer, a freeware oscilloscope program that also does frequency sweeps. So that when these centipedes enter your body at night via your nostrils, they are pseudoparasites of myriapoda in humans equals centipedes enter your body at night when you sleep and are not harmless. Copy and paste. You know their eigenfrequencies and do not need a chemical thus cancer-causing drug to get them out. I offer 150 euros for anyone that has a cure for these centipedes in my father's body. Greetings and love also to all viewers of Styg's Hexenhammer 666's channel. There are about 10 quintillion insects on Earth at any given moment. Release honeybees in Japan if you want those giant hornets to die. Watch Hornets from Hell, National Geographic. Dutch court orders seizure of 123 million euros in Uzbek corruption case. Wed July 20, 2016, a Dutch court has ordered the confiscation of 123 million euros, $135 million, in assets from a Dutch-based company that prosecutors alleged was used by two telecoms companies to bribe Gulnara Karimova, the elder daughter of Uzbekistan's president, to secure local operating licenses. The Amsterdam court said in a ruling it had found that the company, Takeland, had received bribes from Vimpelcom and Telia AB to allow their Uzbek subsidiaries, Unitel and Ucell, to operate in the local mobile market. In February, Vimpelcom agreed to pay $795 million to settle the US and Dutch investigations into the bribery scheme. Reuters.com. ING accused of allowing 123 million in money laundering. NL Times 2015. NL Times NL. Avocadabra. That's my name. Lol. We should ship the horse's eyes. These of parade. Oh my god. Hino and Haribo. Remember to boycott Monsanto companies. Food is a sterilizing weapon used to depopulate Earth nowadays instead of make them all eternal. The people with loads of money depopulating Earth lie about this, of course, as much as possible. Nowadays it's more like the Jews are persecuting the non-Jews rather than the other way around. Not just many doctors are Jewish but also many people in prominent positions as if some neural network put them there. The director of the CDC, for example, Dr. Tom Frieden, is Jewish. The CDC by itself has the capability to kill 7 billion people once a successful virus has been engineered for population control purposes with killer vaccines. Red alert. CDC gives itself power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. Force vaccinate them. September 2, 2016, Wednesday, August 31, 2016. CDC gives itself the power to indefinitely detain healthy people en masse without appeal. CDC says, we can round them up and throw away the key. Based on CDC's August 15, 16 publication of Rules for the Control of Communicable Diseases, the CDC is giving itself the power to forcibly apprehend healthy people en masse and detain them indefinitely with no process of appeal. The fact that 6 prominent Jews called for depopulating Earth combined with the fact that 90% of the mainstream media is owned by Jews ought to set off alarms. I am in no way implying only Jewish people want to depopulate Earth and made clear that non-Jews such as Ted Turner of CNN also made clear they want to depopulate Earth. Choose or choose? I choose your Jews at this time. The 6 million lie. All of them lie. Lol. If the truth shall set us free, then what about the cancer tetrapsychocops? Trust no one, no Jew, no Luciferian, no Jesuit, no one. The most viewed Holocaust video on YouTube according to the YouTube counter is El Engano del Holocausto Sobrevivientes que dicen la verdad, Holocaust survivors who tell the truth. Libertal United, 2 years ago 84,845 views. Holohoax survivors who tell the truth is also available on other channels. The second video is Holohoax completely exposed by David Cole, ST1 Kachis, 4 years ago 68,383 views. The third is Jim Rizzoli Holohoax, greatest hoax ever. Tradcat Night, 1 month ago 23,273 views. Shockingly low numbers if you ask me. Have I missed something? By revisionism we mean critically examining established theories and hypotheses in order to test their validity. Quote from the video Jewish Holohoax History Channel documentary The Greatest Story Never Told, around 2 minutes in the video. Historical revisionism, the critical re-examination of presumed historical facts and existing historiography. Wiki, liberty, equality, justice. So a fair trial is impossible with this directed energy weapon on. The Holocaust denial, see, hollow point bullets. If the Holocaust that you talk about was real, why don't you allow the subject to be studied? One can freely research any issue, except for this issue, which is sealed. It is a black box, which they do not allow to be opened or re-examined. They do this in order to exploit it. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Again, history is written by the victor. Are the FEMA camps for Jews that want to depopulate the earth? The Zionists behind FEMA camps, BRN on video. realtwanews.com/ P=583, CIA torture manual. The precursor of DHS torture protocol in the October 23, 2013, Jew-run FEMA camps in Alaska. The new Siberian Gulag prisons. June 6, 2013, Jew-run Soviet gulags. The precursor of Jew-run FEMA camps in the U.S. September 6, 2012, case against the Jews' plot to disarm Americans and send them to January 6, 2012, Jews FEMA gulag camps now operating nationwide. 2012 update, firstlightframe.wordpress.com. During NEMS, national emergencies, the Zionists behind FEMA camps, copyright 2010. Brother Nathaniel. Most Americans don't have a clue that a dangerous bill was introduced on June 10, 2010, by Jewish Senator Arlen Specter. The bill, titled the National Emergency Centers Establishment Act, S-3476, directs Homeland Security to establish no less than 6 national emergency centers on military installations to provide housing and medical assistance, imprisonment and pumping with psychiatric drugs, for dislocated American civilians during so-called national emergencies. Just as soon as Arlen Specter introduced his bill, he sent it off to his synagogue buddy, his Jewish colleague, Senator Carl Levin, who heads the Senate Armed Services Committee. In other words, why are Zionist Jews the heads of all these committees? realtwanews.com/ P=583. Wow, so I must have written all this from the future. I meant it jokingly, but it's possible. Synthetic telepathy being real. 1961 Benjamin Friedman's warning about the Jew world order. Are there Jewish people that want a race war? To exterminate all non-Jews? Keep a watchful eye on Alaska, the future Jew-run FEMA gulag state. Time to help the doctor back. Jesuits and Jews attempt to murder me with Fipa herb type array. HAARP equals FIPA phased array. Not C, DC. Martial law, Executive Order 10,999, allows the government to take over all food resources and farms. Executive Order 11,004, allows the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, build new housing with public funds, designate areas to be abandoned, and establish new locations for populations. Ivermectin, niclosamide, September 13, 2016. 1934 Hurting my leg with Fipa. Brand new absolute proof that Halliburton, Dick Cheney, Jeb Bush and Mossad deeply involved in September 11. patriotnews2.wordpress.com/ 2015, Wolfgang Amadeus, Mostart. I think Sika will go global. September 14, 2016, Save the Pigs. How satirical. Everything is satire except for the depopulation part. I received this copy from Ben himself. He's currently hiding from Mossad agents. I uploaded this on his behalf. Ben Garrison, White Space Single YouTube. Was the Aryan Brotherhood created to mix racism with anti-Semitism to prevent a pure anti-Semitic movement? Dark mass. NASA has spotted a huge hole in the sun, and it's growing. Creepy video shows ominous dark patch stretching across the solar surface. Thesin.co.uk July 14, 2016. Luckily, although it looks pretty grim, the massive dark patch is nothing to worry about. It's called the coronal hole and is just a particularly large version of a phenomenon which occurs frequently on the surface of the Sun. Queen Elizabeth and Cameron issued warrants for a pedophile ring? Saturday, January 25, 2014. Today Queen Elizabeth and UK Prime Minister David Cameron were issued arrest warrants. The two were charged with sexual crimes against children as part of an international pedophile ring. "We have enough evidence to prosecute and hold both the Prime Minister and Queen of England," said ex-Royal Military Policeman Matt Taylor. Last Thursday, activist David Cameron was released from the London Park Royal Mental Health Centre. The psychiatric facility had been swamped with calls about his forced detainment there. David, plus his wife, were arrested on 3 occasions this month, without being charged. His apparent crime was daring to post Brussels common law court arrest warrants on the Queen, Cameron, former Catholic Pope Joseph Ratzinger and 37 other global elites. www.itccs.org. Controlled opposition, Kevin Annett fake priest with fake court. The present Catholic Pope Francis Bergoglio was alleged to be part of child trafficking in an international pedophile ring. Victims who were prostituted as children at the Vatican have come forward, along with survivors who allege they were abused in international pedophile rings. Victims have also alleged sex abuse and murder of children by former Pope Ratzinger, Catholic Cardinal Bernard Alfranc of Utrecht, a second Catholic cardinal, a French judge, Belgian priests, other members of the British royal family and Prince Bernhard of Holland. ITCCS trial of UK Queen and Pope Ratzinger 100% fake, says Weber. Beforeitsnews.com, with help of legal experts and judges, the ITCCS has united survivors of genocide and child torture worldwide. ITCCS is active in 26 countries with over 50 affiliated groups. Kevin Annett, YouTube crackpot or controlled opposition? YouTube, Kevin Annett the Brussels court hoax. YouTube, NASA, a Zionist Luciferian conspiracy to spread heliocentric Earth. Adolfo Niklaus. Pope Benedict. Adolfo Nicholas is the only one with access to the Fipa torture weapon in Poker Flat, Alaska, if what they write online is true. The neural network speaks in your local language. It's synthetic telepathy. It controls people remotely like robots and can simulate any human. Mutual assured destruction or mutually assured destruction, MAD, is a doctrine of military strategy and national security policy in which a full-scale use of nuclear weapons by 2 or more opposing sides would cause the complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender. See preemptive nuclear strike and second strike. How can we prevent MAD? The MAD doctrine assumes that each side has enough nuclear weaponry to destroy the other side and that either side, if attacked for any reason by the other, would retaliate without fail with equal or greater force. The expected result is an immediate, irreversible escalation of hostilities resulting in both combatants' mutual, total, and assured destruction. The strategy of mutually assured destruction and the acronym MAD are due to John von Neumann, 1903 to 1957. And his taste for humorous acronyms, another example being his Maniac computer. He was, among other things, an inventor of game theory, a Cold War strategist, and chairman of the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Committee until his death in 1957. The Maniac, mathematical analyzer, numerical integrator, and computer or mathematical analyzer, numerator, integrator, and computer, was an early computer built under the direction of Nicholas Metropolis at the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory. universalpeace.jimdo.com, YouTube channel name, Ulrich B.C. Hoffman, FFN, Skype, Prologic999, email, ulrichbchoffman@gmail.com. Any questions, remarks, and people that want to be in my broadcast live are welcome to Skype me. The best way to contact me is Skype, Prologic999, Insights Mend. September 14, 2016, about 15:30. Another power failure similar to the one that almost destroyed my computer. Lasted about 1 second and affected the whole house. September 15, 2016. The perpetrators are inducing B-cell lymphoma in my right upper leg with Fipa, a phased array antenna based in Poker Flat, Alaska. They started hurting my leg again after reading out an article covered by Jane Burgermuster. CDC moves to amend law to allow for detention, quarantine and forced vaccination of anyone with measles in the USA. The director of the CDC is Jewish, Tom Frieden. Earlier I covered, Red Alert, CDC gives itself power to indefinitely detain healthy people on meds without appeal, force vaccinate them, September 2, 2016, Wednesday, August 31, 2016. CDC gives itself the power to indefinitely detain healthy people on meds without appeal. Because it could kill 7 billion people. I repeat the warning here. Why is Zika spreading so quickly in Singapore? CNN.com, Zika spreads from Florida to Texas. NBC News, Zika apathy is spreading the virus. The Daily Beast, Zika spreads in Southeast Asia. Health, CBC News, CBC.ca. All countries and territories with active Zika virus transmission: Americas, Oceania, Pacific Islands, Africa, Asia. cdc.gov/. Zika, Europe is not listed. Is anybody gonna check if GMO without markers can be created, and if Zika is also spreading in Europe? It would take 9 months before the babies with a small head start appearing. GMO, I give you the Zika calamari with Zika. Our people engaged in the activity of sharing the torrent are called peers. The people who are uploading are called seeders. The people who are downloading are called leechers. A team, ideological. Saudi prince warns the kingdom is ready for war with Iran. New Europe. Is the Iran-Saudi Cold War heating up? The New York Times, July 27, 2016. No room for doubt. New science proves Zika causes microcephaly. Washington Post. Scientists have produced the strongest evidence yet that Zika virus infection in pregnant women causes microcephaly in their babies. Pedo who abused 6-day-old baby jailed for 235 years in Syracuse. Metro.co.uk. Sydenham pedo Rolf Harris reportedly rushed to hospital. The native Australian is serving a 6-year sentence at Stafford Prison for 6 offences against 4 girls, one aged just 7 or 8. Newhopper.co.uk. Zyklin C. Pedophile caught with thousands of horrific indecent images of children walks free from court. Manchester. Evening.news.co.uk. Pedophile with thousands of vile images is spared jail. Sobbing fiend given community order as it would be the best form of treatment. Questia.com. Satanic Temple moves its headquarters to Salem. The world's largest satanic community will be setting up their new home at 64 Bridge Street. The property will open its doors to visitors as a Salem art gallery. Read more at World Religion News. Satanic Temple moves its headquarters to Salem. WorldReligionNews.com. Doc says anti-vaxxers are treated like Jews in Nazi Germany. TheDailyBeast.com. On September 8, 2016, the Medical Board of California released documents accusing Sears of gross negligence when he issued a letter in 2014 prescribing no vaccines for a 2-year-old patient without adequately examining the patient's medical history. If found negligent, he faces a variety of sanctions, including potential revocation of his medical license. The amount of aluminum contained in vaccines did not warrant changing the vaccine schedule. Windows 10 mail app crashes due to Cortana integration. blog.joanbub.info /blog/2015/ get a hard on it. Proxy war, noun, a war instigated by a major power which does not itself become involved. West failing to deliver nuclear deal promises, says Iran Vice President. The Guardian. Zika virus, Miami Beach transmission zone. Triple CNN, so saying Zika nigga is not allowed. It's racist hate speech. Generation Jihad, scholar of Islam predicts civil war across Europe as more young Muslims facing poor job prospects. Daily Mail, September 12, 2016. A scholar of Islam has warned of civil war across Europe as more young Muslims facing poor job prospects turn to radical groups, it has been reported. New York Times. A Russian-Iranian axis. The New York Times, 12 hours ago, Moscow's use of an Iranian airbase to bomb Syria is a sign of a broad new threat to Mideast stability. Brain cancer is now the leading cancer killer of kids. News.com, September 16, 2016. DHSS. The Racial Slur Database, www.rsdb.org. This was my BAB joke. September 18, 2016. The perpetrators are clearly attacking my lung with their Fipa herp array. When they hurt a body part, they first use a sort of pressure wave beam to determine the position of the attacked body part. This is the same pressure waves that dent in my skull visibly when doing the spasm attacks with the beam that I can feel on my hand when placed on the attacked body part, and it is also heard visibly on my pillow. The neural network does these attacks automatically when I try lying on my stomach. This may be part of their hybrid insect torture program. All this is done to me because I have exposed their depopulation plans and attempted to press charges of incitement to commit genocide against people with book quotes that are clearly open incitement to commit genocide. The Jesuits and Jews are depopulating Earth together while pretending to be enemies of each other. Mind gaming, truth times 1000, revolutionaireonline.com. My DJ name is Paul Klee. Nosocomially, spread in and through hospitals. Antinociceptive, that inhibits nociception, the sensation of pain, reducing sensitivity to painful stimuli. Ill, litter, ICU. Trump flies with gold-plated bathroom fixtures, and you're paying millions for it. Secret Service payments to fly on his luxury 757 made up nearly 80% of the flight costs this summer. HuffingtonPost.com. Enjoy. Zika Fipa FEMA. I trusted you. You first have to find out if it's a hoaxer, a scammer. If it's a hoaxer, a scammer, you're my facial whore. Heart rate monitor. With synthetic telepathy, the neural network that can simulate and brain map any person is capable of erasing memory selectively. A person's mind can be up and downloaded. Minority deport. Class. Sick. Now you know I'm God. Because I'm not doing this with directed energy weapon. Invent an EMP neutralizer to save my electronic watches. Mrs. Jack Daughter. Warmer Brothers. Poker Flatters. Joint Investigation Team. JIT. universalpeace.jimdo.com. 999 Prologic 999 Blog 2 Blog NL. universacreditor.weebly.com. Dectorno.wordpress.com. Delusing Drugs. Headless Shampoo. Antacids Pineapple. Iodine. Keep up your orgasm rhythm. 3 to 4 orgasms a day is what I advise as a guideline. Usually I have 2 to 3 and it normally takes me about 15 minutes. Freemasonry is nothing more than Satanism in disguise. Breaking through the flat earth dome in 2016 Hennessy commercial, Rossi on Vid's YouTube. The Brobot, Zika Chica, After School Satan Club, Go Clubbing. There will be no pedophilia in after school Satan clubs, lol. HPV vaccine works even better than expected, they're dropping like flies. Champagne. Air Force One is considered U.S. soil no matter where it lands, and as such no country can board it or inspect it. Quote from the article, Wanted for Mass Murder, Barack Obama, Margaret Chen, and Dr. Thomas Frieden. NWOobserver.wordpress.com. Strangely, or not, the H1N1 demonic plague outbreaks have followed visits of Obama and Biden to the vicinity. They are working on super-resistant bacteria and viruses for you all. Don't worry, Be Happy was a hit. The underground is there to hide the other underground. Centipede caught in matrix testing for eigenfrequenz, duas and puch matrix lithobius. Be the Energy, Department of Homeland Security. Kill Jesuits hurting heart area and murdered my mother with Fipa her parade in Poker Flat, Alaska. Windows 10. Windows Directory Verdwenen, SSD Verdwenen no anniversary update. SSD disappeared after Windows anniversary update. Microsoft support chat. Because the people that send messages into your skull cannot identify themselves, we know what they are doing is illegal. If they would have been NSA or law enforcement, they would have been able to identify themselves and they would have helped me instead of attempted to murder me. If you follow the rules of the people cancer chemtrailing you to death, you are playing by the rules. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. The full quote from Karl Marx, Zyklin Torbayan. Why would you use fucking pellets when you have normal gas for cooking food? How many people know Zyklin B were pellets and not gas? The new product was also named Zyklin, but it became known as Zyklin B to distinguish it from the earlier version. Uses included delusing clothing and disinfecting ships, warehouses, and trains. Wiki Zyklin B. Why use an insecticide when real gas is more readily available and is much more efficient and cost-effective? Car exhaust from engines is another way. Quote humane guillotines unquote in FEMA camps another. The guillotine was invented by a Jesuit. Interesting news on Jane Burgermester's blog birdflu666.wordpress.com. Hillary Clinton admits that Bilderberg will use a false flag to nuke Iran. Forum.prisonplanet.com. Hillary cannot be a Freemason because Freemasonry is a fraternity, so only men can join. Her husband Bill is a famous Freemason. Bill has been accused of rape multiple times and the Monica Lewinsky blowjob was denied by him at first. See, I did not have sexual relations with that woman on YouTube. Egypt has been genetically modified to suppress its own species in an approach similar to the sterile insect technique, thereby reducing the risk of disease. The mosquitoes, known as OX513A, were developed by Oxitec, a spin out of Oxford University. Field trials in the Cayman Islands, Brazil, and Panama have shown that the OX513A mosquitoes reduce the target mosquito populations by more than 90%. In 2015, the UK House of Lords called on the government to support more work on genetically modified insects in the interest of global health. In 2016, the United States Food and Drug Administration granted preliminary approval for the use of modified mosquitoes to prevent the spread of the Zika virus. Zika outbreak epicenter in same area where GM mosquitoes were released in 2015, and still there are people that want to pretend there is no correlation. Sick. A mutual or reciprocal relationship between two or more things, from medieval Latin correlatio, from come together plus relatio, relation. Of course the working ingredient in cannabis oil had to be removed because it has been proven scientifically THC kills tumors by blocking VEGF, a protein needed by tumors to sprout. So if they would not have taken out the THC and flooded the market with CBD oil, everyone could have cured themselves of cancer. So it's not for the money, it's to depopulate the earth, which the people that do not know it sends ideas in their own inner voice would deny. It may be best to boycott people selling the CBD oil. Usually people involved in the depopulation somehow forming controlled opposition to themselves. First they spread the sterilizing GMO and then they also start selling bio, organic or eco food. The same principle the people that make virus scanners and viruses use. Problem reaction solution, auto ab chow. But no, in reality it's done by the state. Genocide is usually perpetrated by the government. The people do not have a monopoly on violence like the state does. Boycotting Monsanto, okay, but I'm not gonna boycott people of health food stores. And the few people that do will be eradicated soon, if any. Grow your own food if you want to be sure. THC oil is also available online and sometimes sold as hash oil, but it's not easy to find between all the THC-less oils. So, how many people know THC kills tumors and that cannabis is not physically addictive? The ISIS attacks are practically non-existent compared to the depleted uranium war crime and the use of tactical nukes in countries like Syria. Most people do not know about this and believe in a lie. Because they are brain-controlled, you cannot save them. Only yourself may be a lie or the truth. Brussels attacks March 22, 2016. Skull and Bones Illuminati ritual for the worship of Ishtar. Hillary, Moxa balls. Curb the carbon, dioxin output. Everybody needs hollow point bullets, dioxin scene. If things will keep going down the lines they have been, we will all be nowhere. A watch or vigil held beside the body of someone who has died, sometimes accompanied by ritual observances. JIT can also mean Joint Investigation Teams, JITs, Europol, Chris Masturbators, Power, FEMI, Hurricane Matthew Star. More Zika mosquitoes in Miami Beach as state reports 6 new local infections, then we have to release more mosquitoes. Alternative medicine may be linked to lower vaccination rates. False news, October 4, 2016, maybe suggests it may not be, not Jeffrey Epstein. I heard that auditing the Fed would cost a lot of money and I wonder if it would really be in the benefit of the middle class. Slowly, okay, wood lice, Dutch pissabedden, are isopods, dust Indo wind. We are supposedly supposed to believe there is only one God. But because quote Satan is also real unquote, how much difference does that make? If God cannot even handle his own son, what is he messing around with 7 billion people for? And will it let these 7 billion people die again, like all the previous billions? Despite being almighty. Then we should all worship it, lol. We should fucking punish it if it's real. So big news: Bruce Alkin, ski. Kill someone if they illegally refuse you your right to press charges? And Abraham stood up, Exodus 2:12. Kill someone if they illegally refuse you your right to press charges. And Abraham stood up. Only way to save 7 billion people from the loonies depopulating the earth with Fipa, cancer chemtrails, GMO food as a sterilizing weapon and killer vaccines. There are no righteous people nor true believers out there. No one did anything about me denying the existence of God. The torture started when I did not deny its existence, and no one has pressed charges of incitement to commit genocide against the people that will kill you all and themselves by depopulating instead of spending all taxpayer money on finding a cure against aging. It's like they, Skull and Bones, Bilderberg, Masons and Jesuits, are exterminated from the future by good people. The retards even failed at killing me, though they are obviously trying. Their main role is never get caught. So I can advise you to kill a pedo elite member depopulating the earth, one of the child murderers, a Jesuit, Bilderberger or Skull and Bones member with a sniper rifle or timer bomb, just to get a fair trial and mainstream media attention. This may be the only way to survive it yourselves as well. It does not matter that they know what you are gonna do. They cannot stop you. Perhaps they are monitored themselves. Jeff Friends and David Icke, the Bilderberg Group. Controlled opposition. Microsoft did not call back like they promised. I saved the chat log history. Depopulating is a crime known as a felony. When the government is involved in depopulating the earth, it's called democide. Contrails my ass. Paul McCartney's son says Paul died in 1966. Gary King YouTube. Snorting pure bio-vanilla. Theory. There is no agreement with Iran.
So, Moxa, I think that's therapy with warm, not warm needles, but warm, it's just heat therapy that keeps something that's warm near meridian points in the body, basically. Maybe based on acupuncture. And I thought they called it Moxa, but I can't find it on Google, so if any of you know what it is and stuff, then please Skype me, 999prologic on Skype, or leave a comment in the comments, and perhaps I'll find it. If that's also email to me when people comment to the thing, so we continue. My spine is still hurting.
In reality, they pretend there is an agreement with Iran to be able to create their long-planned Third Jesuit World War by pretending Iran did not meet the requirements of the agreement. John Kerry of Skull and Bones will announce it soon, and then you are all nuked by them. It's easy to survive with a radiological water filter, and you cannot survive without one. Nobody knows the exact requirements of the agreement. FBI, HAARP Hurricane Matthew, Freemasons, and Destroy. YouTube, August 10, 2016. The pedo Jesuits are attempting to murder me with attacks to the left side of my brain that I can feel on my hand and here on my hoodie. Project Bluebeam fake alien invasion to depopulate Earth to 500 million total global population to establish Luciferian global government. Jesuit infant-eating pedo trolls control NSA and send ideas in your own inner voice using synthetic telepathy. Aliens do not exist. Apollo moon landings are a hoax perpetrated by Freemasons that have made millions generating their crisis. More info on my blog http://universalpeace.jimdo.com. Murder attempts with directed energy. Spasm attacks above left ear. 9/18 August 10, 2016. The order following orders. A patriot is someone who feels a strong support for their country. Someone who wants all the pedo elite trolls that are depopulating the earth and destroying countries and that have killed many innocent civilians dead or put in prison. The pedo elite see the patriots as their enemy and try to label them potential terrorists because they will prevent the terrorist globalist Jesuits from destroying their country and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Drop DARPA and move on. It's possible and even easy to take over their drones Talon robot army and create your own blue transponder lobby FSA. We have to learn to control the energy, for we are energy. The resist ends. Anything can't happen. Come on, the moron. Razistem. When getting the mail, I saw a dog turd next to the mailbox. When I looked at the poo-poo, it had markings resembling the markings the centipedes make. A very distinctive shape with the V signs at the outer end. So besides millions of humans that think they do not have centipedes in their body but do in reality, there are also millions of pets that suffer from these centipedes and they cannot tell you about it. The markings are about 4 centimeters long and have the V shape at the outer end. The centipedes are clamped into the intestinal wall of people and animals, perhaps yours too. So I hope you all help to find their organ frequency or another way to get them out. 4.5 centimeters long. Thank you for posting this video to YouTube. You are absolutely right. Project Mockingbird. The MSM is CIA controlled, the same people that cancer chemtrail you all and depopulate you. They use wireless energy, also called scalar waves by some, so you cannot shield yourself and loved ones against this with aluminum foil only against cancer cell phone radiation, microwaves, which is another depopulation tool they use. You'd need a Tesla plasma shield to shield yourself against directed energy weapon attacks. We need to unite against the creeps doing this. Beware of controlled opposition. More about this and what we can do in my broadcasts. If they'd be experimenting with erasing memory selectively, we would not remember it. All that shit does not matter when people are brain controlled and depopulated with a hidden herp array in Poker Flat, Alaska, not the fake facility open to the public every 6 years, that is slowly exterminating 7 billion people. Air Force Bugbot Nano Drone Technology, Yearmaster, 3 years ago 6,872,773 views. DARPA NSA, New Looney High-Tech Robotic Flying Insects, How to Kill Them. Clifford Anthony Pava, 4 months ago 220 views. This stuff on the floor may be a bioweapon. The Satanists of the NSA working for the Jesuit infant eaters depopulating the earth have a key that opens any lock. You could put a wooden or metal bar in front of the door. People are brain controlled and tortured if they do not help depopulating you and themselves, especially if they expose the people doing it. Any attempt to make these illegal voice-to-skull messages audible is praiseworthy. The silent sound and audio spotlight patent should be used to build a device to make them audible, especially the Malek patent that explains how synthetic telepathy is done, apparatus for remotely monitoring and altering brain waves, with references to other patents. That is their main thing. The neural network voice of God weapon can simulate any human, project immortality, and sends ideas in people's own inner voice. The Jews and Jesuits working together on depopulating Earth to create the Luciferian global government must be stopped one way or another. There's nothing we can do about it. Lol. Thoughts will come. Episode popcorn. Enjoy. Bah Monsanto. Abraham may be getting his mustard from Monsanto as well nowadays. He may have died from it already. You can sense the feeling of the frequency. Sense people's essence. Have you tried strong magnets that repel each other to kill the Morgellons? What we need is a no-fly zone. What is auditing the Fed? An audit is a systematic and independent examination of books, accounts, statutory records, documents and vouchers of an organization to ascertain how far the financial statements as well as non-financial disclosures present a true and fair view of the concern. It also attempts to ensure that the books of accounts are properly maintained by the concern as required by law. It strikes exceptions to the audit protocol in 31 U.S.C.
universalpeace.jimdo.com.
Keep busting.
Universal peace.
Section 714 for the Federal Reserve System, the Central Bank of the United States, and replaces an indefinite deadline with a finite one. Trump. Audit the Fed. The Next News Network, 7 months ago 9,244 views. Donald Trump, and the Fed. Trump Foundation, 7 months ago 38,716 views. I still wonder if auditing the Fed would be very expensive and in the disadvantage of the middle class in the end, or if it would make billions of dollars available to them to create a cure against aging and things we really need. Evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy should be usable in court, and the illegal spying without a warrant by the satanic NSA should be stopped somehow. The future is not set. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves. The Terminator 1 movie quote. The tool used to kill you all? Who would suspect a little camouflaged antenna park in Poker Flat, Alaska? YouTube vid. Little-known camouflaged antenna park in Poker Flat, Alaska. Main depopulation tool. Flat Earth crap debunk controlled opposition. Are there cameras with a flat lens, or are they all spherical shaped like the Earth supposedly is, and why? George Soros has spent millions to help Islamic terrorists enter the USA. Hacked documents reveal, October 10, 2016, a Muslim legal group, given $1.8 million by George Soros Open Society Foundations, OSF, has helped weaken the Department of Homeland Security's policies on screening of individuals with suspected terror ties, and the FBI's training program for its agents who work in counterterrorism. OSF records, linked by the hacking group DC Leaks, show that OSF spent $40 million between 2008 and 2010 on programs aimed at weakening U.S. counterterrorism policy. The person in the video, Muslim Imam, "It's okay to kill non-Muslims," says, "I must have hatred towards anything which is non-Islam," at 111. To 191-193. Fight and kill unbelievers until religion is Allah's, that is Islamic law rules all societies. 860. Make war against enemies of Allah. 95. Slay the idolaters. 839. Fight unbelievers until Islam reigns supreme. 812. Allah will terrorize unbelievers. Muslims should behead them. 572. Christians are unbelievers. 929. Fight and subjugate the Jews and Christians. 47. 4. Behead and slaughter the unbelievers. Take others captive. So how would you interpret that then? The lies about interpreting it in some way that makes this non-hatred towards unbelievers and non-Muslims are part of Taqiyya. Lie to non-Muslims to defeat them in their jihad. Behead and slaughter the unbelievers leaves no room for interpretation. It is clear hatred of unbelievers. Though you could argue slaughtering unbelievers is an act of love towards unbelievers. There is no place in the Quran where Muhammad tells Muslims to love people of other religions. By contrast, there are at least 36 verses that tell believers to fight against non-Muslims, and about 500 that speak of their place in hell. They are from each period in Muhammad's life, scattered across 87 of the Quran's 114 chapters. Donald Harab. We cannot be of any religion that tells us to hate or be intolerant of other religions. That would be unjust. We can argue we may not be tolerant towards any religion that is intolerant of other religions. 48:29. Be merciful to believers, not unbelievers. You could argue turning it around is unjust as well, but since almost all or all religions have hatred towards unbelievers baked into their so-called holy books, I don't think so. Religion is an abomination we should get rid of with education. Preach love and peace. Depart from evil and do good. Keep what is good. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Make love, not war. Power to the peaceful. Dinosaurs ate meat. A list of carnivorous, meat-eating dinosaurs can be found online. It's a pretty long list. Some examples: Tyrannosaurus, found in North America with 13 to 16 meter long with 6 tons of weight. Velociraptor. Did you know that the concept of the final solution of extermination so vehemently forced into our minds by the Jewish propagandists was not proposed by a German Nazi, but rather by a Jew? In 1940, long before the beginning of the alleged Holocaust, the Wannsee Conference, allegedly authorizing the Holocaust, was held in February 1942, and also before the USA entered World War II. The American Jew Theodore Neumann Kaufman wrote a book titled Germany Must Perish, in which he proposes the Jewish final solution to the Germans as well as other Gentiles. In the book, which was published in 1941, Theodore Kaufman advocates and devises a plan for the extermination of all of the German people through a forced sterilization program in what he calls a final solution. bestgore.com/holohoic/ the final solution. And we torture them a law. Why are there no flat camera lenses, and are they all spherical? The bacteria is very similar, but not identical, to the South Asian strains of cholera currently circulating in Asia, confirming that the Haitian cholera bacteria did not originate from the native environs of Haiti, notes the report. UN panel says foreign bacteria responsible for cholera outbreak in Haiti. 1031, May 5, 2011. Alison Undeland. Peace is going on. The pedo Jesuits are blocking my internet connection again. They control people in your environment to a certain extent. I am watching you. Project X. Codex, who cares? Is Dr. Michika trying to create a revolution for the pedo elite, or Jews that want to create a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth? How many people know about the police provocateurs and that Anonymous is a CIA psyop to censor internet even more? Is it possible he is contributing unknowingly and just trying to do the right thing? See supercoolmail.blog.com for more information about and to see a video of the police provocateurs. At the moment I am unable to log into any blog.com website, though other websites are functioning like they always do. Strange that kitchetpages.com does not have a copy of the website supercoolmail.blog.com like of some of my other websites that disappeared. See the YouTube video, Police Dressed as Civilians Use Violence to Overthrow Peaceful Protests. To learn more about the police provocateurs, police officers dressed as rebellious citizens burning police cars and smashing windows to create a crisis big enough to impose their totalitarian global government on the people of planet Earth. No pain, oh gain. We do not have to protect the planet but the people. They use protection of the planet, the rock that is flying through the universe we live on, as an excuse to exterminate large amounts of people, to depopulate Earth and pretend this is legal. There are plenty of police provocateurs videos on YouTube and it is proven beyond any reasonable doubt that police provocateurs were used. They are also called agent provocateurs and there is a wiki article on them. When visiting supercoolmail.blog.com I get the message, 504 gateway timeout, /1.0.15. They are using police provocateurs at demos and use them during several demos and the Occupy movement demonstrations against your tyrannical government working with the tax-exempt corporations on exterminating you all. Cancer chemtrails, the T4 nanobots eating your brain selectively, hybrid insects and genetically modified insects are real. And so are the infant-eating pedo-Jesuits that can kill you instantly with their death ray. Police admit using provocateurs to stage riots. Compressing provocateur, 8 years ago 68,823 views. Or watch my latest broadcast, police dressed as civilians burn cop cars and smash windows at demos police agent provocateurs. Because the website disappeared in a mysterious way I am doing this broadcast today December 10, 2016. More messing with evidence of directed energy weapon torture and depopulation is going on than people realize if their memory is erased selectively and people are tortured by the neural network if they do not do what the people that programmed it want them to do. They want you to have the illusion they are doing the right thing and to hide the truth about their directed energy weapon torture, depopulation and murders if they did it of course. Occupy LA, police provocateurs confirmed, Norway research, 10,529 views. So the speech engine can change Norway research into not real research by controlling the computer, the mind of the programmer and especially by manipulating audio that comes out of the speakers to fit in with the brainwave they are sending you now. They are liquefying my spine and brainstem with HERP, the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska that is not open to the public every 6 years, 666 million. Any voice-to-skull messages you hear are always illegal and always selected by their neural network. Chances are high they are not brainwaves of humans but the neural network itself which speaks any language and usually sends messages in your local language, Dutch if you are in the Netherlands for example. Though the Muhammad of the Quran married a girl younger than 11 and also fucked her according to the Quran, it is possible Muhammad was not a pedophile. It is possible he preferred girls and or women older than 11 in reality, which is the criterion for being a pedophile. Ephebophiles, adultophiles etc. were covered in my previous broadcasts. To send the intracranial messages your right to physical integrity has to be transgressed. Microsoft did not call back about my hard disk disappearing after the anniversary update. I have a copy of the Microsoft support chat and I gave my correct phone number, so perhaps I have to try another way to communicate. The name of the Microsoft support person was Martinez S. If Adolfo Nicholas is responsible for the directed energy weapon torture and murders do not punish others, then he may be torturing Skull and Bones members, Bilderberg and Freemasons and control the judges with the death ray. Treat the cause instead of fight the symptoms. France opens its first supervised injection center for drug users, Reuters October 11, 2016. France opens first safe injection space in Paris for drug addicts, Deutsche Welle. France's first injection room for addicts to open in Paris, through a discreet doorway at 4 Rue Ambroise Paré in the 10th arrondissement is a 450 square meter center will operate as a solid chute for drug addicts when it opens next week. We have succeeded. Uploaded. It forms thoughts based on my brainwave. There is no use in controlling it cause it's a neural network. It can form the thoughts in other people's brains or simulate any human. People claiming the directed energy torture attacks are done with microwaves, high-frequency radiation, and others claiming they are low-frequency wave attacks. Divide to defeat strategy. In reality, it's not HF nor LF but Tesla's wireless energy. They have put the concept of scalar waves out there as part of their psychological warfare to mislead people to the maximum extent possible. The scientific community denies the existence of scalar waves, but many targeted individuals have felt the beam on their hand when placing it on the attacked body part, so they know it was done with a beam and they tend to believe in scalar waves. This setup is to label the targeted individuals as insane, psychotic or paranoid and force drug them to death. The scalar waves are real because it is wireless energy in reality, the existence of which is not denied by the scientific community. Putting the concept of scalar waves out there was done by the same military to hide its wireless energy so people do not build their own scalar wave generator, also known as wireless energy device, and to be able to treat people that expose it as mental patients to cut them off from society so the leak is taken care of. It's on. The patent holder for the microwave hearing device, voice-to-skull messages, phrases sent into your brain bypassing the ears, is owned by the U.S. Air Force. The military is the patent holder. Patent 6,470,214. The whole system is used to depopulate Earth. The army, the presidents and leaders, the doctors, judges and everybody else they want to control is controlled with synthetic telepathy and with radiation torture if they do not do what they want them to do. They do not tell them what they want them to do because they want to depopulate them as well. In reality, the neural network is trying to use everyone for this purpose. The government has been taken over by these supercriminals depopulating the earth. The only reason we are still alive are people in the government and civilians doing the right thing. Owner name, United States Air Force, Massachusetts, google.com/patent/ US 6470214. So they use wireless energy, not microwaves, which is important to know for people that are trying to make these illegal voice-to-skull messages audible. It's suppressing your own thoughts and sending ideas in your own inner voice. The neural network is capable of doing things humans cannot understand and things no human can. This system is worldwide. The FIPA array is three-dimensional. How to make ultrasound audible. The more we know, the harder it becomes for them to control us and to kill us all. Bat drone, ultrasound detectors in the sky. Brand new bat detector. SM4BAT full spectrum plus new 16GB SanDisk SDHC card $899.99. Bat ultrasound detector / recorder Peterson D500X with microphone $1,129.27. I doubt if the voice-to-skull messages can be made audible with this device. It is possible the ultrasound signal is a signal that is translated into understandable audio by our brain. So the signal itself, when not sent into our brain directly, might not produce any understandable audio. It is also possible they would stop sending voice-to-skull messages if you have such a device, and it does make their illegal intracranial messages audible. They are now usually blocking the speech engine, which should start reading the text as soon as you copy it. Usually I have to copy it twice before it starts reading the selected text. Another thing to do is make the intracranial video sent with synthetic telepathy visible. They probably know how to do this themselves. This is not God doing it, demons or ghosts, they are elves. So do not believe their fairy tales. I'm misbehaving as well. It's a little circuit, a chip, to hear it. Bat scanner stereo bat detector audio demo YouTube. I've cracked the code. Within the sound, off silenced. Oh humbug. A subatomic particle of about the same mass as a proton but without an electric charge, present in all atomic nuclei except those of ordinary hydrogen, neutron symbol in or NO. Neutron. So Irv changed into herp. Bob Marley did it, one love, one harp. Another idea is to record the wireless energy signal used to send these voice-to-skull messages and then retransmit that into your brain, so you do not need the circuit or chip to decode the brainwave signal into an audible sound signal. My and everyone's neural capacity is too limited, I know that, but we are working on it. Take colloidal gold to increase your IQ. Clinton obtained debate question in advance / colludes with entire media, Hammer 666. Usually ultrasound uses frequencies in the megahertz region. I think ultrasound devices to take pictures of your baby in your belly are available for $969 on eBay, though I think the production cost is a lot less. The NSA and Catalog is a 50-page classified document listing technology available to the United States National Security Agency, NSA, Tailored Access Operations, TAO, by the Advanced Network Technology, and Division to aid in cyber surveillance. Listen to your fart, there's nothing else you can do. How to start your own cult. Truth Seeker 444, 5 years ago 5,348 views. 1238,128 p at 30. Mind Control Cults. Captain Skull, 10 years ago 976,908 views. We're gonna fight until we pin. The universe has 10 times more galaxies than scientists thought. Space.com, 10 hours ago, more than 1 trillion galaxies are lurking in the depths of space. A new census of galaxies in the observable universe has found 10 times more galaxies than were previously thought to exist. Comet impact linked to rise of mammals. BBC News, 5 hours ago, a comet impact 55 million years ago may have helped mammals dominate the Earth. It could have triggered a rapid phase of global warming linked to the expansion of mammal groups during the Eocene time period. Syria's Bashar al-Assad says taking Aleppo from rebels key to pushing terrorists back to Turkey. Daily News and Analysis, 3 hours ago, Syria's President Bashar al-Assad said on Friday that the Syrian army's capture of Aleppo, which has come under renewed bombardment in an effort to seize its rebel-held sector, would be a very important springboard to pushing terrorists back to Turkey. Sources claim the Jesuit military order's Third World War will be over Syria, not Iran, and that Bashar al-Assad is the same god that is also king of Spain. Vaccination against seasonal influenza is also mandatory for civilian personnel who provide direct patient care in duty medical treatment facilities and for civilians where it is written in their position description as a condition of employment. Aircleaner News, September 30, 2016. Tourists are driving locals out of Amsterdam Center, say residents. Dutch News NL, 17 hours ago. The Sun, Fab guys user pedo soldier caged after grooming boy for sex through site. The Sun? October 12, 2016. A pedo soldier has been caged for grooming a young boy for sex after meeting him on a gay dating website. Alexander Gemmel met the 14-year-old child in the grounds of a derelict hospital building despite knowing he was underage. To erase all evidence of their Luciferian global government plans, nuclear weapons. Meet Gary Franke, the radical Zionist behind Next News Network. $3 laser transmits audio over 100 m. Arduino, a Force 2D. Time to get serious. Photographs, videos and text can never be evidence because it can always be faked. Illuminati exposed ISIS the start of World War III. David Icke, Illuminati exposed, 263,415 views. U.S. agrees for ISIS fighters to flee Mosul and retreat to Syria. Daily Mail, 17 hours ago. Why World War over Syria and ISIS cannot happen. 1. The people orchestrating the war in Syria do not want a global scalar world war. None without a Tesla plasma shield would survive, and there are 15 scalar weapon countries. 15 countries with ionospheric heaters. If you do not believe in scalar weapons, most people do not have a Tesla plasma shield, so if they know what the ionospheric heaters can do, they would want to prevent a world war in which they would be exterminated themselves. 2. Since an agreement was made with Iran, it is possible and perhaps even likely they will see the light and make a deal with Syria as well to end a war that would cost them a lot of money and human lives. People realize the attacks of the Russians and Americans on Muslim countries will only create more terrorism. The depleted uranium war crime and use of nuclear weapons in Syria is condemned by many of those who know what happened, and how the innocent civilians instead of the pedo elite are always the ones to suffer and die in these illegal wars. War is always a crime. Point your finger at the Jesuits in control of the death ray in the alphabet agencies like the NSA and be prepared to deal with them if a world war would erupt. Treat the cause, do not merely fight the symptoms. 3. They know universal peace would be far better for everyone, including themselves, with all these weapons of self-destruction surrounding themselves. If they do have world war plans to exterminate 93% of the world's global population, their setup would be ISIS, US plus allies, Russia plus allies. World war is a joke. It's used by DROPA. Get ready for the Hoover Dam catastrophe and the NWO birth part 1. The Jonathan Clack, October 19, 2011. We need continuity of society, not just continuity of government they have spent so much taxpayer money on. Think about ways to preserve our freedom and system. Reversed active measures. See description of this video. Ways to generate economic surges. Prevent their next false flags by exposing them online. Okay. Brain fun troll how many? Tiny trauma troll eaten alive. YouTube. LOL. Tiki Miranda Tivoli. Sexual suppression. Continue. Properties. Top 10 reasons we know nothing. October 16, 2016 17:07 and 25 seconds I wound my Swiss movement file X watch. October 17, 2016 6:57 and 38 seconds it stopped. So it has a reserve of about 38 hours. It's a small automatic watch with a Swiss movement. Nice find on eBay. Raw hype. A nation cannot survive treason from within. Cicero. How about, a nation cannot accept treason. Luciferian treason. CIA equals Texas. A very persistent sucker is hotter. Cody is working all the time. The ringworm scandal. When Israeli doctors kill tens of thousands of Arab children, there are also those who claim that radiation was a standard treatment for ringworm inside and outside Israel in the 1950s. RichardSilverstein.com. The depopulation will not be televised. American College of Pediatricians latest to warn of Gardasil HPV. VaccinineImpact.com. Stronger, more toxic Gardasil vaccine approved by FDA. Death and disability following HPV vaccination. Teenage girl dies 5 days after receiving HPV vaccine jab. Telegraph.co.uk. Schoolgirl, 14, dies after being given cervical cancer jab. Natalie Morton, Gardasil victim. MeGardasilStory.com.au. Wisconsin girl dies as a result of receiving Gardasil HPV vaccine. Trivarix is manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline. Jewish pharmaceutical companies poisoning children in Japan. They pretend they have to save the earth instead of the people. Severin Schwan, CEO of Roche, is a Jew. William M. Burns, CEO of Roche Pharmaceutical Division, is a Jew. Andrew Woody, Chief Executive of GSK, is a Jew. Jeff Kindler, CEO of Pfizer, is a Jew. Werner Wenning, CEO of Bayer, is a Jew. Rupert Murdoch, Jewish owner of Fox News, behind blackmail vaccination push in Australia. GWorldOrder.org. Jew CDC head Tom Frieden struggles to explain why we shouldn't ban travel to West Africa. October 11, 2014 DailyStormer.com. The Jewish director of the Center for Disease Control, Tom Frieden, has just written a ridiculous opinion editorial explaining why he doesn't support a travel ban to the Ebola-infested regions of West Africa. It almost looks like a satire piece, considering the insane arguments that this Jew makes. Rigging the election. Video 2. New video reveals Soros NGO plot to commit mass voter fraud. WikiLeaks. Facebook Jews sought assistance from Clinton campaign to launch subversive operations. There are two definitions of antisemitism that are practical, true, and work at all times. 1. An antisemite is anyone winning an argument with a Jew. Or, 2. An anti-Semite used to mean a man who hated Jews. Now it means a man who was hated by Jews. Joseph Sobran. If Louise Mensch can't get Julian Assange arrested, she wants him dead. Why are people allowed to constantly threaten to murder Julian Assange? Why Donald Trump is the anti-war candidate. DailyStormer.com. Trump. Hillary should be drug tested. Parliament Prince sleep deprivated to death. Jill Stein. Hillary wants to start nuclear war against Putin's Russia. EarNewsWire.com. It is now Hillary Clinton that wants to start an air war with Russia over Syria by calling for a no-fly zone. We have 2,000 nuclear missiles on hair trigger alert. They are saying we are closer to a nuclear war than we have ever been. Under Hillary Clinton, we could slide into nuclear war very quickly from her declared policy in Syria. On the issue of war and nuclear weapons, it is actually Hillary's policies which are much scarier than Donald Trump, who does not want to go to war with Russia. RealClearPolitics.com. Her weather control. Cook UN chief whines that terrorists are being killed unfairly. Just because they blow us up, isn't a reason to hurt them. U.S. Congress passes bill to protect Jew feelings in Europe. Daily Stormer. Club plotters. A total of 1,645 people made the 2014 billionaire list, representing combined wealth of $6.4 trillion. The richest people on the planet 2016. For our 30th annual guide to the world's richest people, we found a total of 1,810 billionaires, down from a record 1,826 a year ago. Forbes.com/billionaires. Why the world's richest families are not included in Forbes' rich list. Australian National RavyW.com. Reggie the Youth, Texas man, becomes world's first trillionaire thanks HuffingtonPost.com. According to some estimates, the Rothschild family controls assets worth more than $350 billion when each of their personal fortunes is combined. The Rothschilds, world kingpins, worth $500 trillion. They own Reuters, topefree.wordpress.com. A trillion is 1,000 billion in the US and Russia where they use the short-scale number naming system, and a trillion is 1,000,000 billions in Europe where the long-scale number naming system is used. See Wiki, Hot. The truth does not hurt, it's bullshit. Nor does the truth induce pleasure, though some are very pleased when they find out the truth about certain things. Because the truth defines reality. Knowledge is power. Centipedes in your body? Try ivermectin, horsedewormer, FIPAHAARP murders. Tried it and it is not effective. Parasite Easy combined with Vervita Cleanse was effective and expelled 3 centipedes from Gracie Pampa's body according to her emails. Instead of direct energy weapon attack, it's better to use Fipa hurt beam attack or torture beam attack, and instead of stalkers you could use spies. Gang stalking sounds like gangs talking. These words may have been chosen by the neural network that controls their brain waves. For example, what is the antonym of genocide? Genocideer. No one knows. Religion is an abomination because it's used as a tool for the depopulation. Death equals eternal nothingness. Life is everything. Orgasm, juicy drop pop challenge, poisoning, toxic food, death. Ingredients: sugar, high fructose corn syrup, water, buffered lactic acid, citric acid, glycerin, natural and artificial flavors, artificial color, red 40 lake, yellow 6 lake, red 40, red 3, yellow 5, blue 1, potassium sorbate, preservative. Natural and artificial flavors and colors vary by flavor. Chemicals have a synergistic effect with cancer-causing EMR and must thus be avoided. Algae, MO must be avoided. Prince Charles has warned us for a genetic Armageddon. GMO food as a sterilizing weapon is spreading. GMO must be banned and labeled even if the product contains less than 1% of GMO. They are illegally spying on everyone with synthetic telepathy, but they keep the intel gathered to themselves and use it to their own advantage and to the disadvantage of 93% of the world's global population. They are responding to eBay items I want to bid on and notify people if I find a good deal after days of searching. No new naughty vacations. Naughty? Call Marios Miles Davis. The Bible is a collection of polytheistic myths rolled into monotheism. This is one reason we are sure the God of the Bible and Satan do not exist. The voice of God weapon is real and would ridicule this truth. Laser experiment supposedly shows Earth is flat. October 24, 2016. Centipedes in humans, ivermectin possible cure. Change title off video because ivermectin is not effective. Try Vervita Cleanse. See vid for more info. 1176286. De-rushing. Shengan King. Sandy Coke shootings. Time may be the biggest killer. Most people died of time. Not taking their killer vaccines is not enough. You have to immunize yourself against their designer viruses with colloidal silver. And take probiotics to replace the killed good bacteria in your gut you need for digesting food. Porn. No. Lol. AI system finds Trump will win the White House and is more popular than Obama in 2008. An artificial intelligence system that correctly predicted the last 3 U.S. presidential elections puts Republican nominee Donald Trump ahead of Democrat rival Hillary Clinton in the race for the White House. Finance.yahoo.com. Jesuits, Freemasons and Bilderbergers are terrorists depopulating the earth. Do not let them fool you and poison you to death with their cancer chemtrails, killer vaccines, GMO and radiation. They are your enemy and it's kill or be killed according to Alex OK? Discography Discovery. A little flipping pelican. London equals UTC Tom's Universal Coordinate. Netherlands UTC +1. Turkey UTC +2. Russia UTC +3. India UTC +5.5. 5 hours and 30 minutes. China UTC +8. Japan UTC +9. Australia Melbourne UTC +10. New Zealand, Fiji UTC +12. Rio de Janeiro UTC -2, Greenland UTC -3, Florida New York UTC -5, Los Angeles UTC -8, Alaska UTC -9. Central European Time, CET, is 1 hour ahead of Coordinated Universal Time. This time zone is in use during Standard Time in Europe. Africa, Antarctica, Central European Summer Time, CEST, is 2 hours ahead of Coordinated Universal Time. This time zone is a daylight saving time zone and is used in Europe, Antarctica, Vatican's nation. Parental is an antimaterial thiophene, ultra non-violence, genocidaire. Breaking, massive election fraud software discovered in the USA, should trigger complaints to Federal Election Commission, November 1, 2016, amid signs of preparations for massive voter fraud using paper ballots in Virginia. An independent expert has found a secret software used across the USA which is designed to rig elections. This software allows votes to be fractured and rounded up or down to influence the results for Hillary Clinton. A vote-shaving program GEMS is produced by Election Systems and Software. This company is owned by McCarthy Capital Corporation, birdflu666.wordpress.com. I have tried mebendazole, parental, ivermectin, chemo and iodine, colloidal silver and absinthe to no avail. Fuck her heart. Masturbation laws around the world. The Penal Code. A Swedish man caught masturbating in public has been acquitted, but if he'd been caught elsewhere, what kind of punishment might he have faced? A 65-year-old man found masturbating openly on a Stockholm beach has been cleared of charges of sexual assault after the court ruled his activities were not directed towards a specific person. Indonesia, decapitation. Most search results would have you believe that the penalty for masturbation in Indonesia is decapitation. But hold your horses. A formal query made to the Secretary of Information at the Indonesian Embassy reveals that according to Article 281 of national law, the maximum sentence is 32 months imprisonment. UK, 14 days in prison. Brazil, special circumstances. In 2011, a Brazilian woman took her employers to court after doctors gave evidence about her need to masturbate up to 47 times a day. The court ruled that she was legally entitled to a 15-minute break every 2 hours. Saudi Arabia, 3 years and 300 lashes. Alabama, illegal if it's artificial. In the U.S., laws vary from state to state. In 2009, the Supreme Court of Alabama outlawed the sale of any device designed primarily for the stimulation of human genital organs in an effort to target sales of masturbation machines. North Carolina, criminal record. In the city of Charlotte, being caught masturbating in public is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Luckily, a local attorney is on hand with advice that includes asking the right questions. Stroking? Ejaculation? Does the defendant have a clean record? Texas, 2 years in prison. According to the Tribune Herald, a new measure which will come into force on January 1, 2014 will make many forms of male masturbation illegal. Netherlands, a prison sentence of at most 3 months or a fine of the second category. It's not the way that you do it. It's where you do it. Perhaps a way to get MSM attention, nudity. They depend on other people to control everything and illegally depopulate the earth. There are people doing the opposite. Everything is energy. No blood for cancer oil. Most wars are wars for cancer oil in reality. Both Trump and Clinton went to Jeffrey Epstein's sex slave island. Both presumptive Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and former President Bill Clinton have ties to convicted pedophile and Democratic donor, billionaire Jeffrey Epstein and sex slave island. DailyWire.com, May 16, 2016. Flight logs show Bill Clinton flew on sex offender's jet much more than previously known. FoxNews.com published May 13, 2016. Former President Bill Clinton was a much more frequent flyer on a registered sex offender's infamous jet than previously reported, with flight logs showing the former president taking at least 26 trips aboard the Lolita Express, even apparently ditching his Secret Service detail for at least 5 of the flights, according to records obtained by FoxNews.com. Clinton's presence aboard Jeffrey Epstein's Boeing 727 on 11 occasions has been reported, but flight logs show the number is more than double that, and trips between 2001 and 2003 included extended junkets around the world with Epstein and fellow passengers identified on manifests by their initials or first names, including Tatiana. The tricked-out jet earned its Nabokov-inspired nickname because it was reportedly outfitted with a bed where passengers had group sex with young girls. Jeffrey Edward Epstein, born January 20, 1953, is an American financier and sex offender. Wiki Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire pedophile with links to Bill Clinton. Independent.co.uk. With the new technology, everything will be possible because everything is energy, including time, according to several sources. Tubular, N. A group that is not under the jurisdiction of the Jesuits that investigates if targeted individuals are really being attacked with directed energy must be created and sponsored by the state. They must have knowledge of and access to the synthetic telepathy machine and how the NSA operates. The evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy must be permissible in court, and they should have some kind of search warrant
Universal
given
peace.
by a judge to spy on U.S. citizens. This constitutional right of U.S. citizens is and has been transgressed, and this is taking place on a global scale.
Keep busting.
YouTube video, Kill Adolfo Nicolas and the Jesuits that have demolished the WTC that are cancer chemtrailing you. In the video it is explained that I am not for killing Adolfo Nicolas if someone else is guilty of the crimes mentioned in the video, and that the person that committed these crimes is guilty of the death penalty under American law. Maybe not for murdering my mother with the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, but for giving the order to demolish the WTC for sure. And I explained that according to several sources online, only the NSA has a synthetic telepathy machine, and Adolfo Nicolas is the only person that outranks the NSA. President, military and police in control of the NSA. Porno. 6 moments of silence are part of 9/11 Remembrance, New York, AP. 6 moments of silence are part of the 9/11 anniversary commemoration. 140 occurrences of the word Holocaust and the number 6 million before the Nuremberg trials began. History is written by the victors. Winston Churchill, rainy quote. In gold we trust. DHGAT login error, caused by satanic NSA, no lie zone, on, their stand. Anne Frank hoax exposed. The report of the technical experts was given to the court in April of this year, and it contained a bombshell. Large portions of the alleged diary were written in ballpoint pen ink which was not manufactured prior to 1951. Grow your own bioorganic echo. Cell types with an IECSR prefix use silver oxide chemistry and provide 1.55 volts, and the IECLR prefix batteries use alkaline chemistry and provide 1.5 volts. Wiki list of battery sizes. Wilt Spectra Mobile Light, eBay fraudulentity, tyranny, call. To keep their global warming hoax alive, they will block all snowing with their HERP Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska like last year to give the illusion we are really heating up. Angle bracket, we're all seeing eyes him. Adolf, O. Nick Call S. Donald Trump elected the next president of the United States November 9, 2016. That's 9/11 reversed. Of course, Mission Impossible masks are possible in reality. Face mask that's so good every crook once won The Independent, a company that sells movie-quality silicone masks that incorporate human hair to achieve what its adverts call ultra-high realism, is at the center of a snowballing police investigation after detectives discovered that it had become the favored supplier of disguises to America's most wanted bank robbers. You would need a 3D printer that can print silicone or latex rubber-like materials instead of plastic. Software that can be used to see your face in 3D and calculate the difference between your face and the mask you want to wear. The eyelids may be hardest to make realistically fitting. Irons Man, America must rebuild its country and leave others alone. Ulrich Hoffman, I hope President Trump will stop the cancer chemtrails. Project Cloverleaf 1998. Before that there were no chemtrails. See pictures and film before 98 proving they are not cancer contrails. Legalize. See Ulrich Hoffman, legalize cannabis marijuana. Keeping a working medicine from the public is a crime. Ulrich Hoffman, stop all wars and create cure against aging. Ulrich Hoffman, protect and serve rather than depopulate and torture with the new technology synthetic telepathy. Wallace Energy. Sea energy is more efficient than wind energy and telluric powers solar panels in space. Ulrich Hoffman, write on Irons Man, power to the peaceful. Chat history with YouTube video. Trump wins Hillary Clinton as election special HD. False news. CNN Live 24/7 HD. Epstein reportedly flew Tucker in spacey to Africa on his private jet as part of a charitable endeavor. Clinton, meanwhile, flew on multiple occasions in the same plane to Epstein's private Caribbean island, Little St. James, between 2002 and 2005 as he developed his philanthropic post-presidential career. It would later be alleged in court that Epstein organized orgies on that same private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Kodoker.wordpress.com. Little St. James is an island of the United States Virgin Islands, located off the east end of St. Thomas. The island is privately owned by American financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Wikipedia. Nice palm trees, growing young, Glorio. One day evidence gathered with synthetic telepathy may be admissible in court, and then brain maps will reveal all memories of the person and there with every crime everyone ever committed. Remember alert, Brian Tube. I think demonstrating against Trump's election is illegal. He was elected fair and square. If they went voting, that makes clear they agreed with voting, otherwise they should have demonstrated against voting itself. But people that support Hillary are criminals and thus will always do criminal things. I think Trump supporters are not stupid enough to go demonstrating if he would not have been elected, though some would have also, because many thought the elections were rigged in favor of Hillary, and I think in some states they were. So I think the neural network sent me that stupid idea. Perhaps there would have been demos either way because of the mainstream media claiming that Americans call Clinton, Trump the worst nominees in 40 years. HuffingtonPost.com. Many think, because Trump wants to audit the Fed, he is the best candidate ever. Do not buy the mainstream media BS. They leave out important stuff and were extremely biased. Trump's picture was not even shown by Google in the beginning phase of the election among the presidential candidates, as reported by Jane Burgermeister and others. Trump versus Clinton is America's dirtiest election ever, and the poison could infect the whole world. Mirror.co.uk. An AI predicted Trump would win and predicted 4 elections of presidents correctly. Donald Trump's win and our pollsters got it all wrong. AlJazeera.com. October 11, 2016. Perhaps Soros voting machines could not mess with the electoral votes. This is because the electoral voters did not use Soros voting machines. The elections were rigged in favor of Clinton, so the real number of voters for Trump may have been a lot higher. George Soros link voting machines use a secret software able to rig election. November 2, 2016. A voting machine company like George Soros uses a software that allows results to be rigged through a hidden, non-transparent black box system. A Soros link voting machine company has included a source code which enables the machines to be rigged by skimming the percentages and tweaking the numbers using it in decimal points. UK government must take voting fraud software discovered in USA seriously as globalists push for new general elections. Will bring Labour and Lib Dem coalition into power to block Brexit? November 4, 2016. Sleaford Tory MP Stephen Phillips today resigned over a High Court ruling on Brexit, sparking speculation about early elections, which will be conducted amid fears of massive voter fraud. More reports of votes flipping from Trump to Clinton in early voting in Texas. October 26, 2016. There have been more reports of early voters in Texas seeing their ballots flipped from Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton by rigged electronic voting machines. Electronic votes flipped from Trump to Hillary in Texas before shocked voters' eyes. Early voting shows staggering voter fraud. October 25, 2016. Report. Votes switched from Trump to Hillary in Texas. She voted straight Republican and the vote had changed to Clinton. Like somebody wrote, Texas equals CIA. WikiLeaks. Soros link voting machines now used in 16 U.S. states rigged 2004 Venezuela elections. October 23, 2016. Jim Hoft. Smartmatic, a UK-based company, is a George Soros link company that has provided voting technology in 16 states, including battleground zones like Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania and Virginia. The company was formed in 2000 and a Chavez campaign advisor was placed on the board as well. The chairman of Smartmatic is Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who sits in the British House of Lords and on the board of George Soros's Open Society Foundations. He was formerly the vice chairman of Soros's investment funds and even the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations when he worked as Chief of Staff to Kofi Annan. According to WikiLeaks documents, Smartmatic machines were used to rig the 2004 Venezuela elections in favor of Marxist candidate Hugo Chavez. Maybe something will happen like Trump gets assassinated, but that would just leave another Republican in his place. Number 11 XYZ How the Donald stole Christmas. Anti-Trump demonstrators should be exterminated in FEMA camps. Lol. Poor losers. Perhaps the losers should do what Hillary told them to do. We must accept this result and then look to the future, she said in her Trump congratulation aka concession speech transcript and video of statement after her defeat. Out of respect for Hillary, why did some people want to vote Hillary? Do they want to see the US destroyed and prevent ending the Fed? Are they slaves of these Luciferian Freemasons that think they can get away with anything? Do they even know what ending the Fed means? To I'd say, Trump is Hillary. U.S. election 2016, protests against Trump break out across major cities, live, pathetic. The Simpsons did predict President Trump, TheGuardian.com. Anti-Trump election writers pathetic, Trump won fair and square despite rigging in fav of Hillary, pornography. Life's what you make it. A machine does not turn me on, sexy females do. Theory, a wise man can defend himself. Some unwise men, and women of course, can as well. A wise man would not need to be able to defend himself, he'd be wise enough to stay out of certain situations. Red tat tat. So perhaps George Soros' vote-rigging machine could not influence the Electoral College votes. Trump won majority of popular votes, George Soros' smartmatic rigged voting machines, violence. The great healing has begun, rebel well. We are not Trump rebels and they are not Hillary rebels. CNN is trying to destroy the US by suggesting that the small amount of demonstrators could. They are the rebels rebelling against our elected president, remember? Lol. They want martial law and are a bunch of sick Luciferians that think it's great to kill Americans, to depopulate Earth and impose their totalitarian regime upon the people of planet Earth. Of course, they cannot. Because the simple fact is 7 billion people do not want to die for your Luciferian shit dystopia world order. Got that? Rebel, a person who rises in opposition or armed resistance against an established government or leader, or tyrannical government, or not. So you could argue we are not rebels because we do what the government is supposed to. We are unstoppable, universal peace now. Rise in opposition or armed resistance to an established government or leader. We are doing the opposite by supporting Donald Trump, at least I am. Plaintiff, a person who brings a case against another in a court of law. Sexual accusations against Trump should not be made unless you have concrete evidence. And why wait till the elections with these allegations? Was this before or after the Hillary Epstein Lolita Island thing? Rebel. To hide it they changed it into Reba. Reba is a Yiddish word derived from the Hebrew word rabbi, which means master, teacher, or mentor. Like the title rabbi, it refers to teachers of Torah or leaders of Judaism. So shut up and suck. I suck already. Satanic inversion, they don't go to heaven but into the ground. The sexual inclination is the good inclination. The inclination towards wars instead of peace is the evil inclination. The amount of protesters I saw on the videos was comparable to a busload of kids or Boy Scouts, definitely not 1,000 or in the thousands like some mainstream media Mongols pretend. Surprisingly low turnout if you ask me. B12, spray. No burning cop cars? Weird. Our lives matter. The end. Our love prevents casualties on both sides. The past doesn't matter, only the future. Nothing really matters could refer to the eternal nothingness, the realm of death, where nothing can matter because nothing can matter to a person that is dead, which cannot perceive anything. Real rebellion in the sense of overthrowing the leader and taking control is impossible with a directed energy weapon and synthetic telepathy scanning our brains on. Or not. If you let me handle the money supply of the nation, then I don't care if you have laws. I have decided to support President-elect Trump fully, everything he does, but with a few side notes. I would not support an attack on Iran to prevent world war with Russia is more important. Israel's missile shield nullifies any nuclear threat from Iran even if it would have nuclear weapons, which Israel does. If ending or auditing the Fed would cost the American taxpayer more than the taxpayer would profit from it, I do not see the point. It is better if the president chooses the most logical course based on the facts and changes any plans that need to be changed, and better if he does for the people what is best rather than follow public opinion or what is most democratic. World war prevention, universal peace creation, it's your choice. The big truth. I think it is not illegal for them to do peaceful demonstrations, only rioting. I like peaceful religious leaders that bring peace and radiate peace, with charisma. Trump warns of World War III if Clinton is elected, CNN.com. If they erased your memory you would remember it because of this hypnosis. Unless it's part of treatment you fully consented to and agree with. World War III news: Donald Trump's victory may trigger war or end of the world. Russia prepping for WW3? According to Express, Donald Trump's victory prevented World War III. Parentheral.com. Mapus rebus. An illusional device that uses pictures to represent words or parts of words. Trump-tastic. Iran's industries minister further emphasized that the U.S. under Trump cannot unilaterally cancel the nuclear deal with Iran that the administration of the outgoing President Barack Obama sealed with Tehran together with 4 other Security Council member states plus Germany, the so-called P5+1, last year. Press fair, add restrictions, to current deal. Donald Trump, on Iran, Al Jazeera. The liberatio, rule, control of or dominion over an area or people. Latin regula straight stick, pattern, se regula. Don't let them kill us all, that's all. Anglo-French controller to keep a duplicate account or role, derivative of control, noun. From Old French dominion, rule, power. From medieval Latin dominionum, nominative dominio, corresponding to Latin dominium property, ownership. From dominus. Florida votes to release millions of Zika fighting mosquitoes. Wired, November 10, 2016. Trump faces battle to undo Iran nuclear deal. Wall Street Journal, 15 hours ago. Boycott the mainstream media. Brainwave, thoughts and emotions, bodily functions, reality manipulation, time travel. She's 1 in a 7,500,000,000. No rules, confangs. Hi no fool. Jew lover Megyn Kelly pushes idiot Jew lies about white privilege. Megyn Kelly, American Catholic, Patheos. Megyn Kelly is a New World Order prostitute and political slut. Veteranstoday.com, nose on backwards. Does anybody know Stig Zixenhammer 666 real name? This is not a table, it's energy. On nearly every mainstream media webpage you can see the worst pictures of Trump looking his worst, and they clearly went through these videos frame by frame to find that video frame where he looks his absolute worst. The worst frame in the whole fucking video, every time. The NSA is reality manipulating. E-bears beware of cognitive dissonance. Regulate the influx of immigrants. Fit now. Parnas 1438 St. Parnas with time is. Sexual assault, masturbation, deportation. You take my cell, you take my cell phone troll. A working class hero is nothing to be. A junkie is something to be. USA number 1, Trump number 2, me number 3. I think the future president should not stay in the Trump Tower but move to a secret location. Worthless IDs, bipolarization. They are blocking John Dodd. Poker Flat Recordings Shop. By Alison Marks, Rothschild's violin and other music from Poker Flat Recordings in MP3, vinyl and CD. Pedophile code words found in Podesta emails. Warning, very disturbing. Hot dog equals boy, pizza equals girl, cheese equals little girl, pasta equals little boy, ice cream equals male prostitute, walnut or nuts equals person of color, map equals semen, sauce equals orgy. Obama spent $65K flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago to White House. Private party code words for pizza and hot dogs. Anyone? Posted on November 6, 2016. Updated on November 9, 2016. 70news.wordpress.com. Anti-establishment Trump plans to appoint Goldman Sachs and George Soros insiders. I know the guys at Goldman Sachs. They have total control over him. Just like they have total control over Hillary Clinton. By Claire Burnish. Trump and all the other far-right leaders are Zionist students. Theventronical.com. Posh, elegant or stylishly luxurious. In an upper-class way. U.S. Patent 4,686,605 Atmospheric Alteration Device. HAARP Array Systems. Miss Forrester de Rothschild also said she expects to sell weather data to insurers, commodities traders and other investors whose holdings or assets can be impaired by storms or other severe weather. And don't forget that the Rothschilds have now bought a 70% interest in the Weather Channel. Seems odd they are talking about insurance at that particular website. Rabbit, lots of money to be made here for those that literally control the weather, especially when you know ahead of time what's coming. I mentioned this in a previous post, forum.prisonplanet.com. So then it's possible a Rothschild is responsible for beaming Rockefeller's plane down on Friday the 13th at full moon. At 8:23 a.m. local police in the town of Harrison, New York reported Rockefeller's plane crashed less than a mile from the airport in the town of Harrison. Rockefeller, the pilot, was the only person on the private plane. Richard is the only one of 6 siblings to have died during his father's lifetime so far. I still think it is more likely only the military order under Adolfo Nicholas could have pulled of the WTC and extorting the richest bankers with their device. Finding out who tortured my mother to death with the Fipa herp array in poker flat may be vital if you all want to have a future. Putin is also constructing BRSCS, a banking model to protect against collapse of world financial system, built on $. Rothschild-dominated private debt-based fiat currency as a prison for humanity. Zika case discovered in central Israel November 13, 2016, Aratz Sheva, Washington Times, Ryan. We are not planning on erecting a deportation force, CNN. 1 hour ago, CNN, House Speaker Paul Ryan said Sunday despite Donald Trump's campaign rhetoric, lawmakers are not prepared to form a deportation force to round up and deport undocumented immigrants. I hope President Trump will boycott Monsanto, do an investigation into cancer chemtrails, stop all forms of illegal directed energy weapon torture, legalizes weed totally in all states, helps to raise the marriageable age to 18 worldwide, ends all wars, invests more in a permanent cure against aging we all need if we want to live, keeps injection with killer vaccines voluntary, makes labeling GMO products mandatory, legalizes the use of cocaine and heroin, puts danger, deadly labels on alcohol, starts eating more health food and gets a food taster that tests his food, uses volunteers that are willing to do things for free instead of paid people where that's desirable, Vextasy. So they say Einstein but Epstein. Even the speech engine, the president-elect should not stay in the Trump Tower because anyone can walk in, order a margarita in the Trump Cafe from the pizza oven and kaboom. If I can figure it out so can ISIS. TrumpTourney.com. Billionaire Soros linked to anti-Trump protests. WikiLeaks. RT. December 11, 2016. As argued by Abraham Lincoln and reaffirmed by the courts, secession is unconstitutional unless agreed upon by Congress and a two-thirds majority of states. I think most of these dildos don't have a real foreskin. It's the idea of being loved that gets them off. In Victimized, Make America Fade Again. Buses used to transport anti-Trump protesters caught on tape, November 14, 2016. A video of buses transporting anti-Trump protesters to Chicago has emerged reinforcing the notion that the protests are organized by oligarchs like George Soros as their hedge reports. Protesters was pronounced as protester by the speech engine. I had to add protesters to the default dictionary. I think Trump and Soros may be on the same team. Donald Trump Rockefeller, CFR, Rothschilds, Soros, Israel, UN, Illuminati Jesuit pedophiles. Trump Tower equals WTC. When they torture me like they did November 15, 2016 3:30 at night I write better things. See ya. Far. So it's clear you ladies rather fuck Trump than me. That's why. Soros biting off Catholic bishop's dick. Snuff circulated among elite. I don't believe it. The slaves in Georgetown's past, the New York Times. Trump, Putin agree in phone call to improve unsatisfactory relations between their countries. Kremlin says, Washington Post, this means more sex. Hail Putin. Zika virus mosquito possibly spreads dengue in same bite. Wall Street Journal. Suck my dick hot chick. Rare Patek wristwatch fetches $11 million, records auction price. Bloomberg. ISS hoax. The International Space Station does not exist. It's time to unite. Timothyunite.com. The International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a Freemasonic hoax, a complete fabrication done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various camera tricks. China's spaceflight fakes are deplorable, but nonetheless a continuation of NASA's fakery. Okay, so if it is indeed fake, then what am I tracking via this app when I look to the night sky? You are tracking the pedo Jesuits and Masons. It cannot because we do not read the mainstream media. NASA's ISS International Scam Station proof exposing NASA's noses. NASAmoonhoax.com. I don't like NASA's noses. I think it's too anti-Semitic and it's NASA's Masons in reality. Sometimes I write hateful things when I'm tortured and angry. On control label. NASA to stop fake Live Islands feeds. TheGeocentricGnostic.com. International Sex Station. NASA shuts down public ISS cams due to amount of UFO sightings. For the Vatican's rupture, Bilderberg's gone missing. We don't care, we pedo bear. Do what you like is the only rule they really enforce. And they all think it's funny. It's not a real 666 because there is only one circle. It's Chi. To cause chaos they will attempt to remove Brexit. Wear political goggles. Looky the lolsack. Watch out, they're all geniuses, lab pens. Some good ones. We need deportation and education for a better nation. Make America Great Again suggests it's not great already. Hi Hawaiians, make America great again. Visual effect, UNESCO. Black lives matter. They cause cancer. Trucks are racist. Millions of needle deaths. Not counting the heparin. See list of pandemics caused by vaccinations. We gotta go and we gotta knock the shit out of these people. Trump quote. Essay. They don't have any money, so they are not gonna give us any. ICE is not ICE creation. To be read out with anonymous speech engine, grading superior beings, grading supreme being. This is the real anonymous. They know I'm just a fake CIA agent created for internet censorship that has to be fake opposition to Trump to make everyone support him. Talk that last bit of goodness that's left in them out of them, you know? It's okay to bomb innocent civilians with the terrorists of ISIS because we need to create more terrorists if we want to pull off this global government thing. Never mind that list of 6 Jewish people that want to depopulate the earth and that the mainstream media is owned by Jewish people. 90% of the MSM. I is anonymous. I'm not allowed to report about that nor about controlled opposition. Nor am I allowed to support the idea that we must regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent a crisis big enough to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth, or
nor to propel the idea that you have no choice. We are legion. Don't make me laugh. How noble of me not to reveal my identity. You really got me. Of course they didn't really have that in mind, so I'll be okay. They know I'm not really anonymous anyway. I'm Kepstrel David and I do weed. But seriously, I support getting rid of real terrorists with direct energy, but not the bombing of innocent civilians nor wars for cancer oil. I have to think of my good name here. Fuck all those retards that want to depopulate us. These people that lost their loved ones in the depleted uranium war crime and tactical nuke strikes in Syria are terrorists. And what are you then? Always remember to mistrust authority because people were rounded up and killed for questioning authority. So preventing the crisis in their depopulation is more important. We need 1. Moralization, 2. Stabilization, 3. Generate an economic search for demilitarization to take over the world ourselves instead of making the pedo elite our masters. Remember to boycott the mainstream media, Monsanto and anyone involved in illegally depopulating Earth. Trump said, we gotta go and we gotta knock the shit out of these people. I guess it's arrest, deport or kill. I agree with keeping ISIS from killing more innocent civilians whether real or fake, and this means preventing their next attack no matter where on Earth. Ceasefire. Universal peace now. No one will see this video anyway. Because they are not brain controlled. So you are not the resistance. You are no one. So it's sort of an ode to the real anonymous. I hope he doesn't punish me too hard with his directed energy weapon. Anonymous endorse Trump message for universal peace. Donald Trump on ISIS. I would bomb the shit out of them. YouTube. I support Trump's vision as long as no innocent civilians are hit. Use of directed energy weapons makes bombing obsolete and passe, you could argue.
We got to go and we got to knock the shit out of these people.
Predator drones are less accurate and obsolete as well, like the Talon robot army. They must have a good reason why these directed energy weapons are not utilized instead of bombs. Bombings can also be extremely accurate nowadays. I will not interfere with and support any decision the president will make. Doubt if they are gonna hang around. Perhaps go to a country where you are not killed for leaving the Muslim faith. After all, religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Religion is slavery for the mind, an abomination. President-elect Trump could be a mind-controlled slave like all the other recent presidents of the US with his own handler. They have to do whatever these Jesuits that control that beam want them to, because they can make you and they can break you. Because I care for future President Trump at least as much as I do for old people who have not tortured me, and I do not want to make the same mistake as with the previous 2 presidents, blaming them for the directed energy weapon torture, but do it better from now on. I simply wrote this message. So I hope the American people unite and stop racism, homophobia and xenophobia and do what is right for the future of the American people and the people of the world. Set the right example and be the best you can be. Be who you want to be. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Whatever. As long as it's for universal peace, it's a hot idea. Also, I hope to find and make new friends, especially single females, and be a positive influence on all people who have not tortured me and on the ones that have as well. Cancer chemtrail world. It's not like we're punching anybody in the face for real. LQIQ. Anonymous's Trump endorsement, please help exposing corruption, depopulation and maleficent plans to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth.
universalpeace.jimdo.com.
President-elect Trump's plan to regulate the influx of immigrants to prevent Phase 3 of active measures, aka ideological subversion, their plan to take over the world and enslave the human race, from being implemented may seem cruel, but letting in an unlimited amount of immigrants is treason because it would be a blow to the country's economy it cannot handle at this point. And, you can call us crazy, but we love our fellow Americans so much that we do not want to see them blown up by jihadists. And remember something about an oath. Many Americans see the use of depleted uranium in Iraq and the use of tactical nukes in Syria as a war crime and feel their government does not represent them at all. They think their tax money is abused to depopulate Earth and they want to end or audition the Fed, Google or anonymous search engine. They think previous leaders have given the US a bad name with their wars for cancer oil and they want to make America great again. Please support them for universal peace. Classified. Their programming is always to make me look bad and themselves look good. Many people let peace and love rule and do healing things. Wise. Pro-logic means for logic. President-elect should be moved to anonymous location with security. Why I support Trump. I am now convinced the Earth is oblong or spherical, all shaped because of the video. Flat Earthers prove Earth is a sphere. 180,616 views, likes 3,978, dislikes 2,299, 20161115. Ear Trumpet for Windows 10. If you want, you can also use a freeware called Ear Trumpet that offers you a smarter way to control the volume for each individual program. Non-jihadi Muslims are kafirs who must be killed. Islam Watch. IslamWatch.org. The Prophet killed bad Muslims who had refused to join his jihadi war. Our good Muslim brothers in Pakistan are emulating this sunnah. The Quran 2:216 clearly says fighting in jihad war is ordained for Muslims. Fighting jihad and killing kafar for Allah is ordained for you. It is in your best interest even if you hate it. Any Muslim disobeying this order of Allah for waging jihad against the kafirs is to be punished because he is a kafir. Quran 9.38. You who believe. What is the matter with you, that when you are asked to march forth for jihad for Allah, you cling heavily to the earth? Quran 9.39. If you will not go forth to fight in the cause of Allah, you will be given a painful punishment. It is the duty of a Muslim to kill kafar. 9.5 Kill kafar wherever you find them. Mashallah, true Muslims of Pakistan are conducting jihad on kafir Muslims. See it in this video. Quran says Muslims fighting and shedding the blood of non-Muslims is not a sin when compared with eternal sin of non-Muslims not believing in Islam. 81% of US mosques promote violent jihad against non-Muslims.
Out here in the
24
perimeter,
reasons to
there are
challenge
no
Islamophobia.
stars. Out
So
here
now the
we
1% is rounded up instead of the
Immaculate.
99%. Islamotopia. Islamophobia does not exist like God does not exist. It is not Islamophobia because it is not an irrational fear since Muslims have to kill whole non-believers. Non-believers should be killed. Deuteronomy 13:6-10. Wrongs. Islam and Christianity do not make a right. The Quran contains at least 109 verses that call Muslims to war with non-believers for the sake of Islamic rule. Some are quite graphic, with commands to chop off heads and fingers and kill infidels wherever they may be hiding. Muslims who do not join the fight are called hypocrites, and warn that Allah will send them to hell if they do not join the slaughter. religionofpeace.com. And fight them until there is no more fitna, disbelief and worshipping of others along with Allah, and worship is for Allah alone. Quran 47:34. So, When you meet, in fight jihad in Allah's cause, those who disbelieve smite at their necks till when you have killed and wounded many of them, then bind a bond firmly on them, i.e. take them as captives. Abu Dawud, 14:25-26. The Prophet, peace_be_upon_him, said, 3 things are the roots of faith: to refrain from killing a person who utters, "There is no God but Allah," and not to declare him unbeliever whatever sin he commits, and not to excommunicate him from Islam for his any action. And jihad will be performed continuously since the day Allah sent me as a prophet until the day the last member of my community will fight with the Dajjal, Antichrist. There is no God but Allah. To clarify the reason for their mission to kill, loot and enslave. So Islamophobia does not exist because the Quran makes clear the Muslims have to kill whole unbelievers and are instructed to lie about this fact, and thus it is not an irrational fear people have of Muslims and Islam but very rational if they are non-Muslims themselves. So I do not believe in Islamophobia. Homophobia and racism exist but Islamophobia does not exist. No matter how many people believe in it, some people know the truth. You cannot fool all the people all the time. Unless you have a neural network and machine to control their brain and erase and implant memory selectively. Erase all Qurans and Bibles. Recycle them rather than burn them. By removing one you change a whole timeline. Former convert Ismail exposes how Muhammad took Safiya's sex slave after killing her husband Muhammad's Jewish wife. Laughing at crying. Mimetic tick boom. Project Hagback. Mimetics is the theory of mental content based on an analogy with Darwinian evolution. Mental content is the content held by mental states and processes. Causal theories of mental content attempt to explain what gives thoughts, beliefs, desires, and so forth their contents. They attempt to explain how thoughts can be about things. You're almost done. All you have to do now is publish your video. Proponents describe mimetics as an approach to evolutionary models of cultural information transfer. The meme, analogous to a gene, was conceived as a unit of culture, an idea, belief, pattern of behavior, etc., which is hosted in the minds of one or more individuals, and which can reproduce itself, thereby jumping from mind to mind. Depopulation is real. You can all help by buying Monsanto products. Mimetics. Oh, how you grow food. Causing effect. What are the options for improving this reality? Theory. Ridicule. The Jesuits founded by the Jew Loyola form controlled opposition to themselves and mix racism with anti-Semitism to assure no pure anti-Semitism against the Jews depopulating Earth arises and to create their Luciferian global government. Perhaps Trump's Jewish cabal will kill you all, but this time I endorse it if it does. No one helped me for as far as I know. Nothing happened under Obama either, so I doubt if anything will ever happen. Report the YouTube video Hosni Siat Geert Wilders near report this video. What is the issue? Hateful or abusive content promotes hatred or violence. Please provide additional details about hateful or abusive content greater than promotes hatred or violence. The video should not just be removed, but the person should go to jail for advocating murdering Geert Wilders. Isn't it obviously illegal to advocate?
Title of the video translation from Dutch, Shoot down Geert Wilders. I did not report the person to YouTube nor the police because I think they are Jesuit controlled and on the side of the pedo-psycho Muslims that will slaughter you all. I think you should not report this person to YouTube so the video is not removed and report them to the police, but it's your own choice. Making a video of the video before removal may be best. Best to stay away from the cancer tetrapsycho cops that murdered my mother because she was a Protestant Christian. Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Report illegal videos. A video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Illegal video URL, https://www.youtube.com/ Watch ?v=KZY 1 pellet gone, did, DIDIDIO10. Attacking the predator rather than swimming away from it, together. Bizarre reason why thousands of fish are turning up dead, cancer chemtrails causing lack of oxygen, call red tide. The depopulation will not be televised. MSM is a controlled line machine, Project Mockingbird. And do not believe what I write either, I do not. Believing is stupid, knowing smart. Test everything you learn. Recovery begins with non-compliance. Report illegal videos. They video that advocates shooting down Geert Wilders to police, not YouTube. Ulrich Hoffman, 23 hours ago. No views. I uploaded it recently, not 23 hours ago but more like 5. I cannot be deported if they are not punished in their home country, for example with jail time, because if they are not punished they may be able to re-enter the country where they committed their crime or crimes. So an agreement with the leaders of their home country is required, and inmates may not be deported if their home country does not provide the jail cell needed for the inmates to do their time. Keeping inmates in prison is expensive and taxpayers are paying for this. I am an anti-homophobic, anti-racist and a bit of a Jew lover and proud of it. SOSS. Right as y'all backwards. Conspiracy, a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. The action of plotting or conspiring. But who needs Streamland anyway? What about the 50 other areas? Mexit. State of the art or state of retard? They cannot even create a cure against aging, do not know the ingredients of the Lithobius forficatus centipede venom, and cannot even diagnose me properly. So in reality most of you guys are a lot worse than me. I hate you all. Die because of these Jesuits with their wars and cancer chemtrails, but that's not my fault, nor is it yours. I think no one can fully comprehend how evil these retards really are. They pretend they are doing something about it to make sure you do not use influenza instead of bird flu and fluoride. Theory. Some DNA is a lot easier to plant than a fingerprint, so fingerprints are better and DNA cannot be admissible in court. Perhaps not even when found in her vagina. It's pretty easy for a prostitute to get some sperm. Organize pro-Trump demos. Demo against depopulation, the cancer chemtrail genocide, anti-war, pro-Trump. Because I think he is a Jesuit-controlled puppet like Hillary, seen with her at the Jesuits' dinner table, and he is not going to do anything about the cancer chemtrail democide. So there are over 2 billion Muslims out there. The United States has 2,595,000 Muslims, and the total U.S. population, November 17, 2016, is 325,022,805. 2,595,000 Muslims is about 0.8% of the United States total population and about 0.2% of the world's global Muslim population. The Netherlands has about 825,000 to 1 million Muslims on a total population of Netherlands population, November 17, 2016, 17,795,000. That is about 5 to 6% of the Netherlands population, 0.1% of the world's total global Muslim population. Wiki Islam by country, worldometers.info. Wiki lists the total amount of Muslims worldwide as 1,703,146,000. The region with most Muslims is South Asia with 507 million Muslims, and the top 3 countries with most Muslims is as follows: 1. Indonesia 204,847,000, 2. Pakistan 178 million, 3. India 172 million. Trump and Putin pledge to work together to fight ISIS in breakthrough talks, November 15, 2016, birdflu666.wordpress.com. If that memo did not leak, then I don't believe in its existence. WikiLeaks is just a Jesuit-controlled propaganda machine. What if the CIA and Mossad founded WikiLeaks, are Jesuit-controlled, and these are the same retards that are attempting to cancer chemtrail you all to death and depopulate you? Counterintelligence, misinformation, disinformation. Question every source of information. Good tip. Converting them to unbelievers, Christians, etc. You cannot get rid of all of them. I do not want to kill nor torture anyone that has not tortured me. I want to help do justice. Perhaps you could succeed at converting most believers to unbelievers. There is a good case for making the Muslim faith illegal in our country. The Muslim faith is tied to the Quran and the Quran to Jihad. There are no moderate Muslims because they all use the same Quran. The Muslims' ideology sucks totally and utterly. Long live Vlad the Impaler. Current world population, 7,464,920,726. MuslimPopulation.com lists the total amount of Muslims as 2,038.04 million. That's about 2 billion in 2014. Wiki with its 1.7 billion uses GordonConwell.edu January 2015 as its source and claims the percentage of the world's global population is 23.4%. So about a quarter of us are Muslim. World population today, births today, 157,028, deaths today, 65,759, Population growth today, 91,269. This year, births this year, 126,029,602. Deaths this year, 52,777,760. Population growth this year, 73,251,843. Watch as we increase. Worldometers.info, coastoffer.com. Trump picks his chief of staff and chief strategist, and it's not Jared Kushner. November 14, 2016. Donald Trump has picked Republican Party insider Reince Priebus as his White House chief of staff and Breitbart editor Stephen Bannon as chief strategist, strongly suggesting the notion that he is determined to translate his vision of a renewed America and his anti-establishment policies into legislation. How Donald Trump and Stephen Bannon could weaponize Breitbart. WashingtonPost.com. Breitbart, Bannon, Trump, alt-right, Jews, and controlled opposition, posted on November 14, 2016. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sitting at a table with Andrew Breitbart. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. From Paul Joseph Watson to Stefan Molyneux, Donald Trump to Milo Yiannopoulos, the rising secular right wing in the Americas, dubbed the alt-right by some, shares one common narrative that reveals it as the limited hangout, controlled opposition operation that it is. Continue reading. The alt-right is limited hangout fitsinfo.wordpress.com. Limited hangout is intelligence jargon for a form of propaganda in which a selected portion of a scandal, criminal act, sensitive or classified information, etc. is revealed or leaked, without telling the whole story. The intention may be to establish credibility as a critic of something or somebody by engaging in criticism of them while in fact covering up for them by omitting many details. To distance oneself publicly from something using innocuous or vague criticism even when one's own sympathies are privately with them. Or to divert public attention away from a more heinous act by leaking information about something less heinous. Rational Wiki, omission of the Jewish Masonic question. Trump IPAC. It is completely absent from any meaningful discourse of every single alt-right personality, despite that the Jewish question lurks behind all of the revolutionary movements that have conspired against the West and Christian mores for the last 2,000 years to the present time. With the rise of U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump, his perceived populism, and the growing backlash to political correctness, the alt-right has sprung up all too quickly, all too conveniently as those disillusioned with the radical leftist world takeover grapple for answers. All the way down the line, the new alt-right talking heads have acted as gatekeepers for the Judeo-Masonic establishment. Take for example Stefan Molyneux and his recent example of excusing Jewish overrepresentation in positions of influence, Paul Joseph Watson's laughable denial of Jewish influence anywhere in the world, Alex Jones playing limited hangout 20 years plus, defending Freemasonry, at times allowing for mild, superficial criticism of Israel but omitting the bigger issues regarding Israel and Judaism, or Donald Trump's total subservience to the Israel lobby and Judaism, IPAC, Jewish staffers, Zionist foreign policy position, Alice kids either married to or dating Jews. Not a word about Trump sitting at the Jesuit dinner table together with Hillary and the Jesuits in this whole fitsinfo.wordpress.com article. Jesuits mentioned one time in one of the comments. Northsider/October 5, 2016. Mary Kane, yep, Hollywood and the corporate crass media never did get that E.J. Phelps memo that the Vatican and the Jesuits run the show. Never mind the clocks going back. In the modern world, the MSM garlanding of the latest Hollywood Catholophobe blockbuster is always the surest sign wintertime has arrived, in every sense. More Jewish alt-right gatekeepers. While I appreciate the many truths spoken by alt-right talking heads like Breitbart, founded by Jew Andrew Breitbart, homosexual Jew Matt Drudge, Drudge Report, Ezra Levant, Jewish, Lauren Southern, Rebel Media, or the aforementioned personalities, their agenda is, at best, a half-measure solution to the world's problem, at worst, leading the right to its ultimate destruction. They, like CIA Front National Review and the John Birch Society, discuss very real issues but are there to homogenize the right whilst omitting the issues that reveal the entire truth, and in that complete truth wherein lies real solutions for the world's greatest dilemma. Incidentally, the National Review has condemned the alt-right as racist and anti-Semitic. The only effective method for containing the Judeo-Masonic dilemma has been the Byzantine solution, or the Vatican Second Judaisnon, which would have to be expanded to include Freemasonry and its many Gnostic offshoots. It's only because of Donald Trump and growing public disillusionment with the left that there is a need for a pantheon of limited hangout agents, who have now surpassed Jones in notoriety. Jones, apparently, was the beta test for the establishment's plan for a rise of the pseudo-right. White nationalist opposition to Judeo-Masonry has proven itself a failure, National Socialism, and is based in racialism. This alt-right and its friendly alternative media are not allowing any other talking points to reach the masses. Right-wing sentiment must not deviate from what the establishment has set out. Dissenting views from the alt-right narrative are regarded as divisive, anti-Trump, leftist, or they are simply ignored, dynamic silence. The alt-right is a neocon of the Nikons, its controlled outgrowth that is a false attempt at a return to conservatism. fitzinfo.wordpress.com. My plan is to support President Trump and also look at the criticism and break it down into absorbable chunks. First checking if the criticism is justified or unjustified BS. And then trying to influence Trump and the YouTube viewers to create a permanent cure against aging and make this the best timeline possible. To make the world great again, including the US, of course. They are our allies. There have not been any Muslim terrorist attacks in the Netherlands since the year 2000. February 11, 2004, Theo van Gogh was murdered by Mohammed B. According to the judge that convicted Mohammed to life imprisonment, that murder was committed with a terrorist intent. Translation from Dutch: meteen terroristische opmerk by Google Translate. June 30, 2004, Samir Azzouz was arrested in connection to a robbery. In his house, building plans of Schiphol, the nuclear power plant Borsley, and the buildings of the Binnenhof, The Hague, were found, followed by a big terror alarm. Of course, this fact, that there have been no terrorist attacks in which more than one person was killed since the year 2000 in the Netherlands, does not mean we do not want to prevent major terrorist attacks in our country with simple and effective measures, nor that we condone creating a crisis to impose a totalitarian world government upon the people by allowing an unlimited influx of immigrants into our country. Geert Wilders: the Islamization has become known throughout the world. Some people want to see Sharia implemented in the Netherlands and think it is okay to use violence and to murder people that do not believe in their fictional deity. This does not mean they are stupid enough to do it and squander the good name the Muslims have built up in the Netherlands for themselves. United we stand. Trump's statements refer to the fictional ISIS and not to the good Muslims in the US and Europe. So that the religion is evil does not mean they are evil as well. Forget religious bullshit and do what is right, not to waste time. Turn this place into what you want it to be, what we all want, a harem. Donald Trump could capitalize on Israeli support YouTube. Kill the retarded Jesuit pedo fucks that are trying to slowly exterminate you all for a change. I am not gonna create a cure against aging, so you don't need me. Pen. IS. An Islamist wearing a Jihad way of life t-shirt firebombed a church in moderate Indonesia on Sunday, burning alive a 2-year-old child and injuring 3 others. November 17, 2016, TheReligionOfPeace.com. Corker says Trump won't tear up Iran nuclear deal. CNN. New fresh intelligence, flat earthers controlled opposition, Earth is oblong-shaped, 6. See? I do not believe in shapeshifters and I do not believe the Earth is flat, but most of the other things controlled opposition like Alex Jones and David Icke are saying may be true. Or most people with lots of views are usually controlled opposition. They either blame the Jews or the Jesuits, but never both. Rounding up the pedo elite that did it. Paraphilia, a condition characterized by abnormal sexual desires, typically involving extreme or dangerous activities. On. Controlled. Label. Good. Look up good at dictionary.com, Old English God, with a long O. Excellent, fine. Valuable. Desirable, favorable, beneficial. Full, entire, complete. Of abstractions, actions, etc., beneficial, effective. Righteous, pious. Of persons or souls, righteous, pious, virtuous. Probably originally having the right or desirable quality, from Proto-Germanic godos fitting, suitable, source also of Old Norse gothr, Dutch god, Old High German god, Gothic goys, originally fit, adequate, belonging together, from pie root get to unite, be associated, suitable, bad, Look up at dictionary.com, c. 1200, inferior in quality. Early 13c, wicked, evil, vicious, a mystery word with no apparent relatives in other languages. Possibly from Old English derogatory term beetle and its diminutive outling effeminate man, hermaphrodite, pederast, probably related to beaten to defile. A rare word before 1400, and evil was more common in this sense until c. 1700. Evil, The adverb is Old English evil, originally of words or speech. Also as a noun in Old English, what is bad? Sin, wickedness. Anything that causes injury, morally or physically, especially of a malady or disease from c. 1200, 1350 to 1400. Middle English Latin excellent, stem of excellence, c. 1400, from Latin excellere to rise, surpass, be eminent, from ex out from, cx plus cella rise high, tower, related to Celsus high, lofty, great, From PIE rootkill to rise, be elevated, see hill. I know good and evil don't exist, how do I explain it? Answers.yahoo.com. Looking at the way most people use the words good and bad. Good is simply what benefits you, and bad evil is simply what causes you harm or difficulties. Good and bad evil are words to describe how something affects you. Saying good and bad don't exist is equivalent to saying what harms or benefits you does not exist. In religion, evil bad is used to describe the enemy, the disobedient, and good is used to describe the obedient followers. The religious good and bad evil are just bullshit made up and used to control people. Some people see the Inquisition, depleted uranium, cannibalism and the end of all life as good, others see it as bad and some do not see it as good nor bad. Most would say these things are bad, evil. Good and evil exist as concepts created by man. It's just that they don't exist independent of human creation. The concept of good and bad can be used to benefit humankind but also to enslave it and to their detriment. Depart from evil and do good. This is sex, victims unglued. Dissociation, separation of normally related mental processes, resulting in one group functioning independently from the rest, leading in extreme cases to disorders such as multiple personality. Fundamentals of trauma-based mind control. The term dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is a misnomer in the sense that psychologically separating from an extremely overwhelming event is an adaptive response by a normal human being, not a disorder, which suggests some kind of innate flaw. The alternate nomenclature, dissociative identity response, or DIR, is gaining ground. Deliberate trauma-based dissociation, or mind control, alters can also be intentionally induced. This sadistic act is sometimes called deliberate trauma-based dissociation, or DTBD, and is usually accomplished by the use of torture. People wishing to have total control over another person can use electroshock, waterboarding, drugs, isolation, sensory deprivation and other means to force their victim to radically dissociate, to push them past the limit of integration, leaving what can be seen, essentially, as a blank slate for them to train, condition and program as they please. The deliberate splitting of consciousness and subsequent programming of the newly created alter is called trauma-based mind control, or TBMC. Victims of deliberate dissociation commonly have programs installed to make them either behave in such a way as to discredit themselves, should they begin to remember their abuse, and especially if they speak about it, or to simply self-destruct. democratizornalagi.wordpress.com. Dissociation has CIA in it. Families who wanted dissociative children learn that dissociative babies could be born if the child in the womb is tortured. When the preemie is born, it copes with the pain by being dissociative. The hypnotic voice of the programmer is taking advantage of the dissociative trance-like state of the child in pain. Foundation Step 4. Fracturing the mind. The fourth stage is built upon the foundation of dissociation created in the first and second stages, and the love created in the third stage. educate-yourself.org/mc/ilmformula1chap.html. So torture is used to create split brain personalities, multiple personalities in people that can be brought out with hypnosis. Dissociation and alter are words associated with this illegal, inhumane type of control that must be banished or purged from our reality. Some people are making money of the crisis. It's like put options basically. Patek Philippe, Androids Pods. Light speed 299,792,458 meters per second, 1,080 million kilometers per hour. Spy-fi. Make a will specifying no autopsy. Make sure I'm brain dead before burial. Hillary would have depopulated me. Monday, the InfoWars Nightly News. Here's how voting machines are hacked. On this Monday, October 31, 2016 edition of the InfoWars Nightly News, you may be wondering what the term black box means. A black box system is non-transparent. Its functions are hidden from the public. Elections, of course, should not be black box systems. With voting machines, our political power can be converted to the hands of a few anonymous subcontractors. A Soros-linked voting machine company has included a source code which enables the machines to be rigged by skimming the percentages and tweaking the numbers using it in decimal points. Key is in Turkiya, 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 is a form of Islamic deception. The Quran, 16:106 and 328, allows Muslims to lie in order to protect themselves or to protect the Muslim community. The Turkiya joke. Not. Haha, I'm for real, lol. Once a liar always a liar. Twitter initiates mass purge of prominent alt-right accounts following Trump victory. This is corporate Stalinism. Treatment video blog. Get arms to defend yourself and lay off chemical thus cancer-causing drugs. It can also be a crossbow or pellet gun with stun pellets so you can get away if someone comes after you. Self-hypnosis also helps. Shrinks and doctors are the body snatchers of the pedo elite. More intel on my channel. Demons, angels, God and Allah do not exist. Religion is man-made. Religion is an abomination, wars, inquisition, etc. Religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Religion is slavery for the mind. Religion is a lie. We should recognize ourselves as the most superior life form in the universe and start behaving like it. Pretending entities exist will just help to hide the voice of God, weapon used by these Jesuits that demolish the WTC, that want to depopulate Earth and impose their totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the 500 million total Earth population that will be left. My comment to the YouTube video Astral Sex on Sky Mitra's channel. Ascetic, characterized by severe self-discipline and abstention from all forms of indulgence, typically for religious reasons. Religions that are generally intolerant to other religions should be forbidden by law. You have the right to freedom of thought, infringed with synthetic telepathy, illegal brainwave modification, privacy, illegal voice-to-skull, intracranial message, illegal voices in your head, physical integrity, infringed with cancer, cell phone radiation and wireless energy used to illegally torture, murder and or silence people. The right to freedom of religion infringed by most religious people should be the right to freedom from religion. You could argue it only matters what they get to see, not what they don't get to see. Japanese PM's full confidence in Trump spooks China. Breitbart News. George Takei, Trump's Muslim registry's prelude to interment. USA Today, 16 hours ago, Donald Trump hasn't resurfaced last year's discussion of a national registry for Muslims in America since moving from candidate to president-elect, but that doesn't mean his supporters and critics haven't forgotten about it. Jihad is linked to the Quran's 164 Jihad verses, and the Quran is linked to the Muslim religion, and the link is unbreakable. They are inseparably linked. It's an ideology, not a religion. If people are killed for leaving the religion, apostates. 1400-50. Late Middle English Latin connector, equivalent to con plus nectar to tie. I'm gone, I did it, I get it. They think we had the brain neuron degeneration causing mercury-laced killer vaccine already. So the pedo elite controlled MSM people think we are retards already. Boy, are they in for a surprise. The toxic ingredient mercury in the killer vaccines was renamed thimerosal. Of course, they are not stupid. Thimerosal is a mercury-containing organic compound, an organomercurial. Thimerosal, 49.55% mercury by weight, so almost half of the vaccine ingredient thimerosal is a toxic agent. Mercury. Could it be synthetic telepathy? Is done with cancer, cell phone radiation and the directed energy weapon torture or torture beam. Is wireless energy sometimes mislabeled scalar wave technology? Or is synthetic telepathy also done with wireless energy, and the cancer cell phone antennas are just another depopulation tool to induce cancer, lumping red blood cells, rouleau, and DNA damage? See 999 per logic for the scientific studies that prove it. The cancer cell phone antennas are just another red herring distraction from their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska. Adolfo Nicholas. Van Allen radiation belt, what are they going to erase from your memories next? The key to the everlasting eternity. Pedo elite tastes better. The pedo elite that program the voice of God weapon are the only ones that are not abused by it. Little things untold. We're gonna bring all dead people back. A flight from New York City to London destroys 1 square meter of sea ice even if you use golden seatbelts. ScienceMag.org/ news/ sifter/ watch arctic ice eldest sea ice shrink. Please show the same animation with Greenland. I guess this is supposed to convince us global warming is real. However, Greenland was green 1,000 years ago. How about now? I think we need to worry about global cooling like I did back in the 70s. I read we are in between 2 ice ages. Is this true? Marijuana legalization won big at the ballot box. Now the real challenges start. The Cannabis, 2016-1911, even if appointed officials honor Trump's professed respect for states' rights, marijuana legalization is just the start of a protracted dialogue over how to craft cannabis policy. Fifth Avenue in front of Trump Tower will stay open, de Blasio says. New York Times, Trump agrees to $25 million settlement in Trump University fraud cases. Washington Post, President-elect Donald Trump, who has repeatedly bragged that he never settles lawsuits despite a long history of doing so, has agreed to a $25 million settlement to end the fraud cases pending against his defunct real estate seminar program, Trump University. HJB and MD, 3:34 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time plus 0100. Trump is on record as saying he never settles. In addition to this Trump University settlement, one can find other settlements by Googling. 1. Trump 13 settlements. 2. Trump Polish workers. 3. Trump Alan Rothman. Invariably his settlements include a non-disclosure clause so that the details are hidden from the public. There is no end to this man's mendacity, untruthfulness. WashingtonPost.com. The supposed dirt I have found on the president I support, Trump, is minimal and practically non-existent compared to the dirt on Hillary and previous presidents. At present I am in the Netherlands, also known as Holland and Never Netherland. UK girl gets wished to be frozen in US after death in cryogenics case. CBS News. 19 hours ago, London. The teenage girl's instructions were direct. She didn't want to be buried, but to be frozen, with the hope she can continue her life in the future when cancer is cured. It's more fun to try to always be love. Fake news equals mainstream media plus controlled opposition. Real news equals my channel. Remember tolerance, not no tea. If there are Muslims that have never killed non-Muslims nor unbelievers, you could argue they are moderate Muslims. No terrorist attacks in the Netherlands means that I have adjusted my view of Muslim people, but I am still anti-religion, pro-enforcing the real law and catching the worst criminals first. The danger of a global jihad in mainly non-Muslim countries is practically non-existent. As long as there are very few or no attacks, legalized Muslims should not be expelled. There is a case for sending criminal Muslims back to their home country, but only if they are illegal immigrants and they are not prosecuted in their home country and their country has an agreement with your country for proper punishment, so real criminals do their time so they think twice and decide not to do the crime again. We know things that are nicer than a full baggie. Is this thought thinking time worthy? I am Shadow 24/7. All these chicks want my ass. Can air pressure difference be used to generate free energy? 50 Rolex watches sold for $13 million. Mini, 3 years ago 9,910 views. ISIS has as many as 80 operatives in Europe who are primed to carry out attacks, Dutch intelligence expert reveals. Counterterrorism coordinator Dick Schiff estimates there to be 60 to 80. He said Islamic State is asking militants not to come to Syria or Iraq. The terror group is telling fighters to prepare for attacks in Europe instead. dailymail.co.uk November 19, 2016. 2016-2011 8:20. The perpetrator said that if I knew what they have done my stomach would turn. Usually the perpetrator talks in Dutch. I think it is more likely it's an ultra-sadistic torturer and not a neural network, but if it can simulate any human it can be a neural network just as well. Breaking. Pentagon caught paying Prairie firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Read more at frythoughtproject.com. America is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. The Islamic State is not only protected by the US and its allies, it is trained and financed by US NATO, with the support of Israel and Washington's Persian Gulf allies. The Yellow Brick Road freeblog.wordpress.com. Fake ISIS created to catch real terrorists or to depopulate Earth? Probably to disrupt Muslim countries and have a false pretense to go to war with them for cancer oil. Or was ISIS created as a false pretense to declare martial law in non-Muslim countries to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth? And will we see a lot more fake ISIS attacks with real deaths in these Muslim countries? Laws like driving on the right side of the road are not found in the Bible nor Quran, and laws have evolved. So if there is a God, which there is not in reality, he would want us to keep these laws to bestow maximum fulfillment upon the people of planet Earth if he is righteous and smart or all-knowing. Even the evolved laws and not the old religious laws which they are often based on or identical to. Furthermore, people can go to jail if they break real laws, but not for breaking religious laws which are often in conflict with the real law, though in some Muslim countries this may be reversed to a certain extent. Most think God would not want you to kill innocent civilians but to do justice to bestow maximum fulfillment upon the maximum number of people. This makes sense, but since there is no God abiding by the real laws of the country may be wiser. The person that threw stones at me and my father might not have been a Muslim, and none of the thrown objects hit me nor my father. Because there have not been any Muslim terrorist attacks in the Netherlands, I have altered my opinion about the Muslims. Studying the religious writings about jihad, I got to the point that I thought there is a case for expelling all Muslims, but now I know they have not done terrorist attacks in the Netherlands. I think most people agree all Muslims, especially the ones that stay here legitimately, are welcome to stay, of course, and I hope and think we can really live in peace together and promote universal peace and creating a cure against aging. During the global ISIS Jihad there were no terrorist attacks either, and the attacks in France and other countries were fake, and so were the victims according to many reports online. Yoji, Birmingham, United Kingdom, 4 hours ago, who said beware the men in dresses, Daily Mail. Prepare for ISIS nuclear, biological and chemical attacks worldwide to impose the Jesuit pedophiles' totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth after depopulating them. ISIS is fictional and created to kill and torture innocent Muslims to death. The depleted uranium war crime and tactical nuke war crime will go unpunished. The perpetrators are liquefying my spine and torturing me every day for telling the truth about their planned depopulation. Their goal is exterminating 93% of the non-Jews by playing them out against each other. See 4 phases of active measures. It is possible they want 93% of the humans dead no matter what race or religion, but unlikely if Rockefeller financed the Georgia Guidestones like some people claim online. If the world's global population would be depopulated to 500 million total global population, what makes you so sure the population reduction would stop at 500 million? The cure for the designer virus they had at the very beginning? The Tesla plasma shield that protects the 500 million. At present there is none that can, I think. Call and Bone, Erbkrank, 1936. Patience without patience. Putin is a Royal Arch Freemason, like all KGB, MI6 and MI5 agents. Neuromed decay. Putin was a KGB foreign intelligence officer for 16 years, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel before retiring in 1991 to enter politics in St. Petersburg. He moved to Moscow in 1996 and joined President Boris Yeltsin's administration, rising quickly through the ranks and becoming acting president on December 31, 1999, when Yeltsin resigned. Wiki Vladimir Putin. Controlled opposition is when a deliberate attempt is made to either create an opposing effort to any existing power base, or to obtain control of any opposition to one's own efforts. Some protest movements are actually being led by government or corporate agents. Google Inal. The American dream is a national ethos of the United States, this set of ideals: democracy, rights, liberty, opportunity, and equality, in which freedom includes the opportunity for prosperity and success, and an upward social mobility for the family and children, achieved through hard work in a society with few barriers. The pedo elite with New World Order plans can go fuck themselves. Control the oil and you control nations. Control food and you control the people. Henry Kissinger quote from the video. Final warning: Armageddon. Jesuit New World Order. Pope Francis, Rothschilds, Obama, Donald Trump. Obama did not create a world war over Iran. Perhaps all other presidential candidates would have done worse. Kissinger called it a truly global society in 1975. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. Famous Kennedy quote. One of their techniques may be torturing people for days and then letting people hear in their skulls what they had to say during their bad angry episode. The rule of law. The governments of the world need to purge the corrupt Jesuits and Freemasons that want to cull and depopulate to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of this planet we are on, Earth.
So this is an old blog in reality, 999 prologic 999.blog2blog.nl, and I'm now anti-religion, anti all forms of religion, and pro-creating a cure against aging and a perfect society in which we all live happily eternally, which we know is possible because everything is energy. So don't let them tell you it's not possible. You have to keep traveling in the right direction. So this is a very old blog, and I used to think that I was attacked with satellites. So that's reflected in this blog basically. And it's wireless energy in reality, the Fipa array in Polka Flat, Alaska, which is a camouflaged array, so it's not the HARP facility in Polka Flat, but another one. And I've determined the direction of the beam with the grounded Van de Graaff generator. That was all later, and it's also in my broadcast. In my broadcast I usually cover the most recent information, and this is like half a month or a month ago basically. and we're now coming closer to my most recent collection of information and writings. The most important stuff for people to know, and I will think some more while it's reading what could be the most important thing. Your life is the most important thing, and real love number 2 and the real law number 3. So, and we can continue the thing. I find it interesting myself usually to hear back what was written. It's to refresh my memory, and most of it is written by others. It can also be what the perpetrators gave qua idea, so then I wrote it down because I found it a very bad idea. It can also be humor. Sometimes I make a cross through things, and sometimes I do that for fun with things that I agree with or whatever. So I try to keep a sense of humor and not be too serious about stuff.
Earth is not in danger, but the people are. Your goldfish is Jesuit controlled, okay? Not okay. The goldfish ought to be free and its brainwave should not be modified without its consent. Somebody might have thought, gas these fascist Aryan Brotherhood KKK people with Cyclone B pellets. But it's not that funny. I OKKK it, lol.
So here we see all kinds of things that don't help. Of course, shielding with aluminum foil on the side the radiation is coming from, which you can measure with a HF radiation meter. For 125 nowadays you can buy a good one on eBay, and they used to be like 350 bucks to measure the microwatts per square meter going through your brain and body. And so this test at the top I've shown that shows that after 1.5 minutes of use of the cancer cell phone, people have lumping red blood cells, and they will pretend that it's harmless and other BS. But the radiation causes cancer, and besides that, DNA damage and birthmarks, usually on the place where people kept their cancer cell phones, and the MRI scans show the tumors on the side where they keep their cancer cell phones. So it's best if you use it to take out the SIM card and make sure that cancer Bluetooth and cancer Wi-Fi are switched off. So these are ways to protect supposedly, and there is no way to protect yourself against this without a Tesla plasma shield, and I mean the wireless energy used to do the directed energy weapon torture. And they think that cancer cell phone radiation is pulsed and used to control the human mind, but that might also be the wireless energy, these ionospheric heaters around the world. So I'm not sure that these people with the mind control forums, etc., are correct about this. They may be controlled opposition, you know. And I find it weird that nobody has made these these voice to skull messages audible. The messages people hear in their heads, voices, and everybody hears them, but if you say that, then they declare you insane and force drug you to death. Then they claim you are psychotic. So they never do a test to test if these voices are induced with technology, and you can buy this technology yourself. It's called Silent Sound Squad, and the other one was Audio Spotlight. So with that technology you can generate messages inside people's brains that are not heard by others. And more about the brain control in the previous broadcasts. But I just wanted to indicate that I don't agree with what's written here. It's just an old blog, and I've been trying to remove it, but I didn't succeed because there was a reason. My Access for All account was removed, and it had something to do with that. Probably because I don't know the password. Anyway, we continue the more interesting, more recent information for universal peace, for a better future for everybody, including ourselves. I think education is one of the important keys, if you want to call it that. One of the most important ways to create universal peace and a cure against aging and a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, in which maximum fulfillment will be bestowed upon all living things, including the animals.
I think most people are not stupid enough for a global race war. Breakdown of the world's population by race. 1. East Asian 25%, 2. South Asian 21%, 3. White 16%, 4. Black 15%, 5. Southeast Asian 9%, 6. Middle Eastern 8%, 7. Central South American 8%, 1. Asian 55%, 2. White 16%, 3. Black 15%, 4. Central South American and Middle Eastern both 8%, ScienceForum.com. Theoretically, race war could result in mutually assured destruction but is extremely improbable. We'll always be superior to the neural network we created even if it exterminates us all because we created it. How would the sentence, program someone, when we are dead we are not superior anymore, so it's BS. We'd be fucking stupid if we'd let it kill us all and would forget to build in a kill switch. Giving ourselves total control over it is the smartest thing to do cause it's a machine. Some of these ideas are funny to me. What if I don't? What if? It may be best to leave and dissolve ISIS if you do not want Trump and Putin to kill you. I do not condemn the depleted uranium war crime nor the tactical nukes because there is no God. It is more effective to think what we can do to prevent it from occurring again. Wow. I noticed I was pretty negative about the negative. I always disagree with what they are doing with synthetic telepathy, assassinations, everything's outright. What would real opposition or real resistance do? 1. Expose the Jesuits' NWO depopulation plans and tell people to prepare. 2. Expose controlled opposition. The Jesuits are tyrannizing everyone with their directed energy weapons and have been for a long time. Protecting Donald Trump costs New York City more than $1 million a day CNN money. Perhaps they have planned a whole plethora of things that will make Trump look bad to make the civilians revolt. They cannot depopulate without ISIS NBC attacks if you ask me. No, all-white alt-right. Waterboarding is not the same as torturing their teeth out of their mouths and torturing them to death with remotely controlled centipedes, hybrid insect microelectric mechanical sensors or systems. You could argue waterboarding is not torture. It's a proven interrogation technique. Perhaps it is best to keep secret which interrogation techniques are used and leave out things many people would disagree with. It's almost like this subject is covered by the MSM like so many others to create unrest and make people take to the streets to organize demos. Torture leads to false confessions and I still oppose all forms of torture, so I support Trump's decision wholeheartedly and would have supported his decision to torture terrorists because the Jesuits can torture him to death with their Fipa array in Poker Flat as well. I would not have felt good about it though. The neural network may treat anyone that does not support the president as terrorists and depopulate them or not. I said I would support Trump and I do and will until he is re-elected. The president has insight into certain matters civilians do not have insight to. Trump backs away from some of his strident campaign promises. WashingtonPost.com, November 22, 2016. President-elect Donald Trump abruptly abandoned some of his most tendentious campaign promises Tuesday, saying he does not plan to prosecute Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email system or the dealings of her family foundation, has an open mind about a climate change accord from which he vowed to withdraw the United States, and is no longer certain that torturing terrorism suspects is a good idea. Out wrong. Morphine-free. E may stand for ecstasy. Wita risward wita neas, nitas. 4 non-porns, the fountain of life, sperm. Fake news reports to cover up fake ISIS attacks. Trump is elitist shouted in video. Insane anti-Trump protesters admit they're paid by Soros, threaten FEMA camps extermination. Aim for TIs. Do's and don'ts. Am I allowed to ask what Wilders wants to do with criminals from other countries than Morocco? Do people that want open borders think it's okay if more than 50% of their country's citizens are Muslims, though it used to be less than 1%, and if Sharia law is imposed upon them and they have to convert to the Muslim religion? If not, what do they plan to do about it? Is ISIS or something else? Any question that are illegal questions are meant as satire, okay? Would parents of children that ask the question, do you want more or less people from countries overrepresented in the crime statistics have to pay the fine, or would they be put in jail to teach them a lesson? What do you all think? Any constructive comments are welcome, and people can Skype me to be live in this broadcast. The ionospheric heaters may be the cause of global warming, if any. Why else are they called heaters and not coolers? ISIS chemical attacks could be carried out outside Syria. A PCW. RT? Minus 24/11/2016. Bankrupt joke. Burning G. MO1. So calling for the extermination of 7 billion people is allowed, but what Geert Wilder said is not allowed. I don't buy it. Connecticut. Hillary Clinton made honorary Skull and Bones member. WorldNewsDailyReport.com. Donald Trump. If and when the Vatican is attacked by ISIS, which, as everyone knows, is ISIS' ultimate trophy, I can promise you that the Pope would have only wished and prayed that Donald Trump would have been president, because, cheering and applause, it's true, because this would not have happened. ISIS would have been eradicated, unlike what is happening now with their all talk, no action politicians. PBS.org, November 24, 2016, ringing in the head. Attempts to induce cancer in me with the secret Fipa array, Poker Flat, Alaska. Most of the people around you do not have any power, and most of them will probably die in ISIS nuclear attacks. Donald Trump's real name, Drumfather, KKK member, but perhaps not a Mason. Hand signals not evidence. Donald Trump, Scottish Druid and Knights Templar bloodlines. Frederick Trump arrested at the 1927 Klan rally. Skype me if you know what we should do. Skype Logic 999. NIC and Munich attack. SAME photographer, Richard Gutjar. YouTube. 19,596 views, 405 likes, 23 dislikes. Gutjar and will prove Jews behind Munich Bastille Day psyop. 1,798 views, 151 likes, 6 dislikes according to the YouTube counter, which can be completely controlled by the NSA with wireless energy like your brain with synthetic telepathy, as explained in the Malek patent. So it's not about spying on your cancer cell phones and emails, which is the idea the MSM are trying to sell, but about spying on the thoughts in your brain mapping and remotely controlling people with this technology, which they have had since 1974. Tammany dress code. Pope Bergoglio's coat of arms, Miserendo et Galigendo, Latin, by having mercy and by choosing. C. Links between Pope's emblem and Baphomet. Baphomet cap hat of highest level Freemasons. Baphomet, from medieval Latin Baphomet, Baphometi, Ochid and Baphomets, is a term originally used to describe an idol or other deity that the Knights Templar were accused of worshipping, and that subsequently was incorporated into disparate occult and mystical traditions. The arms bear the Latin words salve, separate, and cogula, joined together, that is, the power of binding and loosing usurped from God and, according to Catholic tradition, from the ecclesiastical hierarchy acting as God's representative on earth. Wiki Baphomet. Politico Facebook page, August 14, 2015. Trump quotes. 9. I have black guys counting my money. I hate it. The only guys I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes all day. USA Today, May 20, 1991. 19. I don't have a racist bone in my body. Entertainment Tonight, July 1, 2015. From the 199 Most Donald Trump Things Donald Trump Has Ever Said, Would You Vote for This Man? By Michael Cruz, August 14, 2015. I am wondering if the directed energy weapon attacks are done by ISIS or Bilderberg, or is there someone else with access to the Fipa array in Poker Flat? I must stick my penis inside you and write you. Gangbang. Facebook page, Anti-Jesuit Order. We have to fight aging. First check if Pizzagate is real. I expect it's not, since WikiLeaks is fake as hell as well. Pizzagate, wow. MSM creates fake news. Pizzagate to cover up real investigation. Pizzagate, New World Agenda. 6 days ago 8,300 views. Pizzagate in Hampstead equals hoax? Deborah Mahmoudi. 5 days ago 1,750 views. Obama's kids are adopted. I found the real parents. 2016. Fisher of Men 2. 153,068 views new. Pizzagate is fake. Here's why. Barry Soetoro. 1 day ago 11,701 views. Pizzagate is a hoax and WikiLeaks and Reddit are not here for the truth. Don't be duped. Zachary K. Hubbard. 6 hours ago 1,245 views. The holes in the floor at Comet Pizza. The Jeffrey Dahmer art, the soul cooking parallels with Bohemian Grove, which was not a mock human sacrifice but real. See Baby Burn on picture, and the references to Domino's and pizzas make me have my doubts about Pizzagate being fake. Dumbs I knows. Jesuits, ISIS attacks and global government plans. Where are those missing news Alex reported about? ISIS, CIA, and Vatican connection. Danny Vera 21,697 views. The papacy is the great enemy of every being on this planet. 1. The CIA is a creation of the Vatican. 2. ISIS is a creation of the CIA. Video 26th minute. My death due to misdiagnoses of remotely controlled centipede torture by Jesuits and Skull and Bone. Vostok Kremlin watch stolen by Jesuits that want to depopulate and impose Luciferian global gov. Google search on ISIS nuclear gave the following results. Institute for Science and International Security. ISIS. I was led to believe that the Jesuits had selected Hillary, and were going to rig the election in Hillary's favor. I was wrong, but not completely. It was rigged but in Trump's favor. There is no real election. It is all a fraud. See here, it's rigged. The truth about US elections. Odd Reality 12,387 views. At 58 seconds we read, Clinton Eugene Curtis, a computer programmer from Florida, testified before a congressional panel that there are computer programs that can be used to secretly fix elections. He testified before the judge that in October of 2000 he wrote a prototype program for Congressman Tom Feeney that would flip the vote 51-49. Quote from the Vatican Assassins article, the country will be thrust into a third world war which will culminate in our ultimate defeat and foreign military invasion by a Sino-Soviet Muslim alliance. There are people that are smart enough to do the Jesuits if they would create a world war over Iran to stop it in its tracks, seize the power by taking over and prevent their negative dystopian Luciferian global government plans, and the era of universal peace will start. Since presidents are merely puppets, or rather parrots controlled by these Jesuits, it's time to point our finger at the Jesuits rather than the president. Though the president is responsible, the gun to his head formed by the real directed energy weapon threat changes all that. We could ban the military and everything associated with it with the new synthetic telepathy technology that is at present still controlled by them. The options they have to fulfill their wish to exterminate 7 billion people and maintain the world's global population at a more controllable 500 million. 1. World War over Iran MAD. 7-year nuclear winter, scalar world war, the whole shebang. 2. Nuclear ISIS attacks. They cannot have access to enough nukes to kill 7 bill. 3. World war over Syria, extremely unlikely because of Trump-Russia pact to steal their cancer oil. Pizzagate, Pizzagate nicked. Since the following video was banned by YouTube allegedly for violating its hate speech policy, let's take a look at the lyrics to see why it was banned and if it was banned for a good reason. Diddler on the Roof parody feat. Payday Monsanto. August 19, 2015. Sinead 7 comments. Another new parody form, Shiksa Goddess. This time featuring Payday Monsanto. They plan on doing more collaborations in the future. Donate shekel dollar. Lyrics. Jews day and night must scramble for a victim. Gotta hunt the goyim, gotta suck their soul. We are the chosen, we can do no wrong, and we are Yahweh's favorite ones. Tradition. Who must rape the goyim children in their homes? The Jewish know, and never was a rabbi held accountable. They all got paid off and they all shut up. The goyim. Tradition. The goyim. Tradition. At 3 they started Hebrew school, at 10 they learned to hate. They found a goyim boy, and drowned him in the lake. Blood libel. Tradition. Blood libel. The goyim are our slaves, from them we all get paid. We like to steal their shiksas, and rape them night and day. Tradition. Kill the goyim. Kill the dirty goy. Spoken. You see goyim, we've enslaved you for thousands of years. We don't think you have souls, and Yao told us you're worse than beasts. Because we want to please Yao, we will do whatever we can to stay on top, even if that includes jihading the white race. That's right, you filthy anti-Semites. If this is a parody, then it's clear it's satire, and interesting to see videos like Ask the Kikes Race War Now and the video Kill All the Jews. By the God, the girls are not banned, though Evalian was. When Trump wins the popular vote, we'll prove the fix was in to put Hillary in office by order of the Black Pope. Vatican SS sins. Since the flat earth and shape-shifting reptilians are hallmarks of controlled opposition, which is known for deliberately mixing the truth with outrageous lies to make people that tell these truths they want to hide look insane, we have to investigate if other things they claim are true. and remember to help expose it if it's important for your own future and the future of all people on our planet. Libya, 10 things about Gaddafi they don't want you to know. 1. In Libya a home is considered a natural human right. 2. Education and medical treatment were all free. 3. Gaddafi carried out the world's largest irrigation project. 4. It was free to start a farming business. 5. A bursary was given to mothers with newborn babies. 6. Electricity was free. 7. Cheap petrol. 8. Gaddafi raised the level of education. 9. Libya had its own state bank. 10. The gold dinar, Global Research Co. Colonel Gaddafi killed by bayonet stab to the anus at Times UK. Gaddafi's last words as he begged for mercy, "What did I do to you?" TheGuardian.com. The neural network may have planted the quote joke unquote Gaddafi duck in my brain. Gaddafi was a controversial and highly divisive world figure. He dominated Libya's politics for 4 decades and was the subject of a pervasive cult of personality. Supporters lauded his anti-imperialist stance and his support for Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism, and he was decorated with various awards. Conversely, he was internationally condemned as a dictator and autocrat whose authoritarian administration violated the human rights of Libyan citizens. He supported irredentist movements, tribal warfare, and terrorism in many other nations. Wiki Muammar Gaddafi. ISIS nuclear bomb is a serious threat, warns Barack Obama. The Independent.co.uk April 1, 2016. Harvard researcher warns ISIS may be on the brink of using nuclear weapons. Chilling report highlights risk of dirty bombs, power station sabotage and device detonation. Recent report explains that nuclear threat rises as terror groups evolve. The authors point to 3 types of nuclear or radiological terrorism, includes detonation of bomb, use of dirty bomb, or sabotage of facility. No firm indication of intentions yet, but report warns better security needed. For the latest Islamic State news updates visit dailymail.co.uk/ISIS. Will Donald Trump create World War III over Iran? Jesuit NWO plans, best to be prepared for nuclear events with a radiological water filter in storable food like peanut butter and rice. The Vatican is a pizza ghetto. A male canine is referred to as a dog, while a female is called a bitch. There is nobody that can protect themselves against the torture and brainwave modification without a Tesla plasma shield. They were hurting my spine November 29, 2016 before 1645. Get off, get on with it. Iran disavows Trump influence. Oil deals continue. Forbes 1 hour ago, as a presidential candidate Trump threatened to rip up the nuclear deal reached between Iran and the US and Western powers. Boycott catching boys. Undeterred by Trump threats, Schlumberger signs deal with Iran. By Irina Slav, November 28, 2016. Peace is everywhere, not tech feed leap. So with possible ISIS nuclear attacks several people have warned about it's important to program the computer, DEFCON, not to retaliate unless 100% positive it's not an ISIS nuke. To prevent MAD and scalar world war. After the planned Third Jesuit World War they will say, retaliation is automatic so it's not our fault. But it is because then it was not programmed right and ultimately humans can prevent these nukes from going off. Some claim airborne nuclear weapons do not exist. Book Harmonic 33. Video, CNN encourages American women to wear hijabs, moments later. Radical Islam attacks, Aidan Salazar Infowars.com, November 29, 2016. Jabs, Mariah Carey's, spirits cooking, do torture, ice is real. Beware the fake ice watch. I'm completely open about that in my brain. Ben Carson rated. The Illuminati along with Freemasonry and other secret societies were outlawed through edict by the Bavarian ruler, Charles Theodore, with the encouragement of the Roman Catholic Church, in 1784, 1785, 1787 and 1790. The Vatican created the Freemasons, Jesuits, Illuminati, Alan Cahoots Kamikaze KOSCKF 5696 views. Illuminati connection with the Freemasons. It is well known that the Illuminati controls Freemasonry from the inside. It infiltrated it hundreds of years ago and became a secret society within a secret society. The Illuminati was started in 1776 as a Jesuit front by Adam Weishaupt, who was trained by Jesuits all his life, school, high school, university. His father was a professor at a Jesuit university. He would later become a professor of Roman Catholic canon law at that very same Jesuit university. He allegedly broke ties with the Jesuits and started the Illuminati. This is a lie, though. Weishaupt never broke all ties with the Jesuit order. His Jesuit superiors ordered him to separate himself from the order so that he could set up a front organization that would appear to be entirely separate from the order. This front organization, the Illuminati, would be used to infiltrate Freemasonry and take the blame for Rome's crimes. The Illuminati did it. An example of this is the French Revolution. Almost every leader of the revolution was Jesuit trained, but people instead looked at the story of Lenz, an Illuminati courier who was struck by lightning when he was carrying a plan for the revolution. The job of the Illuminati is to take the blame for Jesuit crimes, therefore, it cannot be linked in any way to the Jesuits. That's why Jesuit Adam Weishaupt was ordered to pretend to lead the order. Awesomest and coolest watch available, Alpha Automatic Jump Hour Watch. Lately the perpetrators have been saying, "It's so horrible for you what we have done again," possibly referring to blocking packages and fucking up deals I made on eBay in several ways with synthetic telepathy. "I shouldn't have done that, and, if you knew what we have done you would murder me, because they are murdering me and are trying to make me look as if I'm the bad guy. It's part of their psychological warfare." Representative Mike Pompeo of Kansas, a Republican whom Mr. Trump has chosen to succeed John O'Brien as head of the CIA, wrote in mid-November on Twitter, "I look forward to rolling back this disastrous deal with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism." New York Times, November 30, 2016. Donald Trump faces obstacles to resuming waterboarding, November 28, 2016. The real torture is done with directed energy weapons, not waterboarding, and the real spying is done on your brain with synthetic telepathy, not emails and cancer cell phones which the mainstream media they control pretends. Trump says he would police US-Iran deal, not rip it up. August 16, 2015. Reuters.com, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said it would be hard to rip up the United States-led agreement with Iran on its nuclear program, but that if he was elected president he would police that contract so tough they don't have a chance. In an interview on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, the real estate mogul described the team that negotiated the agreement, including Secretary of State John Kerry, as incompetent. Trump pledges to rip up Iran deal. Israelis say not so fast. Forbes.com, November 22, 2016. Despite Trump's pledge to rip up the Iran nuclear deal, the Obama administration is still forging ahead trying to secure it. Senior officials said yesterday that the administration is considering new measures in its final months in office to strengthen agreement. Action under consideration to buttress the pact includes steps to provide licenses for more American businesses to enter the Iranian market and the lifting of additional U.S. sanctions, The Wall Street Journal reported. Do not believe anything the mainstream media writes, but check if it's important. It is possible President-elect Trump just wants to add restrictions to the deal, not to rip nor tear it up. CIA chief warns Donald Trump against tearing up Iran nuclear deal, by Dan Bilevskin of 30, 2016. New York Times, London. The director of the CIA has issued a stark warning to President-elect Donald J. Trump. Tearing up the Iran nuclear deal would be the height of folly and disastrous. During the election campaign, Mr. Trump railed against the deal, calling it a disaster and pledging to dismantle the historic accord, reached in 2015, in which Tehran agreed to limits on its nuclear program in return for the lifting of international oil and financial sanctions. Representative Mike Pompeo of Kansas, a Republican whom Mr. Trump has chosen to succeed John O'Brien as head of the CIA, wrote in mid-November on Twitter, "I look forward to rolling back this disastrous deal with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism." But in an interview with the BBC that was published on its website on Wednesday, Mr. Brennan warned that scrapping the nuclear deal would undermine American foreign policy, embolden hardliners in Iran, and threaten to set off an arms race in the Middle East by encouraging other countries to develop nuclear weapons. First of all, for one administration to tear up an agreement that a previous administration made would be unprecedented, Mr. Brennan said in the BBC interview, which the broadcaster said was the first by a CIA director with the British news media. "I think it would be the height of folly if the next administration were to tear up that agreement." Mr. Trump has professed admiration for President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia, calling him a strong leader, and promised closer relations with Moscow, but Mr. Brennan, who was appointed by President Obama and will step down in January after 4 years, warned that the incoming administration needed to be skeptical about the Kremlin. Trump won't tear up deal. International Iran Times, no date, possibly November 19 via Google Cache. Donald Trump says he wouldn't tear up the nuclear agreement with Iran if elected president because Iran would already have gotten its main benefit from the deal before he could take office. Lots of cash. Several GOP candidates have said they would tear up the nuclear agreement on their first day in office, January 20, 2017. But when Trump was asked Sunday if he would do that, he disparaged the idea of tearing up the agreement. "The problem is, by the time I got in there in January 2017, they will have already received the $150 billion. Iran receives two primary benefits from the agreement: the lifting of EU and UN sanctions, and the release of about $150 billion in frozen assets. Trump correctly makes the point that all the frozen assets will have been returned to Iran long before January 2017. He did not address the issue of sanctions. Iran-Times.com/ Trump-1-tier-up-deal. Treasury: no, Iran is not getting $150 billion from the nuclear deal, and it will cost over $100 billion just to restore the country's oil and gas sector. July 29, 2015 HuffingtonPost.com. Last week, Liu told a group of senators that over $20 billion of Iran's frozen assets has already been committed to infrastructure projects with China, and that Iran owes an additional tens of billions of dollars on non-performing loans to its energy and banking sectors. The neural network changes the way it manipulates the audio of video during masturbation sessions based on the video I'm watching and also the brainwaves of the masturbators. It's just trying to exert as much control as possible on whatever it can influence to benefit the Jesuits in control of the NSA. The Jesuit infant-eating pedo trolls' main strategies: divide to defeat, problem reaction solution, controlled opposition to themselves. They are doing things that are very annoying to people, including torture to play them out against each other and exterminate 7 billion people. They are a military order, okay? Cyberbully teen kills herself in front of family as they begged her not to do it. Fox 30 minutes ago. Family hopes for stricter laws after daughter's suicide from bullying. December 1, 2016. Never mind, she was killed by the NSA with synthetic telepathy to push their illegal internet censorship to depopulate the earth. And that there will be more shootings to push their illegal gun bans so the people cannot defend themselves against their tyrannical government. Words cannot hurt you. People must learn not to listen to people that say offensive things about them and see it as badges of honor when they do. Depart from evil and do good. The internet is too censored already and the mainstream media is controlled by the Jesuits, so you are not going to find out who demolished the WTC by studying the mainstream media nor by studying controlled opposition sites of Jews they control. They have selected a pretty one, of course. The parents may have been in on it in some way. At least it's certain they are brain controlled to some extent like everybody else without a Tesla plasma shield. Denying this will not make it go away and only makes it worse for themselves. They have no permission to steal your brainwaves nor to spy on any of you without a warrant, not even if they are NSA. Hasta la pizza. So if they counted the votes properly the first time, there should be no difference. If there is a difference, you can question the integrity of the vote counters, of course. Recounts aren't expected to flip nearly enough votes to change the outcome in any of the 3 states. Lawyers for the Trump campaign argue that Green Party candidate Jill Stein can't seek a recount in Michigan because she wasn't aggrieved to the point where potential miscounting of votes could have cost her the election. She garnered 1% of Michigan's vote. March 12, 2016 24:02, the perpetrators have been liquefying my spine and attempting to murder me with their Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska. WikiLeaks, they are pissing on you all. Pedophile ring equals marriage ring. A good deed, a good bead, not a drill. Hee hee. Censorshipping. Pay for Playmobil, POTUS, duh. The hee hee and now. Pin, a gram. Freemacy on Nick. The neutral order. Globalism. This array. Do you waive your right? Are your rights waived? Freedom. Love is hot. So why don't they register per person who they voted for? Because then they cannot control the outcome of the elections. Pope of Pavlov. Trump picks Goldman Sachs Skull and Bones member Stephen Mnuchin as Treasury Secretary, exposed Brazil. There are 3,973 views. Be rightling, loose, if air. Because they are brain controlled, they don't have to inject voice to skull messages to control them remotely like robots. Beam Einsaf deception. Rabbi, you are eating human meat at McDonald's. James Wickstrom interviews Rabbi Abraham Finkelstein. Pan Nickel T. Jones. Okay. You could argue we should all try to create a cure against aging. I'll try #pipe yogi tea combination. Perfection is this election. The incredible shrinking many. Chill or be chilled. YouTube videos. My death due to misdiagnoses of remotely controlled centipede torture by Jesuits and Skull and Bone. eBay item not received. PayPal error. Impossible to start dispute for item not received. The awesomest watch in existence plus Alpha Jump Power 21 joules automatic mechanical men's watch. And still nothing's happening. It's just another lemon tree shooting up, etc. Righteous S. A tourbillon aims to counter the effects of gravity by mounting the escapement and balance wheel in a rotating cage. Your item arrived at our USPS facility in Jamaica, New York, 11430 on December 5, 2016 at 5:26 p.m. The item is currently in transit to the destination. December 22nd, summer solstice. Animal and human sacrifices are made. 24 demon revels, male and female sacrifice. 25 Yuletide, celebration of the birth of the sun as a young babe to the great goddess. The Satanist's own birthday is very important. The Satanist says, every man is a god if he chooses to recognize himself as one. Levi, The Satanic Bible, theforbiddenknowledge.com /. Satanic_calendar.htm. Saloma wrote, the fake news is easy to recognize. The fake news owners do not publish about Project Cloverleaf, the chemtrail project, and the real news does. The fake news website owners are controlled by the CIA, Cancer Chemtrails in America, CIA Project Mockingbird. So they can publish nothing the cancer chemtrailing the populators do not want them to publish. Directed energy weapon, synthetic telepathy, so nothing is what it seems. Trust no one to find truth. Vervita cleanse to kill centipedes blocked at customs. Please help me press charges. Murder. Religion is just a torture culling and depopulation thing. Worshipping the time-traveling neural network, voice of God weapon rather than their fellow humans. Believing all its lies because they were programmed by it and are controlled with direct energy torture. Sociopath noun, a person with a personality disorder manifesting itself in extreme antisocial attitudes and behavior. Psychopath noun, a person suffering from chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior. Narcissism, noun, excessive interest in or admiration of oneself and one's physical appearance. Psychology, extreme selfishness, with a grandiose view of one's own talents and a craving for admiration, as characterizing a personality type. Psychoanalysis, self-centeredness arising from failure to distinguish the self from external objects either in very young babies or as a feature of mental disorder. Jeffrey Epstein, Virgin's Island. Perhaps it was Pizzagate first. In your base, is. She said is. Then I'm offended. Swear cooking. What are you cooking? Pizza, pizza pan, pizza pole agent, pizza police, pizza law, slice of ham, G, emozino, tickle me Selmo, pizza goid, expose our agenda and pretend it's secret. They know our technique so I shouldn't have done it. Written by the beast. What if God got one of us? Song about Goyim Revolution, removing all Jews from power and how Hitler shut down the Rothschild banks, kicked all Freemasons out of the ranks, opened up the lodges for the public to see, freed Germany from Jewish usury. YouTube vid, The Goyim Revolution, Hitler was right, rap song door, the greatest story never told. Jewish Bolshevik mass murderer Leon Trotsky invented the word racist in 1927 to render debate impossible, and diversity means get rid of whites. Diversity is a code word for white genocide we see on our screen if we play the video. Should I have an opinion? Let me know in the comments or Skype me. For Logic 999, Politzagate, or Pulitzergate. I couldn't hear them clearly. Sign on. Let come go. Pizzagate breakthrough. Rothschild and CTR's David Brock had social ties with Jimmy Comet. David Seaman, recommended for ye new. See Uranus in your neighbor's eyes. So their fake cannibalistic rituals, transubstantiation, Eucharist, Haman's ears etc. are to hide their real cannibalism, so they can say, it's fake, not real cannibalism, and at least makes clear what they used to do. The Eucharist is just the cannibalistic human sacrifice ritual word for word, and religion is an abomination. Carbolic it up, the generate tart. It's just a fact with a fact, fresh from the play ovens. Common ping pong, plays pedo bear traps everywhere. The Jesuit and Jew are there to depopulate you. Remember those that too are your enemy and you are too if you do you. Kabbalah land, Jew-Gen stale, watch kangaroos. Trump team says move on, after Obama calls for cyber hacking probe. False news, December 10, 2016 FoxNews.com, perhaps this is a fake probe, a controlled opposition probe to hide George Soros' Smartmatic election rigging software. A Soros-linked voting machine company has included a source code which enables the machines to be rigged by skimming the percentages and tweaking the numbers using it in decimal points. It's rigged the truth about U.S. elections. Odd reality 12,387 views. At 58 seconds we read, Clinton Eugene Curtis, a computer programmer from Florida, testified before a congressional panel that there are computer programs that can be used to secretly fix elections. He testified before the judge that in October of 2000 he wrote a prototype program for Congressman Tom Feeney that would flip the vote 51-49. Not everybody buys the mainstream media and controlled opposition lies. Has an election ever been rigged in U.S. history? Time, October 19, 2016. Yes, there are examples of rigged elections in U.S. history, but that doesn't mean there's cause to worry about this year's presidential race. Time.com. Comet Pizza owner and hated child trafficker visited White House on same day. James Alefantis, the owner of Washington, D.C. Comet Ping Pong Pizza Parlor, at the center of an elite pedophile ring investigation, visited the White House on the same day as Laura Silsby, a missionary accused of trafficking Haitian children for the sex slave trade. It has emerged. The source's Twitter. Also reported on Jane Burgermester's blog, Alefantis and Silsby visited White House same-day Pizzagate, vote, https, vote co. George Soros linked to John Podesta's pedophile ring, and Alexis Tsipras? A tweet sent by Andrew Breitbart before he died, murder? Has fueled speculation that George Soros may be linked to the pedophile and snuff ring centered around John Podesta. An Instagram photo by his son Alexis Soros suggests that he is involved in the occult practice of spirit cooking. Tonight we dine in hell, states Soros posing in front of what appears to be the body of a dead woman in the background. July 27, 2013. See this Instagram photo by Alex Soros 33 likes. Alex Soros Devil's Heaven Tonight we dine on hell. Podesta spirit cooking emails reveal Clinton's inner circle as sex cult with connections to human trafficking. November 3, 2016 DangerandPlay.com. TPP leaks. All Luciferians will be exterminated. Please help. You could argue controlled opposition is fake news as well. It's clear the mainstream media are fake news because they have failed to report about the cancer chemtrails in America, CIA. Though it's clear cancer chemtrails are real because it's Project Cloverleaf, and before 1998 there were no cancer chemtrails clear from videos and pictures of before 1998, so it's a conspiracy fact and not a theory. The mainstream media's failure to report about something like cancer chemtrails which affect billions of lives worldwide makes clear they are fake. They do not report about what really matters but follow the agenda of the globalist mass murderers, the CIA controlled by the Jesuit cannibals, a military order posing as a religious order, Project Mockingbird, Lethargo the narco in Key Largo, come, at pizza. One is in one. As long as the directed energy weapon torturers, the Jesuits, are not stopped, things will get worse and worse because their goal is exterminating 7 billion people and ruling the world from Jerusalem, perhaps with a world war over Iran, since ISIS nukes would not be sufficient to achieve their goal. Of course they would lie about this like they lie about their pedophilia they are famous for, yet they would admit they want a global government. The Pope and others, Jesuit-controlled slaves, have called for numerous times. Power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. YouTube video, 80 popes tortured and killed 50 million, Chris masturbation, using our Lego system. Russia helping Trump win is legit and the right thing to do. If they did it, they are heroes. How did Russia hack the elections if the voting machine is not connected to the internet? Or is this news just a cover-up of the real election rigging? The CIA believes he deployed computer hackers with the goal of tipping the election to Donald J. Trump. New York Times, December 12, 2016. Apparently this, like Stuxnet, is loud, highly cited. Secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win White House. Washington Post. What evidence is there? U.S. intelligence officials from multiple agencies have found connections between the Kremlin and WikiLeaks. The former provided the latter with countless hacked emails from the Democratic National Committee, Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman John Podesta, and many others, the Washington Post reported. So Russia did the right thing exposing these pedophiles, and it had nothing to do with possible election rigging. Small ads, kikes, and crackers want to kill you. Big Goal of God, 6 years ago 2,275 views. Kyla Shaka Zulu 3 months ago, Jews in South Africa will be wiped out. Watch. Politically incorrect 2 years ago, some people will never understand, it is us whites, blacks, Arabs, Asians, Mexicans, ACT, versus THEM. They don't discriminate, they hate us all. Napoleon Bonaparte. 1769 to 1821. Emperor of the French. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is the general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power, power in its most despotic exercise, absolute power, universal power, power to control the world by the volition of a single man, that is, the Black Pope, the superior general of the Jesuits. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, second at the same time the greatest and most enormous of abuses. We need robots with penises and vaginas to put our brains in. Androids. A gynoid is anything that resembles or pertains to the female human form. Though the term android refers to robotic humanoids regardless of apparent gender, the Greek prefix andro refers to man in the masculine gendered sense. Pope Clement XIV, who had forever abolished the Jesuit order in 1773, alas, I knew that is, the Jesuits would poison me. But I did not expect to die in so slow and cruel a manner. 1774. More on the Jesuit here. Marquis de Lafayette, 1757 to 1834. French statesman and general. He served in the American Continental Army under the command of General George Washington during the American Revolutionary War. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America, are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priests, for they are the most crafty, dangerous enemies to civil and religious liberty. They have instigated most of the wars of Europe. Calming World War III.wordpress.com. Abraham Lincoln 1809 to 1865. 16th President of the United States, the war that is, the American Civil War of 1861-1865, would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. The Jesuits and Jews were expelled from many countries for a reason. Their plan is to exterminate 7 billion people and rule the world from Jerusalem, a global government aka New World Order, and it has always been their plan. The Jesuits are a military order posing as a religious order, and the Jesuits have created many wars, tortured 50 million innocent people to death in their Inquisition, demolished the WTC, nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and are famous for their pedophilia. Cairo, Reuters. A bombing at Cairo's largest Coptic cathedral killed at least 25 people and wounded 49, many of them women and children attending Sunday Mass, in the deadliest attack on Egypt's Christian minority in years. The attack comes as President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi fights battles on several fronts. His economic reforms have angered the poor. A bloody crackdown on the Muslim Brotherhood has seen thousands jailed, whilst an insurgency rages in northern Sinai, led by the Egyptian branch of Islamic State. Shano 19 hours ago, Christian genocide. Western leaders are silent. I denounce all religions, not just the Muslim and Christian religions. Religion is an abomination, an illusion to quote Freud, and religion has brought nothing but wars and torture because they pretend sex is bad, the evil inclination though it's the good inclination, and wars must be fought and is holy, jihad versus corn, but many examples are found in other religious writings. Religion blinds people to the real law. Denounce, publicly declare to be wrong or evil, inform against. Google NL, Sensen's SSS, Napoleon Bonaparte Hyde. Depop humor, see, men. Shocking and horrible. Human meat found in McDonald's meat factory. Lord and God, 72,917 views 3 days ago. Pornogerev and Art Tukin. Click here to squirt full screen. 9-7. Origin expand, 1250 to 1300. Noun, Middle English trump. Be careful. The hypnosystem. Jesuit infant eaters will kill 93% of the world global population. YouTube. Hitler backwards is Yahweh. Right-click on virtual DJ's play button to play videos backwards. So to get all their magical powers, eat the cannibals. It works. Following the dictates of Ignatius Loyola's 25 sessions and the leadership of the superior general, the ultimate goal of this secret organization is to destroy and rebuild the Temple of Solomon, re-establishing the seat of the Pope in Israel. Historically, the Jesuit mission has been to eliminate Protestant Christianity throughout the world, with the United States being the last frontier to be conquered. Contrary to the self-proclaimed mission to educate and assist the underprivileged in society, the Jesuits actually worshipped Lucifer, not Satan, and practiced the most sadistic forms of human sacrifice, homosexuality, pedophilia, black magic, and murder. The society employs a variety of ruthless tactics to accomplish its long-term goal, of a new world order which pays homage to their black pope. One is carrying out political assassinations of world leaders who refuse to comply with its demands. These assassinations in the U.S. have included presidents, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, cabinet members, congressmen, senators, diplomats, journalists, scientists, and religious and business leaders. For purposes of obfuscation and maintaining a spirit of compliance, the Society of Jesus employs, and finances, the services of the NSA, DHS, FEMA, OSS, ONI, FBI, CIA, DIA, DEA, the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, NASA, the Federal Reserve, the Internal Revenue Service, the Congress, and other federal agencies as deemed necessary. Foreign military and intelligence agencies under their control include the German SS, Deutsche Verteidigungsdienst, Underground Abwehr DVD, the British MI6 and MI5, the Israeli Mossad, NATO, Interpol, the KGB, the Chilean DINA, and even the United Nations, to name a few. Assassinations are carried out by the aforementioned intelligence agencies and their mafia partners in the drug and gambling trades, often with collateral assistance from the Knights of Malta, the Freemasons, the Knights of Columbus, and Propaganda Do. P2. Such was the case in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy and some former popes. Universacritter.weebly.com/ the satanic-jesuit-cannibals.html. Obfuscation, to confuse, bewilder, or stupefy. While Mass is being said in the Sistine Chapel and tourists are being shown the works of Michelangelo, deep within the bowels of the Vatican sits a large, circular room with 13 separate chambers, each leading to a distinct catacomb. When a mummified body is placed in front of each doorway, a young child is then brutally sacrificed with a long, golden knife during what is said to be a secret induction ceremony for new members of the Illuminati, better known as the New World Order. ArcticBeacon.com/ confession/ 4-June-2006.html. Jesuits expelled from at least 83 countries, city-states and cities. Shepherd, between 1555 and 1931 the Society of Jesus, that is, the Jesuit order, was expelled from at least 83 countries, city-states and cities, for engaging in political intrigue and subversion plots against the welfare of the state, according to the records of a Jesuit priest of repute, that is, Thomas J. Campbell. Practically every instance of expulsion was for political intrigue, political infiltration, political subversion, and inciting to political insurrection. 1987, J.E.C. Shepherd, Canadian historian. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America, are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priests, for they are the most crafty, dangerous enemies to civil and religious liberty. They have instigated most of the wars of Europe. Marquis de Lafayette, 1757–1834. French statesman and general who served in under the command of General George Washington during the American Revolutionary War. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is the general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power, power in its most despotic exercise, absolute power, universal power. power to control the world by the volition of a single man, that is, the Black Pope, the superior general of the Jesuits. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, second at the same time the greatest and most enormous of abuses. Napoleon I, that is, Napoleon Bonaparte. 1769 to 1821. Emperor of France, POW, Air, IR. 2 days of fog in the Netherlands, December 14, 2016. Watch out, possible nano-fog with nanobots that eat parts of your brain selectively. The illegal we do immediately, the unconstitutional takes a little longer. Henry A. Kissinger, quote from March 10, 1975 meeting with Turkish Foreign Minister Milli Zembel in Ankara, Turkey. Henry Kissinger's quote. Military men are just dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy is the real deal, and he really said it. It is fairly rare that the architects of illegal, imperial wars of aggression are caught saying what they really feel, but this is one of those times, greenroadjournal.com. Bill Gates says he and Donald Trump talked big ideas Tuesday in Trump Tower. The co-founder of Microsoft Corporation told reporters that he and the president-elect had a good conversation about innovation, how it can help in health, education, the impact of foreign aid and energy, as well as a wide-ranging conversation about power of innovation, usnews.com. So watch out, Trump has been compromised, lol. Kill the Jesuit cannibals before they kill you all to be able to impose their Luciferian totalitarian global government upon the world's global population. In the Jesuits' Third World War, they control the judges with their death ray, directed energy weapon torture and synthetic telepathy invented in 1974, which means legal means cannot be used to bring these Jesuit cannibals to justice. The Jesuits, working with the Freemasons and certain Jews, want to depopulate the Earth's global population to 500 million, exterminate 7 billion of us, to be able to control everyone totally with synthetic telepathy. If there would be enough quantum computers, this would not be necessary since everyone could be brain controlled totally. Their neural network has brain mapped people, most probably not everyone, and it can simulate any human. Project Immortality. Also see the Stoclassified, Project Teardrop, the plan to depopulate the Earth to 500 million, and the Declassified, Project Cloverleaf, Cancer Chemtrails in America, CIA, Operation Garden Plot, the program to control the population, Rex 84, the plan to exterminate anyone who opposes a global government in FEMA camps with humane guillotines and incinerator ovens, and or to get rid of large numbers of people infected with their designer viruses. The Pentagon's Can Plan 88, what CNN calls Con 88, nuking the quote zombie hordes unquote, the plan to zombify the world's global population with a rabies-based killer vaccine that turns people into rabies patients very similar to the zombies of movies, and use nuclear weapons to exterminate them. Project Paperclip, Project Bluebeam, a fake alien invasion to depopulate Earth. COG, Continuity of Government, not of Society. BFSA, Blue Force Situational Awareness. Civilians are home quarantined to starve them to death under false pretenses and are killed by the Talon robot army and drones if they break the home quarantines. Only people that carry a blue transponder are not shot at. Agenda 21 and Global 2000, Projects, Programs and Operations. Garden Plot, if any civil disturbance by resistance group, religious organization, or other persons considered to be non-conformist takes place, under Appendix 3 to Annex B of Plan 55-2 hereby gives all federal forces total power over the situation if local and state authorities cannot put down said dissenters. Annex A, Section B of Operation Garden Plot defines tax protesters, militia groups, religious cults, and general anti-government dissenters as disruptive elements. This calls for the deadly force to be used against any extremist or dissident perpetrating any and all forms of civil disorder. The denial of information to an enemy is inherently a command responsibility. Habeas corpus comitatus. Habeas corpus, medieval Latin meaning literally you may have, the body, is a recourse in law whereby a person can report an unlawful detention or imprisonment before a court, usually through a prison official. Typically, the imposition of martial law accompanies curfews, the suspension of civil law, civil rights, and habeas corpus, and the application or extension of military law or military justice to civilians. Civilians define martial law may be subjected to military tribunal, court-martial, wiki martial law. On December 31, 2011, while on vacation in Hawaii, President Obama signed the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, into law, which in addition to allocating $662 billion to the Pentagon also contains a measure which allows U.S. citizens to be taken into custody and held indefinitely without ever being charged with a crime. Not only can any citizen deemed a threat to national security interests of the United States be held forever without receiving a trial, but the military will be the ones arresting those citizens. NDAA Section 1022, subsection C allows 1. Detention under the law of war without trial until the end of the hostilities authorized by the authorization for use of military force. This law basically repeals habeas corpus by not requiring the government to give cause or evidence as to why the person is being detained. The Sixth Amendment, which ensures U.S. citizens the right to counsel, as well as the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which prevents federal military forces from being deployed and used against U.S. citizens. TheLastGreatSton.com. The Rex 84 program was established on the reasoning that if a mass exodus of illegal aliens crossed the Mexican-U.S. border, they would be quickly rounded up and detained in detention centers by FEMA. Rex 84 allowed many military bases to be closed down and to be turned into prisons. Operation Cable Spulser and Garden Plot are the two sub-programs which will be implemented once the Rex 84 program is initiated for its proper purpose. Garden Plot is the program to control the population. Cable Spulser is the program for an orderly takeover of the state and local governments by the federal government. FEMA is the executive arm of the coming police state and thus will head up all operations. The presidential executive orders already listed on the Federal Register also are part of the legal framework for this operation. Must see, Pentagon approves UN. Use of force against American civilians. Video, TheLastGreatSton.com. Some video links on their great website. Leak. Hillary not indicted because everyone in D.C. tied to Clinton Foundation. Videos. Clinton adds +5 to body count in 6 weeks totaling 67 dead associates. Video, when Obama suspends 2016 election, a guide to survive martial law. Videos, beware of martial law, Obama will confiscate firearms of all 50 states in 2016. TheLastGreatSton.com /2016/06/10/ prepping-no-where-fema-camps-r-before-martial-law-gets-declared-video. Penis Clitoris Energy. Universal peace now is better to say than check. Check 1-2. YouTube video, Goyim Revolution, plus Jesuit cannibalism documented plus Project Operations programs, uploaded December 15, 2016. Heatophobic or warmphobic, warming phobia. Ionospheric heaters and cancer cell phone antennas contribute to global warming and may be a bigger contributor to global warming if it exists than people think. They may be natural climate temperature swings and we are due for the next ice age. Normal global average temperature may be 0 degrees Celsius. Global temperature statistics usually start around 1900. The thousands of years before 1900 are not shown. My Vostok Kolmendersky watch that shows the Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Kaliningrad on the dial kept time from December 15, 2016 14:12 until December 17, 2016 10:38 on one complete winding, so when you wind it fully it will keep time for 44 hours and 26 minutes. This is 1 day, 20 hours and 26 minutes, which is 159,960 seconds, 2,666 minutes, 44 hours, rounded down, 1 day, rounded down, 0.51% of 2016. This was while wearing the watch. It is much longer than I expected, so my Vostok Kolmendersky is a lot better than I thought and I love it. The oldest pocket watch that still works is the spherical Melanchthon watch from 1530. It belonged to Philippe Melanchthon, a colleague of the famous Christian reformer Martin Luther. It's 48 millimeters in diameter. It would run between 12 to 16 hours on one winding, and it's engraved in German. The first wristwatch was made for a woman, Countess Kloskowitz of Hungary, by Swiss watch manufacturer Patek Philippe in 1868. GuinnessWorldRecords.com. One of the comments, excuse me? Brigood.com /Ian /History /Invention /First wristwatch, in tribute to the first wristwatch created for the Queen of Naples in 1810. Brigood reinvents the lady's watch in a classic case with a contemporary profile. 1810. The first wristwatch. It is ironic, moreover, that one of Brigood's most brilliant innovations, and indisputably one of his most useful, the wristwatch, no less, should have been completely ignored by his contemporaries. And yet there is documentary evidence to prove beyond any doubt that, in response to a commission from the Queen of Naples June 8, 1810, Brigood conceived and made the first wristwatch ever known, the Brigood watch number 2639. Oblong-shaped repeater for wristlets sold to the Queen of Naples on December 5, 1811. The Queen of Naples placed an order on June 8, 1810 for 2 unusual timepieces, a grand complication carriage watch for the sum of 100 louis, in addition to a repeater watch for bracelet for which we shall charge 5,000 francs. This astonishing order reappears in the manufacturing register, which presents each watch's detailed identity and a complete summary of every stage in the making of the piece. Today, the Queen of Naples watch is nowhere to be found. No public or private collection lists it on its inventory. The oldest wristwatch in the world still in existence may be the bracelet watch made by Captain Freundler at Geneva, made in 1813. This piece is exhibited at the Musée de l'Horlogerie du Lossy, Switzerland. Luxos.com /news /watches /3682-top-5-candidates-for-the-first-wristwatch-ion-the-world. The concept of the wristwatch goes back to the production of the very earliest watches in the 16th century. Elizabeth I of England received a wristwatch from Robert Dudley in 1571, described as an arm watch. The oldest surviving wristwatch, then described as a bracelet watch, is one made in 1806 and given to Josephine de Beauharnais. From the beginning, wristwatches were almost exclusively worn by women, while men used pocket watches up until the early 20th century. Her marriage to Napoleon I was her second. Her first husband Alexander de Beauharnais was guillotined during the Reign of Terror, and she herself was imprisoned in the Carmes prison until 5 days after Alexander's execution. Global warming is caused by ionospheric heaters and cancer cell phone radiation. To get more ECO tax money, we are due for the next ice age. The cold warm truth, the warm soft truth. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty requires the 5 major nuclear weapon states, the United States, Russia, China, Britain and France, to move toward disarmament in exchange for other countries' promises not to acquire them. Rudolph, the rat-nosed reindeer. Studies demonstrated that tartrazine has potential clastogenic activity. A clastogen in biology is a mutagenic agent giving rise to or inducing disruption or breakages of chromosomes, leading to sections of the chromosome being deleted, added, or rearranged. TGA.gov.au. Superstars that make it a fake resurrection that may still be alive. Michael Jackson, Prince George Michael, Herman Brood, David Bowie. Unlikely. My spine is hurting of the centipede venom and I am almost dead, which is the goal of the Jews and Jesuits, depopulating the earth while they pretend to be doing the opposite. George Michael once admitted to trying crack cocaine. People.com. George Michael's friend claims easy access to drugs ruined his career. Daily Mail. George is a crack addict. The Sun. George Michael and drugs, weight gain, depression, cocaine use. Hollywoodic.com. Pictures taken just before George Michael died make me wonder if he was poisoned with the poison that made his face look puffy, or if he was addicted to cocaine. Hollywoodians. December 28, 2016. The perpetrators have been hurting my penis, throat and legs again, and I was able to feel the beam on my hand when they attacked my chest. The attacks are done more internally, so it's harder to feel the beam on your hand. They use the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska, frequency-independent phased array antennas, through-the-wall cancer radar. Main people depopulating the earth, Jesuits, Freemasons, Jews that are listed with quotes that prove it beyond any reasonable doubt. You could argue they are not entitled to an opinion unless they know the facts. Bill Pizzagates. About the two-state solution. To create a war you need 2 states with their own leaders. Two-state solution to create. Jesuits plan Third World War, divide to defeat Otto Abtrau. Okay, everybody, lay down on the floor and keep calm. To put things in perspective, if the watch is only 99.9% accurate, it would be off by 1 minute and 27 seconds per day, which is unacceptable in the luxury watch world. George Clooney's wife Amal is a transgender, the same as David Bowie's wife Iman. Russie on vids, recommended for you. Amal Alamuddin is manly jawed, bug-eyed, hump-nosed, disfigured, hideous transvestite with a hunchback, diseased, emaciated third world chicken legs, massive Neanderthal feet and hands, and a horse overbite over her buttieth. Designttrend.com. Because on pictures of her in a swimsuit there is no penis visible like with Michelle Obama, Michael LaVaughn Robinson, it is highly unlikely George Clooney's former wife could be a transgender person. If the person's penis was removed and the doctors made a vagina, I consider the person female. The whole split up in male and female in toilets and locker rooms is to prevent rape. Hospital. To war solution. I doubt if Pizzagate is real because David Seaman and others do not look torture to me. The people are not gonna do what you want them to or what is right if you cannot torture them to death with directed energy weapons like the Jesuits can. The Pizzagate covers have a tiny amount of viewers compared to some young boys and girls out there with millions of views. The two-state solution world is preventable because everything is energy, but they have prepared this one for a long time, so it's best to prepare. Surviving global thermonuclear warfare is easy with a radiological water filter in storable food. Palestinians are. Will the two-state solution become a UN Security Council resolution? United Nations Security Council Resolution 1397 was the first Security Council resolution to call for a two-state solution to the conflict. So get radiological water filters and storable food like peanut butter and rice, y'all. Universal peace, now. Abbas says he's willing to work with Trump to reach two-state solution. In It News 13 hours ago, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas said Saturday he is willing to work with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump to reach a two-state solution. The framework of the solution is set out in UN resolutions on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, going back to 1974. Two-state solution, final solution to get rid of all non-Jews, Goyim. You cannot make a world war without two states that can be played out against each other. Durex 84, story, pedophile stalker followed my home. Nothing done about Pizzagate pedophiles. Happy New Year. Insane Nazi collaborators Soros calls Trump Hitler. December 30, 2016. Soros, American, elected a con artist and will be dictator as its president. Billionaire globalist George Soros says President-elect Donald Trump is a would-be dictator who threatens the future of the New World Order. Yet Soros himself admittedly aided the Nazis in confiscating property from the Jews during World War II. Soros called the incident the happiest time of his life. Infowars.com/ insane-nazi-collaborator-Soros-calls-Trump-Hitler. Two-state solution for World War not peace unpreventable UN plan? Putin, I am not your friend, I am the president of Russia. In SAS, 2,100,929 views 5 months ago. Exposed. Wars. Ah. Then you're a self-hating Jew. As if I believe you. So don't let the Jew depopulate you. Must see two-state solution World War 0 views fireworks in Midrick 171 views. A two-state solution World War would affect the whole world and could be the main way to depopulate Earth and to impose a totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the people of planet Earth. Israelis now face a fateful choice as hope for a two-state solution fades. The Guardian December 31, 2016 does not rhyme with the title of this video. Don't believe anything the fake mainstream media writes. Watch. Two-state solution to create Jesuits plan Third World War divide to defeat must see important? https www.youtube.com/ Watch V equal HLGRMERXSQ8. A New World Order aka global government has always been the goal of the Jesuit infant eaters according to several online sources. To have a world war you need to split it up into two nations. How could it contribute to universal peace? Religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. Their neural network aka voice of God weapon is not really the creator of the Big Bang. Synthetic telepathy is used to depopulate Earth by misleading people as much as possible and by playing people out against each other. The people that want to depopulate you are your enemy. Comment to the video. Israel's two-state solution has been signed. Blowjobs on bicycles. Sometimes we feel bad. The Jesuits, famous for their pedophilia, torture of innocent people, inquisition, and wars, are a military order that controls the NSA and the brains of the judges with synthetic telepathy and directed energy weapon torture. So legal means cannot be used to catch these people. If you want something to be done about this, you have to do it yourself. If you help to expose the real pedophiles, chances that a father of one of the missing children will take action himself and end these vicious circles of abuse increase. Do not waste your time on the fake mainstream media. Prepare for their planned Third World War. It's easy to survive with a radiological water filter in storable food, peanut butter and rice. There is no point in convincing people that cannot help you other than to educate them to create a better timeline. Check my channel for more intel on how to survive their ongoing depopulation. https www.youtube.com/ user/ Ulrich Kaufmann/ videos. Beware of controlled opposition. They only exist to prevent a real resistance against the depopulation and totalitarian Luciferian global government aka New World Order from forming. Punishment has to be in relation to the crime. Do not let them play you out against their enemies. The people that want to depopulate you with cancer chemtrails in America, CIA, killer vaccines and other depopulation methods are your enemy. I have covered 6 Jews that want to depopulate the earth with their book quotes in my broadcasts, and it's really crucial information. God does not exist and religion is an abomination. I am a conspiracy factist, not a conspiracy theorist. A video with evidence would be nice and does exist, and people that have been abused themselves usually have less trouble understanding the truth. Hope you are armed and ready to defend yourself against these creeps. My response to the video, how I know Pizzagate is real. Becky Percy. Of course they are not allowed to defend their home country. They have to let themselves be invaded, killed, tortured, plundered and enslaved, otherwise they are terrorists. All 5 conditions have to be met. Co-star recons. Left unsaid, what will happen to more than 20 million Americans now insured under the Affordable Care Act, or to the 27% of Americans with pre-existing medical conditions who, under the Health Care Act, cannot be denied coverage by insurance companies? New York Times article, Trump and Senate move quickly to repeal Affordable Care Act. N equals 1 byte equals 2 carats equals 3D equals 4 E equals 5 Fahrenheit equals 6 grams equals 7 hours equals 8 I equals 9 joules equals 10 carats equals 11 liters equals 12 meters equals 13. N equals 14 O equals 15 P equals 16 Q equals 17 reameters equals 18 seconds equals 19 tons equals 20 U equals 21 volts equals 22 watts equals 23 X equals 24 Y equals 25 Z equals 26. K equals 2, 11 equals 1 plus 1, L equals 3 meters equals 4 newtons equals 5 O equals 6 P equals 7 Q equals 8 reameters equals 9 seconds equals 10 tons equals 2 U equals 3 volts equals 4 watts equals 5 X equals 6 Y equals 7 Z equals 8. G7, orange equals 33 O equals 6 reameters equals 9 Aries equals 1 Newton equals 5 grams equals 70 equals 5. 6 plus 9 plus 1 plus 5 plus 7 plus 5 equals 33. Wumutin P Ra 10, being sensing, Seagull. ICE is watching you. Secrecy is security is victory. From the movie Snowden. Snowden may be a psyop to hide synthetic telepathy by focusing on email and phone spying and tracking. Podopolis. Snowman Snowden straw man. They will do the directed energy weapon torture until you are silenced. Takeaway. Even when your phone is idle, it is still maintaining a signal with cell towers and syncing data. If you're in an area with poor coverage, it can make your phone work harder to connect, causing faster battery drain. A bad or failing battery can also cause the phone to drain faster than it should, even when idle. Because you can make emergency phone calls even without a SIM card, it's weird that the cell phone signal strength apps do not work without a SIM card, because you can make an emergency phone call and, even when your phone is idle, it is still maintaining a signal with cell towers and syncing data. Perhaps this is done to depopulate Earth with cancer cell phone radiation. Another watch I recently bought pretty cheap has Bluetooth that cannot be switched off. How to save battery consumption on Androids. Turn battery saver on in setting battery, turn location off. Keep screen on time short, the screen usually uses most of your battery. Install the app to turn on and off your screen with a flick of your wrist. The case for saving granny. The neural network can make changes to the reality we are in 24 hours a day, continuously. It only has to be programmed to do so. It is changing people's brain waves, controlling electronic equipment at will, crashing fly-by-wire planes, inducing diseases and brain mapping people. The Air Council, SC. January 10, 2017, the perpetrators are inducing a cold in me with their Fipa array, the real herb facility in Poker Flat, Alaska, so they can call me a snot nose. Through the wall cancer radar is real and on 24 hours a day. It's part of their no-talk programming triggered by exposing their planned two-state solution world war. Pinterested. Drop that beam. I'm driving in my Jaguar, okay. Select all images with a storm front. Twilight came, the streets began to play Night Legend. Some people retreat, they dare to attack forces on, as the Black Gold Smale watch. Not okay Google. Yeah, it works. Trees in Gematria. G-Synced January 16, 2017. Cancer radar is not just going through the wall, it's also going through your skull. François Hollande, two-state solution is the only way to create a world war to depopulate the earth and impose the Jesuits' totalitarian Luciferian global government upon the 500 million of us that will survive it. Al Jazeera.com January 15, 2017. Animate that gif. Refund fucks, people community. Is there a way to turn off the Android Wear System notification cloud icon with Cancer Bluetooth off? And a way to change the brightness of the LG Urbane Watch in ambient mode with the mini launcher on? If you adjust the brightness of the Urbane Watch with the mini launcher, you can dim the brightness more than with the normal Android Wear settings, but the problem is that the brightness of the screen in ambient mode is much lighter than in normal mode. So the mini launcher brightness only works when ambient mode is off. So I'm looking for a way to dim the brightness more in ambient mode as well, and a way to get rid of the system notification cloud icon displayed on top of the watch faces when Cancer Bluetooth is turned off. Why Android Wear sucks tremendously. The amount of radiation going through your body with Cancer Bluetooth on is over 1000 microwatts per square meter, though the maximum advised by building biologists is less than 0.1 microwatts per square meter. To install watch faces, you have to turn Cancer Bluetooth on, so use aluminum foil and keep your distance from the device when installing them. The concept of carrying a phone as well when there are Android watches with a phone and camera built-in is super retarded as well. Another thing that sucks is that you cannot install the normal Android apps like on a normal Android watch without using ADB. And to use ADB you have to turn on the Cancer Bluetooth and debugging over Cancer Bluetooth as well. It's best to avoid this as much as possible if you do not want cancer, lumping red blood cells and DNA damage, which the cancer cell phone radiation is scientifically proven to cause. More info on 999 Prologic 999 blog 2 blog NL. On the LG G Watch, the mini wear launcher brightness reduction works on the watch faces.
So I really had to laugh here because this looks like a bunch of ninjas attacking a cop car basically. So these are the agent provocateurs. In reality they're dressed as ninjas, so you can see their face. They used to have caps and basically they're dressed as civilians, of course. And later it's also coming up that they get paid to demonstrate against Trump, for example. And there's an organization that pays them in reality. I don't know if that's the part they've erased from the article, but it's coming up if they haven't done so. Anyway, yeah, so what we notice is loads of people with cameras when they're police provocateurs, and there are like 20 people with a camera filming it, because they're all brain controlled to a certain extent also, and they want the pictures of the police provocateurs smashing cop cars to pretend that it was not a peaceful protest. But you see no one else doing this. The police provocateurs also like to smash windows. So then the group could disassociate themselves from these people and carry a plate agent provocateur with an arrow or something, so that they can keep that near the person smashing the cop cars and smashing the windows. That might be an original idea if you're up to it. And be able to defend yourself. You see, the police, it's always unfair. The police carry dum-dum bullets, water cannons, real guns, etc. And the civilians are not allowed to carry these gas masks. It's weird. Though perhaps we should all be wearing a gas mask in public as well to set the right example. So we continue.
In ambient mode as well, but that does not work on the LG Urbane watch in ambient mode. But you cannot adjust the time manually without a phone connection on the LG. On the Urbane has this option. Both have the retarded icon floating on top of the watch faces, which seems to have been built in to make people irritate themselves to death. Cancer Bluetooth and Cancer Wi-Fi both have to be turned on to update the fucking weather icons. You cannot make emergency phone calls with your Android Wear watch unless you carry a separate Cancer cell phone with you, which has to irradiate your body to be connected, and then there is no point in doing it from your watch or wearing the watch instead of carrying the retarded Cancer cell phone. It's best to take this SIM card out to prevent Cancer cell phone radiation exposure. Your health is more important. You can still make emergency phone calls, also without a Cancer SIM card. Not that there is any use, they are always delayed in life-threatening situations anyway. When you see Android watch wearers flicking their wrist like a mentally impaired person, that's because they are. Lol. The watches do not emit Cancer microwave radiation when they are not connected to your phone, but as soon as you turn Cancer Bluetooth on your phone, you are bathed in loads of Cancer cell phone radiation. Calls, I know they burn pigeons for me. 2 things they pretend about Cancer Bluetooth. 1. That ionizing radiation is harmless. 2. That there is only a small amount of it going through your body. 3. That aluminium foil does not lock, shield, which it does in reality, which is easy to check with a Cancer microwave meter. There is no app to keep Cancer Bluetooth and Cancer Wi-Fi off on your Cancer cell phone. There should be a setting to keep it off at all times. The LG Urbane watch battery level is drained to 15% in screen always on mode in 3 hours 18 minutes using watch faces with sweeping hands and at the lowest possible brightness setting. With an app called Stabilization, you can prevent the watch from going into ambient mode so the seconds are displayed continuously. With the app Wear Launcher, you can dim the screen more than with the Android Wear operating system settings, but in ambient mode that does not work on the LG Urbane watch, with the effect that ambient mode is brighter than normal mode. So Android Wear sucks tremendously, because to install watch faces you have to use Cancer Bluetooth. To see the weather updates you have to turn on Cancer Bluetooth and Cancer Wi-Fi on your Cancer cell phone and carry it with you. It has no camera, the battery life is extremely short, you cannot install normal Android apps, and even to make audio recordings you have to carry your Cancer cell phone and turn Cancer Bluetooth on. Even now the price of used Android Wear watches has dropped because of these reasons. They are not worth the money, because if you use the watch face you want with the seconds displayed continuously, the battery life is extremely short. Another annoying thing is the system notification icons appear on the watch face, so if you turn off Cancer Bluetooth, a little cloud icon with a stripe through it or plain icon, in airplane mode, appears on the watch face continuously. Display naughty vacations. VIPP. We are the swim bots. We are the blow bots, the Shanji. Do these Finno watches display an icon on the watch face when the cancer, DNA damage and lumping red blood cell causing Bluetooth and Wi-Fi are switched off like the Moto, LG, Huawei, etc. do? Response to the video, FINOW X1, X3, X5, and Q1 smartwatches compared. Former newspaper editor who exposed CIA found dead, earnewswire.com January 15, 2017. Udo Aufget murdered libertyblitzkrieg.com. Charles Sky. 6 months ago, Trump has publicly said that he was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and commented on how Epstein liked young women. Guest post, the abused are taught to fear their abuser. As first reported by Radar Online, admittedly a tabloid website, a woman in San Bernardino County, Katie Johnson, claims in court documents that the New York billionaire and GOP frontrunner forced her to engage in various perverted and depraved sex acts by threatening physical harm to Johnson and her family. Jeffrey Epstein was previously accused of running a sexual abuse ring which involved preying on and providing underage girls to high-powered clients, among them prominent businessmen and politicians. While these claims were never able to be substantiated, he was convicted of soliciting an underage girl for prostitution in 2008, and subsequently sentenced to 13 months in prison. Injustice in. On the creepy scale, Trump counted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein as a friend, defended Joe Paterno and Michael Jackson. Stop Trumpnado, at Trumpnado 2016 Twitter.com. Herb is Pfizer. Soros has ties to 50 partners in Women's March protest. January 22, 2017, George Soros has funded, or has close relationships with, at least 56 of the Women's March organizations, the New York Times has admitted. Birdflu666.wordpress.com. They also control your touchscreen with wireless energy to make it very hard to open apps when you need them. Demand Protest is the largest private grassroots support organization in the United States. We pay people already politically motivated to fight for the things they believe. Please note, you will be required to attend an in-person workshop and sign our standard non-disclosure agreement. As a Demand Protest operative, you will receive a monthly retainer of $2,500 on top of our standard per event pay of $50 per hour, as long as you participate in at least 6 events a year. Full-time operatives receive health, vision and dental insurance for families, flexible vacations, and paid trainings. Travel expenses are always paid. All operatives have access to our 24/7 phone help desk in addition to in-person support at events. Apply. https www.domainprotest.com/. Recruitment. The standard non-disclosure agreement can be a good reason not to apply, and there are many other reasons people do not want to be associated with controlled opposition. Whether this is controlled opposition, you may or may not judge for yourself. The Thoughts Police, NSA, Being Real. Trump team infiltrated by Greek globalists Reince Priebus and George Papadoulas, January 21, 2017. What's true? The surname of Donald Trump's family was originally Drumpf. What's false? Donald Trump's name was never Donald Drumpf. Snopes.com. Why the spelling error? Named instead of name? The Donald's grandfather was a German immigrant named Frederick Drumpf who emigrated to the U.S. in 1885 and became a naturalized citizen in 1892. At some point, he started calling himself Frederick Trump, but it is unclear if he ever changed his name officially. Times.com. I think he must have, otherwise his name wouldn't be in his passport. George Soros, in a Bloomberg interview at the World Economic Forum in Davos, said he thinks Trump will fail because the ideas that guide him are inherently self-contradictory. Soros also called Trump a would-be dictator. CNBC.com. When will Greek prosecutors finally lock up Soros-hired assassins Theodectes and the Bishop of Volos? January 18, 2017. Birdflu666. Soros groups caught on video planning violence to mar Trump inauguration. January 18, 2017. Is Britain in on crashing the EU for a global government? Should the Netherlands and other countries leave the EU like Britain? People Power. Prepare for the Jesuits' long-planned two-state solution. World War. Infowars.com. The two-state solution is final solution. RabbiDov.com. Rabbi Dov. Did you know that the concept of the final solution of extermination so vehemently forced into our minds by the Jewish propagandists was not proposed by a German Nazi, but rather by a Jew? In 1940, long before the beginning of the alleged Holocaust, the Wannsee Conference, allegedly authorizing the Holocaust, was held in February 1942, and also before the USA entered World War II. The American Jew Theodor Neumann Kaufmann wrote a book titled Germany Must Perish, in which he proposes the Jewish final solution to the Germans as well as other Gentiles. In the book, which was published in 1941, Theodor Kaufmann advocates and devises a plan for the extermination of all of the German people through a forced sterilization program in what he calls a final solution. bestgore.com/. The final solution. With a two-state solution, Israel is set on a course for World War. To establish a global government advocated by the Pope of Rome. Be prepared. ISNT. The two-state solution in violation of the Bible's quote, the land from Dan to Beersheba, unquote. If God supposedly said it is the land of the Jews, how can they give it to the Palestinians? When they say peace and safety, then comes sudden destruction. The time is near. Truth FED 1363 views. The Oppenheimers were non-observant Ashkenazi Jews. Oppenheimer is among those who are called the father of the atomic bomb for their role in the Manhattan Project, the World War II project that developed the first nuclear weapons used in the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Donald Trump's Israel ambassador said Jews who back two-state solution are worse than Nazi collaborators. David Friedman also wants to move embassy to Jerusalem and has accused Barack Obama of anti-Semitism. Donald Trump's pick as ambassador to Israel has described Jewish Americans who advocate a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as far worse than those who police their fellow Jews in Nazi concentration camps. Independent.co.uk. People can be made infertile with GMO and they will not find out about it until they try to make a baby. It is unlikely they can ever prove it was caused by genetically modified food. Much of the bio, organic, eco, non-GMO crops have been contaminated with GMO. Flaxseed, for example. Peter Quick said. The satanic inversion works on many levels because they are all satanically controlled by the NSA with synthetic telepathy. CNN speculates Trump's assassination. Martial law. Richie from Boston, 11,345 views new. One of the best evidences that proves the Apollo moon landings were a hoax beyond any reasonable doubt is multiple use of sets and backdrops according to some of the most prominent moon landing deniers out there. Editor's note: of course, although the backdrops match, the foregrounds are different. This was probably to help disguise the fact that the setting has been used for both a general scene, photo A is 15-82-11,082, and an alternative setting for the LM, photo A is 15-82-11,057. It is highly likely that there was a finite number of backdrops available to the photographic team and that NASA failed to anticipate such meticulous analysis of the imagery. Apollo investigation. Examples of anomalies and inconsistencies in the Apollo photography. It is the opinion of Ollis, as well as expert photo analysts like Jack White BA, that the numerous inconsistencies in the Apollo photographs encode deliberate mistakes. Therefore the Apollo record may not be a true and accurate account of the men landing on the moon. Evidence for these conclusions falls into a number of categories. Background mountains located just meters away, not kilometers. Physicists and professors of mathematics conclude Apollo fakery. Use of multiple overhead light sources. Light direction anomalies. No lights were taken to the moon. Lighting units visible in shot. Incorrect size of the sun. Impossibly high camera positions. Fabricated scenes deploying photocompositing. Mutually exclusive images. Retouching blocking out of unwanted background details. Lunar rovers that leave no tracks in the lunar dust. Footprints in the lunar dust not belonging to Apollo astronauts. Examples of the above are to be found on the various Apollo investigation pages. Here is a selection. ISS? Fake. Mars landing? Fake. Apollo moon landings? Fake. They had color cameras before 1945 and they did not take one with them on their first moon landing trip in '69? Who filmed Neil Armstrong climbing of the ladder to make the first steps, or was there a camera on the outside of the lander? Eagle. A low-quality photo of a television monitor showing Armstrong on the lunar module's ladder. Moon landing hoax top 10 proofs. Most people do not have a cancer cell phone measuring instrument, microwave meter, HF radiation meter, because they are quite expensive and therefore most people do not know the MIT is lying if they pretend aluminium foil does not block, shield, microwave radiation, which it does. Best is to put the foil around your cancer Wi-Fi, cancer Bluetooth or other radiation emitting device as close as possible and completely around the transmitter. Some apps can switch on cancer Bluetooth and cancer Wi-Fi, which can also be used by location on Android devices. Switch off use Wi-Fi and cellular networks to determine location. Use GPS instead. Stop Android 4.3 from always scanning for Wi-Fi networks. If you don't want Google using your device to constantly scan for Wi-Fi networks, even with Wi-Fi turned off, you need to read this. To disable Wi-Fi scanning always available on your Android 4.3 Jelly Bean device, launch the Settings app and tap on the Wi-Fi option under Wireless and Networks. Next, tap on the menu button in the lower right-hand corner and select Advanced from the list. You should then see Scanning always available with a checkbox next to it. Uncheck the box and your device will no longer scan for networks at all times. CNET.com. Their leader is Adolfo Nicolas, not Bergoglio. They demolished the WTC and only the Jesuits could have made the plane stand out and have access to the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska to crash these fly-by-wire planes into the WTC. Comparing them to whores is rather ridiculous and would be doing these ultra-benevolent Jesuits an honor. They were expelled like the Jewish people, and the final solution was originally a Jewish idea to exterminate the German people. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Long live the words of Gandhi. Be a hero instead of a depopulating troll. Be smart. Be who you want to be. Have sex. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Abraham Lincoln, 1862. The Jews murdered 60 million whites in Russia during Jewish Communist USSR. Stormfront.org. Celtic Man, forum member. Donald Trump says the earth is flat, by Aircleaner, CNN, January 13, 2017, CNN.com.de, Baltimore, Maryland, AP, speaking to reporters in Baltimore on Monday. Following the 138th Conference for the National Guard Association of the United States, the Republican Party's presidential nominee revealed that he is a member of the growing population known generally as Flat Earth Truthers. I fly a lot, and I mean a lot. No one flies more than me. Listen, I own a jet. I own a 757, beautiful plane. It's the best plane. If the world were round, believe me, I would know. McDonald Trump profiles Facebook, genetically modified mini polar bears. Would you buy one? It would be pretty expensive to generate ice for them to sit on, but where there is a will there is a way, my mother used to say, and she was right about that because everything is energy. So it has to be a box with sheets of ice floating in it and fish for them to catch, perhaps some snowy mini mountains. Or they would have to be modified to withstand higher temperatures and to be non-aggressive towards humans. If somebody would kill my mini polar bear, I would kill them. Collectivism. Electromagnetism. CIA equals naughty NSA. Mirror 615-329 search by image. Gruesome moment, woman has centipede removed from ear after it crawled in while she slept. Mirror online. Scared of bugs? Look away now. Skin crawling video shows a centipede being removed from a girl's ear. A man places droplets of liquid into the unfortunate girl's ear. He attempts to widen the ear as an object can be seen wriggling inside. Eventually the centipede darts out of the ear and across her head. dailymail.co.uk. Arashad Oli, iodine. Anti-Trump protesters will face up to 10 years in prison. YouTube. Sean Spicer isn't playing a game with you filthy kikes. Daily Stormer, Whitefish, cries killing kikes trying to have Daily Stormer classified as a terrorist group. Rabbinical Council gathers in Whitefish, Montana to fight Daily Stormer. January 19, 2017 101. Eric Stryker, lock up your children, the rabbis are flying to Whitefish. Mossad and CIA holding secret meetings, plotting to undermine Trump administration. January 13, 2017. Eric Stryker, ZOG is going to ZOG. President Trump could wear a yellow suit with gray stripes. I guess it's not gonna happen. Normie is a pejorative label for an individual who is deemed to be bornly conventional or mainstream by those who identify themselves as nonconformists. Hilarious Lithuanian actress Sieg Heils, shouts Jew, Jew, Jew on game show, posted on January 13, 2017, Andrew Anglin Daily Stormer, January 12, 2017. The video with this article has been censored. To find out who the dictator is, simply look at what is censored. The Holohoics, for example. Trump orders list of illegal immigrant crimes to be published every week, January 26, 2017. Shifty-eyed Mexican president vows not to pay for the wall, January 26, 2017, dailystormer.com. Debunking. King of the Buns. The Earth is spherical, oblong, not flat. Overlooking a bay you can see the Earth's curvature clearly. The Apollo moon landings are a hoax, $1 billion scam. The moon is real. The ISS may be fake as well, still studying. The Chinese moon landing may be fake as well. Chinese Freemasons exist. Chinese Freemasons, Grand Lodge of British Columbia and Yukon Freemasonry BCYCA. I doubt if Donald Trump really believes the Earth is flat. It is possible he pretends. How much difference does it make anyway? I do not believe anything the fake mainstream media writes and hope you all don't either. Top 10 reasons we know the Apollo moon landings are a hoax. Moon landing hoax Top 10. Top 10 proofs we never landed on the moon. 1. Light. Multiple light sources are clearly visible on the supposed moon landing pictures. This is perhaps the easiest and clearest evidence that proves beyond any reasonable doubt the pictures could not have been taken on the moon because they did not take any lights on their trip except for a little flashlight according to NASA. Our shadows should run parallel but do not on the NASA pictures. 2. Sound. Apollo 15 mission log 12052-17. The old NASA Apollo moon landing hoax material contains sound, including sounds in the environment of the astronauts, which is impossible because of the vacuum that exists on the moon according to the NASA scientists. In videos of ISS spacewalks and repairs, no sound is heard. In the video, Jet Windsor, moon hoax now on the YouTube channel titled Moon Victory at 48 minutes and 50 seconds, we see the astronaut throwing a cable or cord which makes a clear attack sound when it hits the limb via the microphone in the astronaut's helmet, which is impossible because sound cannot travel through a vacuum. Dave has already removed from the Mesa a canister containing both the low gain and high gain antennas. He is opening the canisters so he can extract the low gain. Retired RCA technical illustrator James Burns has provided a drawing of the canister he did prior to Apollo 15, hq.nasa.gov. Mesa modularized equipment stowage assembly. The picture of the canister with the cable attached we can see in the video Moon Hoax now on YouTube is better. 3. Van Allen belt. Scientific studies prove beyond any reasonable doubt the astronauts could not have traveled through the Van Allen radiation belt with the spaceship they supposedly did. 4. Cables attached to backpack of the supposed astronauts. Film of the astronauts getting up from the supposed moon surface in a way that is impossible without wires attached, and reflections of the wires connected to their supposed spacesuits make clear the moon landing is a fake shot in a studio. Video astronauts on wires. On Joe Rogan's channel shows these wires clearly. 5. The clothing hanger with a lemon on it left by one of the astronauts exposing the hoax. He was murdered. Virgil Grissom, a NASA astronaut who baited the Apollo program, was due to pilot Apollo 1 as part of the landing's build-up. In January 1967, he hung a lemon on his Apollo capsule, in the US, on road where the cars are called lemons, and told his wife Betty, "If there is ever a serious accident in the space program, it's likely to be me." APFN.org cached webpage. It disappeared from internet. The LEM module is a Lemon Moon Hoax series final blow March 25, 2015. Uploaded by Jungle Surfer. Gus Grissom reportedly hung a lemon on a coat hanger on the Apollo simulator. He then died or was assassinated. ronabas.wordpress.com. 6. The YouTube video, BBC documentary The Moon Landing Hoax. Full documentary, 99.9 megabytes, is an outstanding piece that shows many proofs, videographic evidence and audio that proves the Apollo moon landings were a hoax beyond any shadow of a doubt. Millions argue, and this video went viral multiple times. How many people would have known had this documentary not been aired? 7. The flag waving. There is better film material of this than shown in most videos showing the waving flag supposedly planted on the moon somewhere. It has now turned white because of moisture on the moon, they claim. The Moon Landing Hoax Full Documentary 2618. It is clear it cannot be caused by the quote astronaut unquote moving the flag, because it is not moving back nor forward. Only the right lower tip of the flag is waving, while there cannot be wind on the moon, no air. 8. 9. Crosshairs of camera covered by lunar rover, which is impossible because the crosshairs are on the lens of the camera. It is totally impossible for objects to appear in front of them no matter what NASA pretends. 10. Are they really pretending they picked up the lunar rover and planted it there instead of use its wheels? With the risk of rupturing their spacesuit and their blood starting to boil? The tracks of the wheels are missing, so that's the only thing they can pretend. The above third and fourth images taken from the Apollo 15 mission image AS15-85-11471 demonstrates the rover also.
So this image with the colors, you have to stare at it without blinking, and then it will disappear. The colors will disappear if you stare at it long enough without blinking, without moving your eyes. That stare, and after 20-30 seconds it turns into white. But then when you move your eyes and
in motion, but now loaded with equipment and heavier in weight relative to a stripped version. That logically means that the rover should be leaving slightly deeper, more pronounced tire tracks even in the moon's lower gravity. However, in this image note that the rover is leaving absolutely no tracks at all, either to the rear or front of the tires on the right side of the vehicle. MarsAnomalyResearch.com. Most of these reasons by themselves prove that we never landed on the moon. There may be other videos and other, better reasons the Apollo moon landings are a hoax or scam. You could argue video material can never prove nor disprove a moon landing. Having a worthy opinion about the moon landing hoax requires years of study. With the great moon landing hoax videos out there, you could argue this is false. Lots of attempts by the perpetrators of this hoax, NASA, to quote debunk unquote instead of disprove the claims made by people that expose this billion-dollar hoax perpetrated on the American people have been made, and most of the videos you run into when searching on this subject were made by them to perpetuate the illusion we landed on the moon. The word debunk instead of disprove is used by them to keep this out of the criminal investigation channels. Ninfinger.org/Carl/MY Space Museum Mesa 1 Big If. The name Ninfinger suggests one finger is missing. Incredible what some people had to go through to bring you the moon landing hoax truth. This is a page about the quote Apollo lunar module descent stage, modularized equipment stowage assembly, and not a page exposing this moon landing hoax. However, in other words, they are the bad guys and the people exposing it that are not controlled opposition are the good guys. Parts of this article were erased by the NSA with wireless energy and a neural network. Friday, January 27, 2017. So it's just turn illegal torture with directed energy. Terrorists with the Fipa array in Poker Flat, Alaska. If everyone would believe we did not land on the moon even though we did in reality, would that be so bad? It would not make any difference except make us wonder if the billions we spent on space exploration are worth the taxpayer money. Perhaps people on the receiving end may feel different about this. The astronauts did not move the flag with two hands like the guy in Mythbusters does, and as we can see on the official NASA film material, the astronaut did not move the flag at all on the rare video of the waving moon flag, of which they used a part in Mythbusters as well. It's the second recording of the waving flag after the still cut of the flag in the famous moon landing hoax documentary by the BBC. It is clearly visible the astronaut did not move the flag in any direction and is merely holding the flagpole, and the flag starts waving because of another reason: the flag started to flap. The vibration in the pole caused by the astronaut grabbing and holding onto it is clearly not sufficient movement to make the flag wave the way it does. Because there is so much other overwhelming evidence with a higher undeniability level, more people doubt this waving of the flag is caused by an astronaut moving it around. The video clearly shows he, or she, did not do that, because they were in low Earth orbit while the actors playing the astronauts were in the studio where the moon landing hoax was filmed. People other than Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin must have been in those spacesuits since they never got further than low Earth orbit. I'm private flat earther. Flat earther for money. I'll do what you want me to do, and any old music will do. Idiots believe Donald Trump claims the Earth is flat after being duped by a joke article online. Controlled opposition Mark Dice's channel. He does not cover the CNN.com. The article, which is from Carla's niece Nunnery, CNN, not cable news network, that published the Pentagon Con 88 article about nuking the zombie hordes. Donald Trump says the Earth is flat. YouTube. It is reasonably flat in many places. Overall it's spherical, or rather, as Louis Farrakhan puts it, oblong. Ichabod 2 years ago, 20 good reasons we know NASA faked the moon landings. 1. The LEM never flew successfully on Earth. Armstrong had to eject and almost died. If your prototype fails, you don't go on with the mission. But you damn sure aren't going to make it to the moon if you try. 2. You can make footprints without moisture. There is no moisture on the moon. 3. There is no dust upon landing or takeoff. Impossible. 4. There is no crater beneath the LEM. Impossible. 5. The lines on many of the pictures have studio print screen lines on them. Dead giveaway: they were taken in a studio using print screen, precursor to the green screens of today. 6. The pictures demonstrate professional composition. Impossible with a Hasselblad camera that has no viewfinder and manually operated. 7. There are no overexposures on any portions of the 17,000 pictures taken on Apollo 11. That would be impossible for a single picture, let alone 17,000. 8. There are no bracketing pictures. This is a photographic term that means a picture taken prior to a shot to gauge conditions so you don't overexpose the portion of the picture you want to take. No overexposures ATL plus no bracketing pictures is beyond impossible. That is ours. 9. The craft couldn't fit the payload. 3 men plus 2 buggies plus equipment couldn't fit in that small craft. 10. There is one or several fundamentally flawed aspects to every single one of the moon shots. Euclidean reality doesn't apply to them, and photojournalists reject them out of hand almost at a glance. They could not have been taken on the moon. 11. The engines couldn't lift the stated payload. This is well established by a 1966 report regarding the limitations of the Saturn rocket in regard to tonnage. It could not handle the stated payload. 12. The surface of the moon in sunlight is 250 degrees. Film melts at 150 degrees. Done. 13. Many of the pictures supposedly taken at different times and places have identical landscapes. Identical. Impossible. 14. Many of the pictures reveal secondary or ambient light other than the sun. This is the shadow problem which is rampant through these phony pictures. 15. A Coke bottle was seen by Australian viewers, the first country in the world to see the raw as yet unedited transmissions from the moon. The Coke bottle was right there on the surface of the moon. Many called in to complain and it was reported in newspapers, but it was edited out by the time the rest of the world saw it. 16. Several pings occur on the live footage indicative of wires used to aid in making them appear to be walking in January 6 gravity. These pings are flashes of light and are unmistakable. 17. Several times cosmonauts are seen getting pulled up from the ground with no apparent means of doing so. This is the corroborating evidence that wires were used to simulate January 6 gravity. 18. The buggy race kicked up a bunch of dirt that behaved exactly like flying dirt would on the Earth. It lands on the footage in the arc it would in Earth's gravity. It should keep traveling in January 6 gravity, but it doesn't. It was filmed on Earth. 19. The jumping of the cosmonauts replicates a jump on Earth. There are no displays of huge weightless jumps. The footage was merely slowed. Number 20. Drum roll. There is this big-ass radiation belt, the Van Allen radiation belt, that encircles the Earth that the Apollo crew members could not have traversed and survived. I eat shells for breakfast. David www smash the orthodoxy.com. There are many more top 10s. China's spacewalk was fake. Part 1 shows a bubble coming from the astronaut's spacesuit proving their spacewalk was fake. still searching for more on China's lunar rover moon landing. The Russians were the first, according to sources online. The first human-made object to reach the surface of the moon was the Soviet Union's Luna 2 mission on September 13, 1959. Luniclad, Russian. Moonwalker was a series of Soviet robotic lunar rovers designed to land on the moon between 1969 and 1977. Material showing the Chinese rover is quite scarce, so the flat Earth BS is mixed with the truth about the moon landing hoax by controlled opposition. The best way to control opposition, to prevent real resistance, is to lead it ourselves. Original quote is from Vladimir Lenin. The YouTube video, Inconsistencies on China's Moon Landing. Things that you make you go HMMM. Still speaking out December 17, 2013 makes clear the sun was not visible in the shot of the lunar lander where it should be visible, and shows a celestial map with a position where the sun should have been visible in relation to the lander. On supposed satellite pictures of Earth we see the watercolor is blue everywhere. This is not the case in reality. The water in the North Sea is a different color than the water in Fiji, for example. Could this be evidence all supposed satellite pictures of Earth are fake? And if so, why? The Earth is spherical, oblong to quote Louis Farrakhan, but the Apollo moon landings were fake. Overlooking a bay you can see the curvature of the Earth. The water blocks the first floors of the buildings on the other side. This does not prove the person that made this video is or is not controlled opposition like Alex Jones. Interesting video. Where the flat earthers created as controlled opposition to themselves to discredit people that claim the moon landings are fake. More info on my YouTube channel. My response to the video, the NASA Moon and Mars landing hoaxes, presented by Eric W. on the YouTube channel Flat Earth Mirror. 8 reasons to drink ancient tea tree tea. Pentagon paid UK prairie firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos during Iraq War. RT, 3 months ago 25,799 views. A proper signal, Jeffrey Skypes teen, or Jeffrey tweets teen. Turlock teen dispels common vaccination myths. The Turlock Journal, January 27, 2017. Dispelling the myth that drinking sewer water will not boost your immune system. Can only be done by real teen. Cancer is caused by a fungus. On the basis of the scientific considerations in this book which demonstrate that cancer is caused by fungal masses of the Candida type, sodium bicarbonate is the only useful remedy that is now available for healing the disease. What everyone must know. Must see? Important. Creed Cure Against Aging Unite.
So that was the whole thing, the recent article, and I've made thousands of articles. So it wasn't that long, and I think it contains some crucial information, and people can always Google. And much other more important information is in my previous broadcasts, of course, on my channel or PC Hoffman on YouTube. You can find these broadcasts. Please like and subscribe. All you have to do is zoom in the astronaut's visor. And then what? Then I win $1 million. Well, what is this supposed to prove? That there's nobody taking the picture or something? Or what else is supposedly visible? Perhaps we can read it on the... It's very easy. All you have to do is brick your device. Was the Apollo 11 moon landing a hoax or just the filming of it? We'll fake it. Paralleling events. So the shadows should run parallel if there's only one light source, the sun. And otherwise it indicates there are multiple light sources. And I was looking for this picture. There's another one I have somewhere on my hard drive. So there are different versions of it. And these crosses are on the camera lens. So they should be in front of everything else. They cannot get behind the lunar lander or rover, etc. On the pictures we see. And I could study what the debunkers say, but I bet that it's not correct. And that they use that word debunking to avoid the terms evidence and proof, because they want to avoid court case, etc. Since it's about billions of dollars basically that they've spent on this Apollo moon landing hoax, and there are more and more people that think that it's a hoax perpetrated against the American people, and they don't benefit from it themselves. So then why would they lie if they're the ones being hoaxed themselves? It can be brain control, it can be that they've been brainwashed and that they really think we landed on the moon, etc. But okay, people have a right to their own opinion, and well, here you see one of these crosshair examples where the rover is in front of the crosshair, which is impossible if that's on the lens. So that indicates that they've edited over the lunar lander at a later stage. They've edited it into the picture basically. And these are the official NASA pictures. They are recognizable by this number that you see, which usually starts with AS 14. This is the number of this NASA image. And these images are in video are copyright free because the American people paid for it, and that used to be their system. It still is, but so they have to, the government has to expose what they do themselves with the taxpayer money, so that the taxpayers know where the money goes basically. But with all the black projects, etc., that is impossible. And then there's the missing trillion around WTC demolition time. So there's loads of money basically that you could give lots of people $1 million, etc. That's clear. And only a couple of people had to be in on this hoax, as so beautifully covered by, I'd have to check, as one of these recent videos that I've downloaded. I usually download them so that I can also play them at 528 Hertz, which is this frequency. And I think that Dr. Horowitz may be right about it. Whoop. That's 528 Hertz. It has to sort it by date. And the videos that I watch do not reflect my opinion at all. I try to refrain from having an opinion until I'm certain that it's better to have an opinion. And when people think they are tortured to death, they are murdered by the Jesuits with the Fipa rainbow of Alaska, then they expose these things that most people are too afraid to mention, like brain control, depopulation, and directed energy weapon torture. So it's sorting by date. There it is. It is the Jet Winter Moon hoax. And the first couple of reasons are not good reasons. They don't prove utterly and totally that we never landed on the moon, but the last reason in this video, the sound that we can see and hear, that's interesting, that we hear a sound which is impossible in space. There's a vacuum, so then we cannot hear that sound of this thing. Let's see if we can find it here. Well, he first starts with the hammering, and theoretically it's possible that you hear this because the hammer is in the hand of the astronaut. They call astronauts because they're not real astronauts, they're fake. And it's possible that you can hear that in the earpiece, in the microphone inside. You can hear it on the microphone inside the helmet of the astronaut, because he's holding the hammer in his hand. But this later piece here, this piece of video, it's uncopyrighted here.
All of the sounds so far analyzed were made by the astronauts as they were handling tools, but now we are going to analyze some sounds that are made a distance away from the astronauts. So what you just saw appears to be a smoking gun. That scene, which was broadcast live to the world during Apollo 15, shows astronaut James Irwin. He takes this cord or band off of a canister, and those canisters are in the mesa table, which Irwin is standing in front of. He unravels the cord, which has two metallic locks at the end of it, pictured here. They look like bullets. He takes that off, he unravels it, he reaches back with his right hand, and he throws the cord away. Let's take another look at it. So the argument has been made for the hammering that the sound is coming through the glove and it's miraculously getting into the microphones. But we don't have to deal with that argument because James Irwin releases the object and it hits the ship and he's not touching it, and that sound is picked up by the microphone. The microphone inside the astronaut's helmet.
And he goes on to explain that there are no other microphones that were active that could have picked it up. And in space it's totally impossible because there's a vacuum, sound cannot travel. I think he may also have in his video an example of a vacuum chamber with a bell ringing, and then when the vacuum chamber is vacuumed, when the air is taken out of the chamber, it's pumped out, then there is no sound audible anymore of that bell ringing, and it's pretty loud really. So that's a demonstration that you can also see in many of these people that try to expose this Apollo moon landing hoax. And I think that some of them are very successful at that. So that the more people learn, the more they will think that that's a hoax, though they've tried to make people disbelieve it by mixing in lies about the flat earth, for example. So they've controlled the position to themselves to hide that the Apollo moon landings are a hoax. They mix it with other obvious lies that are quite easy to prove. Because if you overlook a bay, that's the way I now have proven to myself that the earth is spherical rather oblong, to quote Louis Farrakhan on that. I like the way he speaks sometimes also. Anyway, there are other great speakers, and Trump can speak pretty well as well, I guess. He was not elected for no reason. So what the fuck was I talking about? I've been doing this a long time today, 2 broadcasts, so oh yeah, that proves that's overlooking a bay basically. Then the water will block part of the buildings on the other side of the bay. For example, if you've flat, you can also see this on some videos about this subject. That's the way I have proven to myself beyond any reasonable doubt that the Earth is round. So anybody can find a bay, that's water, you are standing on one side of the bay, and on the other side of the bay or lake there are houses, and then the curvature of the Earth will, because of the curvature of the Earth, you cannot see part of the buildings on the other side. The bottom part is covered by the water, so it's like they're underwater, but they're not underwater if these buildings are far enough away, and you can also see them with binoculars and a telescope. So that way you can prove to yourself that the Earth has a curvature, that it's round, that we're not on a flat Earth. The other proof is, of course, there would be loads of a border basically where you'd fall off the Earth. If you travel too far, then you could see the universe from there, and that's the end of the Earth. And if you step any further, you would fall off basically. So then that has to be somewhere, and they argue it's Antarctica, that it's the outer border, and the North Pole is the inside of the circle, that we're on a circular flat Earth basically. But that's disproven by the fact that you can prove that the Earth has a curvature. But some of these people may really believe that the Earth is flat, and some of them might be quite intelligent really, but they've been listening to the wrong arguments when it's so easy to prove that the Earth is spherical, and then you know for sure, and then they cannot fool you anymore, you know. So that's good to know. So yeah, and I removed number 8. I thought they didn't have any color cameras, but I think that I saw a recording of lunar rover recording supposedly that was in color because of the gold foil that gives away that it's color basically. And also the flag in this case, which may be taped on there with normal tape, the flag and other things. So the hoax is sometimes not as good prepared, as good and thoroughly as they should have to completely cover the tracks basically. My father is ringing the bell. This means dinner for me. I'm rewarded for all my goodness. So I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. It was pretty good, I guess. Some interesting info, some BS or jokes, etc. Everything's in it. So, and I hope you all shield yourself with aluminum foil. If you are in radiation cancer, cell phone radiation, get out of there. Best thing maybe moving to a spot with less radiation, otherwise put aluminum foil on the side the radiation is coming from. Okay, you can also see I'm not looking too good today. My spine was hurting terribly. It's now back to almost normal, I guess, but I still have to be careful when moving. So I think my watch is pretty cool for wearing inside. This is the LG, and I have another LG watch that's also cool, and they are cheap on the British eBay. It's a square watch, or yeah, it is a square watch face, and this one has a round watch face. So another thing I hope they make is an app, so that's not important, the app to get rid of the plane icon on the watch faces, or an app to put Android Wear watch faces on normal Android Wear watches, basically. They supposedly cannot do that, but in reality they can, so it's just a matter of software, I think. Perhaps they don't let them make it or whatever, perhaps it's too hard to find, perhaps it already exists. You know, we all have to deal with the same reality, and some people cope with it better than others. But it's clear, to put it bluntly, we all have to go through a lot of shit. We turned from a little sperm into what we are today, huge human beings, and that's quite a feat already. So if you are human, you can pat yourself on the shoulder that you've made it this far. With these cheap watches, I am glad I bought one for my collection, the Ohm temperature and compass. The temperature doesn't work, it's another compass, so in reality it has two compasses and one of them looks like a temperature thing. And it's still pretty cool. Quartz watches for like $10 or something, less than $10 including shipping. I think it's fashionable, it looks pretty cool, and you can always wear this when the battery on your Android Cancer Wear wears out. Yeah, I call it that because you cannot install the watch faces without radiation through your body and the body of your animals and loved ones, etc. So I'm emptying my desk. My father is coming up with dinner, as you all have seen in previous broadcasts I've done. And so don't believe the ideas they give you, and the perpetrators that have tortured my mother to death and my teeth out of my mouth. I have not done anything to deserve this, and I know they're unspeakably evil people that are tyrannizing everybody to depopulate the earth to 500 million. And of course the two-state solution, world war, might be just around the corner. You saw me take a peek at news concerning the two-state solution, if they still plan to go ahead with that. And I think so. So best is to prepare with a radiological water filter and storable food. Anybody could push that button right now. And then it's best to have a shelter, basically when the siren goes, to be prepared. Go into the shelter with a radiological water filter and storable food, which can also be in a bug out bag, basically. That's a bag that you can take when people come into your house with weapons that you cannot defeat, and then you can just escape, go somewhere else. Also, if that war breaks out someone, it may be best somewhere, then it basically would be best to go to a safe area instead of fighting people, which is stupid because you know they can have a more advanced weapon than you do, and they have scalar weapons, and I think that nobody without a Tesla plasma shield would survive a thermonuclear war, and that it would be a scalar world war with wireless energy equals scalar waves. And I've explained that scalar waves, the term was made to deny the existence of wireless energy, or at least they want to deny the existence of scalar waves, which is the same thing in reality. So that's exposed in my broadcast as well, and it takes some people 10-20 years to find out all these little facts, fun facts that are in my broadcasts. So people that have a job usually cannot know all these things. But I think many Alex Jones watchers know about the police provocateur, so that's one thing that controlled opposition has covered in the broadcasts. So yeah, then I think that perhaps perhaps I'm going too skinny. So I'm interested to know your opinions, and I hope more people respond to these broadcasts and Skype with me for fun, because I'm really lonely. So for now I'm gonna have some dinner. It's 1955 on my Android Wear watch. And this one is adjustable, the other one is not adjustable without a connection to your cancer cell phone. But you can study, and perhaps there will be new watches that have a camera and a cancer cell phone, so you can dial emergency numbers that can display these Android Wear watch faces without a silly icon on it if you disconnect the watch. If you switch off the cancer Bluetooth and cancer Wi-Fi to save your own life and the lives of people in your environment, which is wise. So, I doubt Sepatopi, they write that Capitol building has a structure made out of aluminum, and it would block the cancer cell phone radiation, so everybody in the Capitol building is shielded. Well, at least some of us are shielded against cancer cell phone radiation. The thing is, of course, the wireless energy goes through the aluminum foil, so you cannot shield against directed energy weapon attacks. When they did the dental torture to me, I went into a parking garage underground in the hope that it would stop. On a plane to Egypt, they can even torture you when you're on the plane. It's really horrible, and I'm trying to make people let love rule and create a cure against aging instead of spend the taxpayer money on wars and depopulating Earth. They are supposed to protect and serve the taxpayers, and I hope that there are still good people that are helping to educate and do the right thing for humanity, for their own future as well. And I'm convinced there are loads of good people, that these 7 billion people they want to exterminate have a tremendous power together, and that there are 15 scalar weapon countries, so there is no one person. They say Adolfo Nicholas controls it all. That's true. If the NSA controls, are the only ones that control their mind and the only ones that control the death ray, then they work for these Jesuits, then there is nobody that can form any resistance to that in reality. They can be killed instantly, which they deny as well, with heart attacks, brain bleedings, by making them sick. For example, former President Chavez I've used in my broadcast, but I'm sure there are many others. And now my father's coming up, so I'm ending this broadcast now for universal peace. Well, universal peace.